And it's about
who
you can go on that journey with. And we do have a special surprise that is going to be coming up very, very soon after this episode is released about a certain new face that you're going to be experiencing.
Oh, yeah.
New face,
in the
but also
LCK.
not an entirely new face for the league.
That's true.
For the whole league.
But we're very excited to be inviting a new person to the LCK family, and we're hoping that he doesn't screw it up, because that'd suck.
No pressure.
About
Yeah.
40% chance, so.
Yeah. We don't have very high hopes, so I guess doesn't really need to worry about it too much. But that'll do it for this episode. We're incredibly excited for summer, and we'll see you for the next one for our ludicrous predictions. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Thank you very much, Atlas. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I am also Atlas, and I have the pleasure of being joined by both Orcs and Hooney. Gentlemen, how have we been doing? It's been quite some time since we saw you last.
It's been a while, you know. Not much League of Legends going on after MSI, after the break.
It's pretty good. I was fine. It's a little bit sad.
No, let's leave that. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's celebrate, shall we? Because after 7 long years, finally, we have the MSI trophy back in our hands. Well, in Gen G's hands, anyway. How does it feel, boys? We are on top once again, even in the middle of the year. It's incredible.
I mean, it's great for LCK. Finally, it felt like MSI was LPL's tournament and even LEC a little bit, but also Gen G after struggling so much internationally, and particularly Chovy as well coming in. And he came in the tournament, everyone was hyping him as the best player in the world, and afterwards, yeah, he is.
Yeah, I mean, I did my job. I was working as a secret Borum agent.
Yeah.
And then I did my job. And I was sick of I was the closest the MSI winner as the LCK.
Finally had to hand over the
It was
torch.
2017, someone had to take it over. And I'm happy that the Keen took it over.
I think if you're going to lose to lose it to anyone, Keen is definitely a good choice. Plus, as the NA representative of the Secret Boardroom, you beat Fnatic. And that's another one of your old teams, so that's kind of fun. There are a few things that are in line. Speaking of things that are in line, we have not changed anything. When it comes to the format for the LCK for summer, it is still going to be our double round robin of best of threes, then our cool double elimination playoff bracket. No changes there. Next year, that's where the changes may come in. And spot the difference. Everything else, very similar, but we do now have BNK FearX. So Busan Bank is now the sponsor of FearX, so we're going to be calling them BNK from now on. And that won't be confusing at all because the acronym is still, the tricode's still FOX. So we'll just, it's BNK.
It's the same team, but it's just a BNK.
Yeah, we'll just say BNK. It's totally fine. We won't
BNK.
mess that up. We're never going to mess that up. Not even
BNK.
once. Yeah. And now that I've said this, I'm probably going to be removed from this broadcast, but let's bring up a little bit of an overview for some of the changes, because League of Legends is a very new game now. Things have been changing across the board, and Hooney, we're going to have to be saying goodbye. You've still got a couple of weeks left in you, but what's happening, dude?
Yeah, the week 3 it will be my last week in a global space. But I got some too powerful the paperwork from the government. They said they mailed me. I'm too powerful.
So wait. So they heard you were the expert on flamethrower yordles in mechs, and they need you for the military?
They need the pilot for that.
Gonna teach them about lane swaps?
I'm gonna teach them how to get the ignite. Make sure just first that I build the Stork's boots, not the swiftness. Not the Tabi, not the Mercs.
It's important.
It's really important.
Well, I hope...
I'll be back.
Yeah, you better be back. And
I'll be back in 21 months.
And we're also very excited for him to shave off all of his hair, which should be coming up. But now, on to some better news. The LCK has always needed that little bit of extra youthful exuberance. But what we've also been missing is a level of maturity beyond the years of anyone on the broadcast. That is a very difficult criteria, but we found the one man who can do it. Welcome, Dagon. Get over here, buddy. Get in here. Woohoo! Woo! Welcome. And we'd always planned that Dagon would be coming for the summer season. Always
the plan.
planned. It was always going to be the plan that it was going to be the summer season and not spring. These things take some time, but you are finally here. In fact, he's fresh off a plane. How are we doing? Are we feeling all right? What day is
I'm
it?
great, full of energy, rested, and ready to go for the first day of the LCK Summer Split.
Heck yes. And before you guys say he's coming in and he doesn't have any Korean esports experience, this guy is a Summoners War veteran. He was hosting the game before I was even an LCK broadcaster. That's how far he goes back as far as Korean esports is concerned. So take your doubts and you leave them at the door. This man is more than qualified. So excited to have you here. And what do we got on the docket? There's a bunch of changes for League of Legends and stuff.
A lot of changes. A lot of changes for League of Legends coming in. It's been a long journey to get here, and that youthful exuberance with that age. Thanks, Mom and Dad. We made it. Yeah.
Oh, so it was just genetics from the start?
It was genetics from
I'm
the start.
just screwed?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's all right, Max. Well, you know what? I think a way to do it is to a Korean healthcare, a Korean facial care, right? You know, like the beauty products. So why don't we go ahead and send you off over there, and I'll see you.
That's a way to
little
get
bit.
rid of me.
Yeah,
And that'll work out. So you guys talk about Skarner and stuff like that. I'll let it go.
Will do. All right, Max. See you in a bit. Thank you for that amazing introduction. And yeah, there's been some changes, not only on the desk here, but also in League. The favorite champion of Captain Flower, Skarner, has been changed, as I can walk through walls, throw rocks, and pull 3 people at once here, Hooney.
Yeah, I mean, basically, his ulti was pretty good, right? It was kind of powerful. It was like just grabbing the people, and then you can actually drag to wherever you want to go. And that's a triple right now. And you can actually just, as he mentioned it, just jump over the wall, and it got so strong lane faces, and it received so multiple lane that it can use anywhere. Like, it could be using on jungle, it could be using on support, it could be using on top. It's just like while laning, just throwing the rock already does tons of damage that you just get free lane faces.
And it's so hard to deal with. You can see in this clip here, just dashing through the walls, slamming them into terrain for CC, lobbing boulders about. Skarner was already a champion of so much CC in his kit, and it feels like they've amped that up. He also is tankier now, and as you said, throwing boulders in lane gives him a really solid laning phase, so he's been a really powerful pick in the top lane. We've seen him a lot in the LPL, and I'm certain in the LCK he'll either be banned or picked in most games.
I mean, he learned how to make a stun for how to use the wall from the puppy, and it's just like it seems much stronger with using ulti as well. It's just like you can actually just E-wall bang first and you make a stun, and then making guaranteed ulti right after. And it's that guy is just like one person or 2 or 3 is just completely dead.
Yeah, and I think particularly around Dragon or Baron fights where you're setting up for flank angles, the ability just to channel through is so powerful. And here, the ultimate, you have to channel it now. It's not just point and click, but you can hit 3 people with it. If you catch a grouping, if someone else can set that up for you, the impact is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I love the fact that you are being rewarded for landing the skill shots, and also the graphics of it, having the rocks pop on up. It's like you're a miner. You crave the mines, you get to throw the rocks at people. It's your reward for impaling others. So Skarner, one of the changes that we've seen and happens across multiple different lanes. So does Corki. Corki now being seen on the bottom side of the map, still played in mid, but no package, a lot more AD, and weaving those auto attacks being benefited.
Yeah, so obviously Corki with the package and also the long-range poke was super problematic. Very different flavor now. A lot of his damage is physical. You can see the passive, no longer 80% magic. It's full physical with 15% true. And what we've seen is like the lethality items have been the hallmark with all these AD abilities, and particularly with Emax. The Gatling gun is now fully physical. It applies the shred faster, which syncs really well with the lethality. And we've been seeing him played as an assassin with Halo Blades, Opportunity Collector, and you will Valkyrie in with your E and just melt people. So very different flavor, but the champion still looks quite strong.
Yeah, it's no longer based on the spell ability usage. It's just about its on hit basis right now, and people are just like they didn't know like what to do first of all, because like they just changed also the AD carry item as well, and then ever since they figure out like which items are so fitted for Corki. this champion is just going crazy.
Yeah, you take a look at it again. The big change when you finish one of your items, it's not 20% crit you get, it's 25% crit. So you hit 75% after 3 completed items. And Fidget Spinner fans, rejoice! You got yourself the Navori Flicker Blade there for that one.
Yeah, so big changes for AD carries. A lot of power came through. Infinity Edge was really strong. It's already been nerfed. That's how strong it was. But a lot to address there, which we'll let the casters get into. I do want to bring up the Blackfire Torch, this new AP item that, again, has already been nerfed. It was so strong. It applies a burn to your target, but it also works on jungle monsters. So a lot of AP jungles has been showing up abusing this. We've had Karthus, we've had Brand in the LPL. And on top of that, they increased the experience from jungle camps. So it's really allowed these farming junglers to flourish.
Yeah, I mean, don't be scared about the static shift buff as well. It's not like, the 5 players going to static shift. Like, it's not too OP.
Yeah, what jugglers had popped up? Gwen, Nidalee, Karthus, as you said. So a lot more AP there, and it'll be very diverse across those item changes. But those weren't the only changes we had. We had runes as well being tackled. No more lethal tempo. A lot of Halo Blades on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Press the Attack has essentially become the replacement for lethal tempo in terms of I'm a sustained damage auto attacker. Now, when you proc the damage boost, it's you who gets the damage boost, not the target, and it's maintained as long as you're in combat. So it doesn't give the same attack speed, obviously, as lethal tempo. Doesn't give that attack speed, but that sustained damage is there. We've also seen a lot of tweaks to runes. First Strike has already been nerfed. It was really powerful because there was a lot more base gold in it, so you could proc it really effectively and get a lot of income as a result.
Yeah, I mean, there's no tennis, the legend tennis anymore, so CC definitely got a little bit of the value got higher, and the minion DMAT got removed, so it's some champion that's not cannot use anymore. It's just Jack of the old trade is, some champions like some Volley Bears. He was having fun with the Navori Roda Mages, it was pretty fun.
A very funky rune, that one, to get value out of it. You have to build in such a weird way.
Yeah, well, these aren't the only changes. Also, summoner spells getting touched here. Everything kind of starting to line up in terms of time. So duration's the things that got hit the most here, Ox.
And this is super big for pro play because burning summoners is such a massive thing. They're timing them down in the seconds. They're playing around those windows. And with Cleanse, Exhaust, and Ghost all being extended in cooldowns, they're going to feel a little bit easier to play around for the opposing team. But also, for me, the standout one is Barrier. Not only did the shield get buffed, but the duration as well being longer. You can't as easily just wait 2 seconds. That extra 0.5 can make a difference, and the shield is quite significant, so hard to punch through as well. A lot of value from that.
Yeah, I mean, especially the summoners' spells, it's like the cooldown got longer, so like there's more window that you can actually abuse. And it's like right now, it's even more important to track the timer that, oh, this guy doesn't have a weak just, this guy doesn't have a barrier. Is even more important.
Well, if you've been watching Pro League of Legends anytime recently over the last 2-3 months, you might have noticed lane swaps are a thing. Top lane has been just bombarded by bot laners. Well, Riot tried to tackle that one with the recent patch change. Turrets have been fortified a lot more in the mid and top lane, and more gold being put to the first brick. So it tries to force teams to stay standard lanes, but that's not the case.
Yeah, we've still seen like the LEC, there's been some lane swaps. Ultimately, this sort of makes an impact if you're trying to get a lot of gold from plates or the tower. You're just going to get outmatched if you're swapping. But a lot of the times you saw teams swapping to try and avoid bad matchups bot lane and get experience, and that's still a viable strategy. So nerfed, but still possible.
I mean, I kind of like it. I mean, as a top lane, like my responsibility is just killing the minion. Not laning, so it was pretty fun, but not anymore.
Yeah, but top laner who enjoys lane swaps? Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Didn't you enjoy the 1v1 aspect of it, trying to
just killing the minions? That's my duty.
You don't gotta kill minions in the lane swap. You don't gotta do anything. You have to
chilling in the
follow
brush.
The jungler. Yeah, AFK.
All right, changes across the game. Now changes to the LCK rosters. Not many of them, but a lot of them coming from the same team in Nongshim.
Yeah, so mostly seeing changes from Eastern teams, which is no surprise. And Nongshim, we've seen this challenger roster that got moved up for a couple of years, who've had successes in terms of what we've seen from them, but not really been able to reflect that in their results. We've seen positives from the likes of Jiwoo, but score-wise in the LCK, they've always really been towards the bottom end. So trying to shake things up there in terms of top, mid, and support. An interesting one for me is Guga, a much older player than the players on this roster, so maybe hoping his experience can be of some value there.
Yeah, I mean, the Guga, he's been playing forever. Like, he's my generation the player, which is like, when I was trying to be pro, he was already
And
there.
you are old.
I am retired already. I'm about to get kicked out from here. And he just is trying to play a game. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm going to come back after 21. I'm going to be a player.
You're going to be playing.
I'm going to be playing.
I can't wait.
See you there.
I can't wait to see that one. Again, Huni, you will be sorely missed. Let's take a look at the predictions from teams because got a little funny wrinkle on in there. Obviously, Gen G, the favorites, voted by 8 of the squads. T1 gets 1 vote by Gen G saying, hey there, little brother, that we beat you the last couple times. We think you might win. But then T1 voting for Hanwha Life Esports here, Ox.
Yeah, and Gen G obviously can't vote for themselves. They vote for T1, the team that always make the finals. But T1, this is some real hater energy. They are so adamant that Gen G aren't going to win that they refuse to vote for them. And you know that T1 wanted to be the team to stop it, to prevent them from getting the 5th win in a row. That'd be crazy.
Well, still, I mean, I think HLE is definitely has an edge on it. You know, they're pretty strong too. They could definitely make it. It's not like impossible, you know? So we'll see. Maybe T1 saw something that we don't see.
I know. I just love the mind games already starting on media day, just saying, "Hey, look, you know, we're gonna see you in the finals, so we can't say that you're gonna be the one that wins." Nice little wrinkle there. Let's take a look at the schedule for Week 1 as we kick off the LCK Summer Split. Starts off with D+ versus Hanwha Life Esports, and then closing out today with Nongshim versus BNK Fear X. You take a look at the Saturday showdown. We got Bro and Guangdong Freaks, KT versus D+, a big one there, and we close the week with Gen G T1 on Week 1. What more could you want?
Yeah, a lot of bangers, a lot of interesting matchups. Gen G T1, we've seen that so many times, it's always delivered. KT D+ is a spicy one. I feel like you can never really trust KT or D+, really, when it comes down to it. They always just, you never know what you're going to get from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, as my prediction is like, I predicted the KT DK series. I predicted DK. And then today, I mean, even though I predicted HLE, but like, I think the DK today, based on performances, is gonna be changed my mind of the KT DK series.
Yeah, and I actually asked Chronicler about this vote, and he said to me he thinks that Aiming is a better AD carry than Viper. So that's why he went for D+ for that prediction. If you're wondering at home what compelled him to go for that, that's words from his mouth.
Yeah, they're definitely Ox not being sus ever, right? So I'm sure that's exactly what he said. The thing I noticed about our predictions here, Huni, your predictions look like, I'm just following in the great mind of the leader that we have here on the
Yeah, I mean, you know who to follow it, man. You know how to watch some League of Legends. He knows some League of Legends.
Yeah.
He got some knowledge there.
I'm not so sure about that. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, the leader. I'm just following the leader here. And also, it's mainly because I watched the predictions from last year, and I got to see how much pain, or last split, how much pain Max was in because he kept picking KT over and over again. So I'm going to go with D+ to kick things off here. A nice start over KT. All right, guys, opening day. It is such a great moment. What's your favorite part about opening day, Huni?
Well, I mean, it's just we don't know what's gonna happen. We don't know actually. We have zero information. It's like what's gonna be actually settled up the meta in the LCK. I think that's gonna be so fun to watch. I mean, that's what we have to follow the first day. Like, what's the meta in LCK, and then it's like. It's also great to see like the DK, the HLEs opens up the matches. It's really exciting.
I love it when we see these new picks that have been buffed and we're like, it's really strong. Can't wait to see it. It's going to come out. It's going to be amazing. And then a team picks it and it goes horrifically. And we're just there after the game. Well, trust us, guys. The pick is fine. And everyone at home's like, nah, you guys didn't cook anything.
Yeah, great matchups today. Going to be a huge crowd coming out. Prey and Watch also coming out to support Hanwha Life. Prey just released from Army and back to support his former team. Going to be a lot of fun. Guys, I am so excited to kick things off as... Oh, music time. I was told that means it's time to get us into the Summer Split. One of the best parts about the LCK is the production, the hype that goes into it, and the love and care that every single person puts on into it. So it's my pleasure to introduce us to the Summer Split anthem and trailer video to kick things off. Y'all, have some fun. Summer Split for LCK starts right now.
seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
뭐야? 아, 로테이. 진짜 로테이.
플라스틱이야. 화이팅!
와이퍼, 화이팅! 하지만 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK Summer 2024. We are here on day one, and with all the new changes we have in here, it's going to be a blast. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler here for day one. Awesome to have Degon here with us to host for the first day. That Max guy, that Atlas guy is gone, thankfully. But yeah, this is just going to be great. I'm so happy to be back, Chronicler.
Paul, the opening immediately had me bouncing in my chair.
The
Degon's
Chovy with the
there.
4 rings.
I know. What
That is so
shot.
cool.
The build-up starting off
So
with,
cool.
with Keen as well. Obviously, he was kind of the main character of Lost Split. Can't wait to see who it is going to be this time around. I'm so happy to be back for Summer. Feels much better than last year's Summer when MSI was a bit of a debacle.
Yeah.
That
We all
was-
came back like, ooh, let's
yeah.
not talk about that.
Now,
Yeah.
we're very excited. We're hyped, and we're starting off with a banger right from the get-go.
Right from the get-go, DK have not had any changes here for the Summer Split. We have had some changes moving into Summer, some loans, you know, some new players coming up and stuff like that. But DK is not one of the teams that have made changes. And really the question is, can they look a little bit more solid and more of a team, I'd say, because the individual parts seem pretty good, although there were some stumbles. Of course, they still were able to make playoffs. They were still able to have a nice run and even challenge Gen G at some points, but will be interesting to see how they do, as they will be going up against Homolife Esports.
Homolife Esports, Viper and the Light in the faces of, in the minds of many, being the best bot lane last time around. A team that at one point we were thinking was finally going to break the T1 Gen G streak, until obviously we learned that that is not allowed.
Yeah.
That is not how
No.
the LCK goes, and everything returned.
It was
to
foretold
normalcy.
that we would have Gen
knew.
Z versus T1.
Even we knew coming in
Yeah.
our prediction POC state as 4-0 for DK versus Homolife. And, you know, some people might see this and go, maybe Homolife is the clear favorite today, and predicting DK.
Yeah, most
is
of
not
us
the
would.
angle. But
Yeah.
I want to get into it, and I want to make
Strange.
very clear that Ox, his slander, as to my reasoning will not be accepted. I can't believe I have to spend time on this, but we'll get to that later on when we actually get into the match.
Well, we got Lucid up against Peanut once again, and so far what we've seen between these two when they do go head-to-head is that Lucid does struggle a lot. And Peanut has he's done this a lot. You know, new junglers coming to the LCK, Peanut remains, he is inevitable in some ways, and he makes the newer junglers look silly at times, and he was able to do that against Lucid in their matchups in spring. So Lucid, he looks great in playoffs, I think, carry jungle meta. We're going to talk a lot about the new meta here, moving into summer. Maybe that is the angle for him to get something going for the team.
As we also take a look at the head-to-head Showmaker versus Zeka. Really kind of remarkable that it is this close, even taking into account that Humble Life, obviously, and Zeka has been a more well-rounded roster in the last couple of years, versus Showmaker, who was at his best back in 2021, all the way back when obviously after that there was a pretty sharp drop-off for DK. That moment every year, but never really came together. And I think for Showmaker, last split was another example of that. He had some incredible highlight games, but also games like, for example, the Annie that comes to mind, and some of the crucial moments, particularly in the series against Gen G, that were way closer than they had any right to be, didn't end up making it happen.
Yeah, well, we do have an interview with the players. Let's listen in now.
젠지가 MSI 우승하는 거 보고 되게 멋있고 부럽다고 생각했고, 최소 목표치를 그래도 MSI 진출이랑 결승 진출을 목표를 두고 있었는데 눈앞에서 좀 놓쳤었던 게 좀 많이 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 축제전 우승을 이제 못한 지 좀 시간이 많이 지나서 그때의 감정을 다시 한번 느껴보고 싶고, 매 시즌 지날 때마다 계속 더욱더 간절해지게 되는 것 같아요.
DK는 항상 스프링 시즌 때도 그랬지만 강팀들 상대로 좋은 경기력을 보여주는 팀이라서 굉장히 경기가 되고
준비를 잘해서 꼭 이겨야겠다 생각하고 있습니다. 하나생명 굉장히 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고, 스프링 때도 아직 한 번도 못 이겨봤어서 개막전부터 강한 상대를 꺾고 시작하면 저희 팀에게 좋은 영향을 끼칠 수 있을 것 같습니다.
몇 년 동안 젠지 T1 둘만의 결승전을 지냈다 보니까 그 구도를 좀 바꿨으면 좋겠다 생각이 있어서 결승전 진출하는 게 목표입니다.
스프링과 비교해서 달라진 점이 있다면 이거는 사실 말씀으로 드리기보다 경기에서 여러분들이 느낄 수 있게 해드리고 싶습니다.
결승전이 열리는 이제 경주가 이제 저희 집 바로 옆쪽에 있어서 가야겠다는 생각을 하고 있고,
사실 저는 경주에 가본 적이 한 번도 없어서 첫 방문이라는 동기부여를 얻고 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다.
이번 서머 개막전 승리 확률 100%.
경주행 오렌지 파괴전차가 출발합니다.
파괴전차를 조준해서 터뜨려버리겠습니다.
Let the show begin!
All right, well, that was very aggressive. I love it. I love the energy, the music, the guns being pointed in our faces. All wonderful. We're getting ready for this first match, and we have the players walking on in. That looks like a very large stick to hold a phone on, which Kingen seems to be filming his team coming down. No logs just yet, but I'm sure we'll have some of that as some of the other teams do come in.
I'm loving the music choices so far as well. The opening really hits as it always does, but even that interview gave me some old school Korean esports vibes as a selfie here with the fans. DK, really, when you talked about him earlier, it was about the inconsistencies of this team. One of the few teams to really push Gen G. Still, the only team to actually beat Gen G in a best of series this year remains KT, which is very, very funny.
Yeah.
But DK, don't forget, actually really pushed them in the way that I don't think many other teams did up until the finals. But then they would also play against KT, against teams like Hanwha, and just completely bomb. This team is super inconsistent, but if they can find the consistency to have their top tier form, think of what happened to KT from spring to summer last year.
Yeah.
They are looking to be a serious contender. Whether that is actually going to happen remains to be seen.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I am curious to see Lucid on some of the meta jungler picks. Maybe he just plays Lisa in every game. That's another good look, I would say. But let's introduce our second team over here, Hamalife Esports, walking on down, not streaming on their phones. Just going to give some high fives, some basic stuff here. And yeah, they're really the one team that gives us hope that maybe we don't get Gen G T1 again. And, you know, a lot of mentions of that in the video we had introducing the teams. And we can only hope that it gets a bit more competitive at the top and that it's not just Gen G T1 every time, although some of those streaks that we have going on up there are also pretty cool to watch. But Hamalife Esports, definitely a strong team to be reckoned with. We'll have to wait and see what they have in store for us here for summer.
Last time around, in spring, they were a team that no one below could touch. There were moments, obviously, particularly at the beginning of playoffs, where they looked like they were able to step up.
Oh, it's pray and watch. Just finished his service, giving us a little salute, a little 07. And wow, you can see everybody's just crowding around, the cameras, the pictures. These guys are legends in the Korean scene. And yeah, awesome to have him down, supporting Hamalife Esports here.
Maybe we'll even have an Ashe play today. Could be fun. Actually, seen Ashe AD carry, I think, a lot stronger than it was before. Sold that a little bit in Challengers already. As Challengers, of course, has also kicked off as, yeah, pray and watch here. Just cheering on. See if that support is going to prove pivotal today.
Yeah, you mentioned the Ashe. Hopefully he doesn't shoot any arrows from the audience. So we have seen some big Prey Ashe moments in his career. And he's going to be watching that bottom lane. Definitely one of the best of his role, AD carry. And he's going to be watching one of the best currently we have here in the world in Viper. As just taking a deeper look into everybody who is on both sides. I am very curious, I feel like mostly personally, about this jungle matchup, to see them face off once again, to see how they kind of handle the current meta and what picks we're actually going to see here in the LCK, because we have seen, you know, some of the other regions and what the meta looks like in the jungle nowadays.
Big thing is that we are on 14-11. 14-10 was really where Blackfire Torch in particular was mega busted. So anything that could use it, Lilia, Brand, were extremely strong. Still think a lot of those champions will be meta, because there's also Tristana, Yone, and Corki, all of which are top tier picks in the mid lane, so it kind of works naturally. The big thing is that Peanut obviously hasn't played a carry jungle style in a very long time, but we have seen that he's extremely good at playing into it. The main example is, you know, the one game where they were down 10k against DK specifically. That was Canyon, who, as we have seen very recently, is built different when it comes to being a jungler. And for Lucid, very much in line with the rest of his team. If he can mimic the great moments that he had last split, if he can string those together consistently, I don't know if it's enough to do a Peanut, but it should be enough to at least give DK again that early game aggression that they were really, really good at finding last split. But actually closing out the game, not only against Peanut, but against Viper and Delight as well, is much easier said than done. Because when it comes to team fights, this team can match with the best in the LCK.
Yeah, they definitely can. I think that is going to be one big thing, that in terms of the 1v1 like team matchup that we have, Hamalife Esports will have a massive advantage over them. Is the team fighting, is the teamwork, the coordination. They showed that they were able to do that so many times against so many strong teams in the LCK, in playoffs for spring. But DK, you know, they looked okay at times, but then sometimes you were just left wondering, where are the comms? Like, are these guys even talking? Who's leading the team? Definitely some question marks for sure, watching DK at times at the end of spring. And I can only hope that they've taken some time. You know, they didn't have to go to MSI. They just got to sit back, practice, and try to improve on some of those weak points.
DK picking a blue side here. LCK, obviously, there's been a lot of talk about, you know, the new formats, challengers also implementing Fearless. Not here.
Not here.
We are playing good old-fashioned League of Legends as the Summer Split kicks off, Elvis.
Yeah. The LCK oftentimes kind of just doing their own thing, right? So we'll have to wait and see what the future looks like, as there has been a bunch of news recently, but it's neither here nor there, as we do have this first matchup here. We're getting into the first draft of summer. Always very exciting to see, hey, what do the Korean teams look like? What are they prioritizing in the draft? Who do they think is really strong? You know, who's first pickable, who has to be banned, and Lee Sin is going to be taken away from Lucid right from the get-go. That was the pick that he was able to make waves against Gen G with.
Lessons remains learned. One of the cool things is that while I think AP junglers currently are top tier, there's still situations where we see tank junglers, Sejuani Maokai are still there, and Xin Zhao Li will always remain relevant as well, just by the virtue. And on this patch specifically, because Black Fire Torch isn't nearly as aggressive, AP junglers are still preferred, but they're not the only way to go. Another thing is that Skarner is expected to be a must-ban on red side. That is a very, very easy first pick on blue side. You can flex it between jungle and top. It's an immovable object in lane. Insanely obnoxious to deal with in team fights as well. And I would expect that to be the final banner for Hanwha, and otherwise I'm pretty sure DK is going to swipe that one up.
Yeah, it feels like a good Kingen champion as well. He is very strong at playing those team fight, really amazing picks. Also, you think about his Ornn, right? Fantastic for laning, fantastic for team fighting. It's like the perfect Kingen pick. I think you just got to slam it here. I'm not really sure what else you would want to go for in this certain scenario, unless you really wanted to prio like an 80 carry pick for aiming or something like that. But let's see what DK thinks is the best pick to choose here in the B1 slot. It's got to be Skarner.
Yeah. Shouldn't come as a surprise. The Nidalee has been a extremely high priority champion as well ever since coming up during MSI. Canyon picking it in that TES series. Ever since, we've seen it be very often actually picked in those early rotations on red side. First up, Corki, another pick that I expect to be picked up sooner rather than later. Kalista, though, remains very relevant, as there is Peanut picking away the Nidalee here.
Yeah, I like it. And Lucid gonna go back to comfort. It is Talia and Vi alongside a Skarner.
That's
do
a
you
top
get to
side.
play the game as the enemy team if you're playing into that, is my question. I think the answer is no.
Yeah, not particularly. Really strong top side here. Vi, Talia in particular is a combination that obviously have guaranteed lockdown for the Talia. The skirmishing is insanely strong. It's really easy to make rotations, setup dives in side lane, and you have the best top laner of the current moment. So I think DK gonna feel great. Looking at the power picks though, Hanwha Life still gonna feel good. That Tristana Nidalee, in particular Tristana always has prio, allowing Nidalee to play a really aggressive game. But this is a really big deviation from the normal game plan of what we saw Hanwha Life have a lot of success with back in spring. And I think Zeka's Tristana also has been, it's been okay. But
yeah, I think
I'm willing to trust him. It's been better than the Corki.
Yeah, I think in terms of stats, we always kind of lumped it in with like the melee like assassin types, and he was always better at Tristana than, as you mentioned, the Corki or other kind of like control mage stuff. We do like Zeka on the Tristana better than other stuff. It's not quite his Yone, not quite his Akali, but definitely with the meta where it's at right now, I think it's a good pick. And Cassante immediately gets banned away. I think that's a good choice. Definitely a common response, you could say. Another one of those broken top lane picks at the moment. Corki and Renata Glask also taken off the board.
Wonder if we are looking towards like a Zeri. The problem is that obviously with Kalista, the laning phase is going to be very oppressive. It's not where the Light traditionally excels, as it will be the Zac picked up here for Doran. Pick popularized by G2 at MSI and then kind of been adopted by everyone at the tournament. Really strong into tanks. Definitely not enough to deal with Skarner and his laning pressure, but will scale up and provide a reliable front line, as the AD carry pool is wide open at this point in time as well. Jhin, I know, isn't the most popular pick, but I do think it actually works really well. This, though, I gotta say, if it ends up being the Zyra Khan, I like the Rakan part of this. I think picking away Rakan from the light, that part I'm okay with, but trying to pick Xayah into Nidalee, and Xayah in general, I think, is just not in the best of spots. It is an aim and comfort pick, and we'll see if that's enough to get them through.
Yeah, I mean, it gives him an escape if he gets himself into a weird spot.
When?
We oftentimes do.
When?
Sorry, not if, when. It does happen. Leona alongside a Kalista. That is it packs a big punch in terms of engage and in terms of a lot of CC between those two. And definitely can make some waves alongside of that. Definitely a lot of damage within that composition already with the Tristana and the Nidalee. So just adding a lot of team fighting power there with that bottom lane.
By the end of the draft, both teams have drafts. I think they can be parts that they can be very happy about and parts that beg some questions. In the case of DK, I really am looking at that Xayah. How effective is that going to be? Particularly if you end up going for Lethality Kalista. Having Lethality Kalista as well as Nidalee and trying to play Xayah, that's a bad time, right? Xayah loves it.
Yeah.
You're playing these short-range characters into her. There are parts of that. This is, of course, a front-to-back teamfight come from Hanwha, but their poke can be quite strong. And that's why I think the Rakan Skarner combo is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting for DK. For DK, that mid-jungle duo looks incredibly strong. And while I think that Nidalee Kalista, or Nidalee Tristana, rather, can be really strong if you are able to set the tempo from the get-go and start invading, start roaming, doesn't have a lot of CC, and those skirmishes can be really hard to play out well. And Peanut on a hard carry pick, we know that he's made a career for himself doing this, right? But in the last couple of years, that's not who he's been. So we'll see how it ends up working out for Hanwha.
Yeah, I do like the idea, especially playing into Lucid. Just to, get in his face, get in his jungle, not allow him to play the game and say, hey, I'm the veteran here. I'm going to run the Rift. And let's see if he can do exactly that as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1. We got all the fans back here in the stadium. It feels so real as we hop into summer 2024 with match 1, game 1. Just the first of many to come. And it's a great matchup, DK versus Hanwha Life Esports. I said before, I do think that Hanwha Life Esports kind of have the advantage in terms of play styles, but I am excited to see how DK have developed over the summer. If Lucid can be a bit more consistent, if the teamwork is there, the communication that we lacked in spring, can they put it all together here for summer?
And if you missed the pre-show, you might be wondering, why am I looking at double PTA? Lethal Tempo is gone, no longer a rune, and PTA has become kind of the premier rune for AD carries instead. No longer gives amplification to the target, so you can't use it as a support rune either, which we saw at times. Camille, for example, used that way back in the day, and that's not really a thing anymore. Instead, you get damage amplification for yourself, and it sticks around. Also does mean, most likely, that this will be the on-hit Kalista. Lethality generally still goes Hail of Blades, so not going to be the case right now. Another thing that I do think is interesting that I want to keep note of is, where are these junglers? Pathing, right now it looks both are heading towards the bottom half of the map.
We got Delight going in there, but honestly not the best trade. I think he's trying to enable Viper to also get in there and do Kalista things at level 1, but so far aiming on Kellen just fine, but trying to hit level 2 here, and Delight will be able to do that. He does take a big chunk of damage as he goes in and tries to make the best of that level 2 power spike, but doesn't amount to too much.
Yeah, I wonder if they want to set up for an early dive here, because this is some really aggressive trading by Viper and Delight. So might be looking to try and leverage the power that Nidalee has, and lo and behold, Peanut will get spotted here. And let's get the smite. Knows this is happening.
Well, let's see how it goes. Peanut's getting in there. That is the smite going the way of Lucid, and he does get out. So Peanut will get in his face. He went straight from his red side jungle to Lucid's red side jungle, red buff jungle, and he's going to make his presence known, as we expect here on the Nidalee. A lot of movements around the map as now Delight's getting in here, level 2, and even an Ignite put into Callan, just trying to keep up that pressure as much as possible.
Lucid being set behind right from the get-go. Very nicely done there by Hanwha Life. Very straightforward, right? Play around the prio that you have. Viper and the Light putting out a lot of pressure, and you're not really able to contest as Xayah Rakan early levels into Viper and the Light. Peanut gets an extra buff. Gonna find himself a small lead, and this Lucid is taking a bit of a gamble here as...
what's going on up in the top lane here? It is Zac, so he does get some regen back, but a very close trade after all, as Kingin getting in there with the shield. The top Skarner jungle debut is going to get the passive of Zac. Can he get the kill is the question. He's not even going to try for it. As a little hop comes in, that's going to force a flash from Showmaker. As both these teams, they came to play today. They're not sitting back and farming. They are getting in each other's faces.
Still a really big win here for Kingin towards the top side of the map. Proccing the passive is huge. Takes away a lot of safety from the Zek, and Doran is going to be forced to TP first. And then in mid lane, Zeka forcing out the flash from Showmaker. Gonna be big, particularly when you look at the fact that Peanut has been accelerated in this jungle matchup. Not having flash on the Taliyah means you're a lot more susceptible to getting found by these spares. And as mentioned, especially for champions like Vita, just want to get to 6 as soon as possible. Getting an early red buff is a really big win.
That's definitely very nice. As we do see some more trading up on the top side. Just going to be knocked to the wall just a bit here. Doran saying, okay, I'd love to take some trades. I am Zac after all, but we do see that Kingin is totally fine to do that as well on the Skarner. Feel a little bit bad for the production, by the way. We did see our very cool new graphic of the jungle pathing, and we were going to introduce it, and then the players just had to go ahead and fight a bunch, so we quickly had to bring that down. But I'm sure you guys will get another look at that. And speaking of which, here we go. We got another one. Jungle lane proximity. Where have they been, and where have they been near is the question.
Always love this kind of information. With junglers, as you can see there, for example, like Lucid trying to look for something, Viper and the Light, not gonna be found. Obviously, the top half of the map already being on the second clear, so you can see a little bit more heat there. One of the few downsides that you do have with Skarner is because you go Fimbulwinter, right now you're only sitting on a tier, so not the biggest of power spikes, as we do see Peanut again.
He doesn't need items.
No, he doesn't. and the payoff is also... as we all know, pretty monumental. But Doran is really struggling here in this 1v1, as very nicely done here by Hanwha Life, as expected, using the prio in bot and mid to set themselves up for an early dragon.
Yeah, that's what you like to see with the Nidalee, with the push, with the great trades from Zeka in the mid lane already, and the pushing power that he does have. So will be this early Mountain Drake going the way of Hanwha Life Esports right from the get-go. See a little push here from the DK bottom lane, and they're just going to go for a back themselves. But yeah, I mean, top lane's kind of in an interesting spot because we have seen, you know, a lot of different kind of options being opted into the Skarner. The Cassante is oftentimes answered pretty early on, but this time it got banned because they went for other strong picks with the Kalista, with the Nidalee, and the Tristana. So that gets banned away, and Doran's forced on Zac, and so far, as you mentioned, hasn't looked great for him.
I don't know if his passive is still down. Otherwise, they might look for a play towards top.
I think so.
Big thing here is that Viper and Delight have set up a free...
Oh, no. Not the face check. Not the face check, Doran. Not this time, as he is going to go into the ult. But there's 3 people here. It's first blood for Kingin. And just like that, he is dead.
Oh, Doran. Your bot side has set up a great freeze. So even if Kingin heads down towards the bot lane, you will be in a great spot. And then he just walks in. And if you have passive, then maybe you can try and find a way to play around it. You can make something happen. That's not going to be the case, as we do see here for Lucid is pathing. Obviously, he was the one getting invaded.
5 seconds in the enemy jungle, so, you know, he tried. He got in there.
So
okay.
I imagine that being in the pit for grubs, it's like he's like walking in and pulling them, and then he's walking out again.
Yeah.
Or maybe the ward that he placed. We do see, unfortunately, here for Kingin, he is not having the best of times here, and this response is a little slow here, so really nice for Hanwha, allows them to get a little bit more, but still, this was a free kill being given over to the Skarner, and the one thing that I do want to be a little bit worried about for Hanwha Life is that if Skarner gets really accelerated and starts building these hugely beefy tank items, they are going to have a tough time chewing through them. Zeka is the only one, I think, that does a decent job if he gets some acceleration.
Yeah. I mean, Skarner is so strong that, to be honest, You would need like a really quite fed 80 carry who scales really well. And to be honest, Callista, as you mentioned, it's not really that. Tristana is, but it's going to take a while. And already with this lead for King, and it's looking pretty good. Already up 1,000 gold for DK. There was that one Drake that went the way of Life Esports, and some nice aggression from them in terms of the bottom lane, and they got some plates, but that's just about it. So far, it does feel like DK are in control of this game. Is now a little bit of a roam squad coming in here onto Zeka. We already have the stun on the rocks. And Zeka with flash available as Kingen going to, oh god, he's just gonna push him away, and Zeka just walking this one off, but there's 4 people here, and everybody's gonna get in there and take him down as they finally get rid of that pesky Tristana.
Tristana notoriously slippery there. Zeka able to withstand the first punch, withstand the second punch, but then by the time Lucid comes in with the ultimate, there's no cooldowns amazing. He did press R, and that's one of the reasons why the Vi has been so high prior for so long. It's because sometimes there's just nothing that you can do. Big thing as well is that because I think Viper was really looking for a back, got cancelled earlier on, so there wasn't really a great opportunity for Humble Life to push in side lanes, because a 4-man investment towards the mid lane of the map really is something that, if you can get a punish, not necessarily going to be worth it. As you can see here, I think initially they were maybe expecting a dive to come through, because they did actually spot Lucid rather early on, and then this is where Zeka's like, oh boy. Ends up getting the flash, ends up getting the ultimate, doesn't get hit by Kellen, but the outplay there by Lucid, going in and pressing R, unfortunately can't outplay that one. Another kill for DK, so they're setting up, and let's not forget, this is what DK did a lot in spring as well, getting these mid-game leads. That we know they can do. It's about actually winning fights.
Yeah.
We'll see if that's going to be the case as we get deeper into this game.
It's going to set them up into a pretty nice spot, and to be honest, I think early on in a split, it can be really nice to just be able to get consistent early leads and just get ahead of your opponents where things might be a little bit rusty on both sides. As now we still have this pressure, but now TP coming in. Viper is in a lot of trouble as he is going to flash over the wall. He does use this barrier as well, but there's not a lot of places for him to go. He's getting poked down, and there is the knock-up as Viper will go down. Delight's going in, trying to peel for the team, but now he's got a flash out as well. And maybe he saves the rest of his team, but this is still a huge win for DK.
Meanwhile, Kingen also already rotating over. Doesn't get the Demolish proc, which always feels very bad. And Doran wasn't part of that whole sequence because he was pushing in the top lane. So at the very least, he'll be able to get a little bit in the pure 1v1. As the plate, I think, still standing as, yeah, 4 plates still up. So big win again there for DK. And even without Aiming having his ultimate available, Humble Life overstep a little bit because they did spot Peanut rather early on. And as a result, that TP from Showmaker ends up being huge.
Yeah, it does work out excellently for him. I mean, he did have to flash early in his lane. He was getting pressured a lot, but the other lanes were doing so well that they were able to roam on up and help him out. Zeka backing on a ward here, but Helen also on vision. There will be a second Drake here going to the hands of Life Esports, and you know what? Ox here on the analyst desk for day number 1. Nothing changes as we have a Chemtech Soul. The LCK remains the same with Ox in it. Such.
Already slacking. As they see King and like, you know what? I don't think we beat him, and I think that was the right call. I think let it be.
Yeah.
Lucid also is about to get his team to 6 scrubs. This isn't necessarily the type of composition where the 6 scrub is going to feel as impactful as if you would have a Camille or a TF or a Tristana in that side lane. And the one thing I do want to give Humble Life a lot of credit for is that obviously the Drakes are nice, but with this Soul you're like, eh. But the CSing and the amount of waves that have been dropped by DK in these rotations mean that the gold lead isn't actually that big. So we're still going to go in on relatively even footing. As here, it's just a nice punish as Lucid tries to get on top of Viper there, but Delight stops him from getting on top of him. But yeah, you're Callista, so you're just like on the minefield and you're like, what do I do?
What do I do?
Where do I go? And yeah, honestly, Showmaker had his ultimate there. I actually thought that maybe they were looking towards it. And I think the DK in spring would have. I don't know if it would have worked, but it seems like they have they're taking a bit of a slower
Yeah,
pace.
a little bit more restraint.
Just a bit.
You don't generally in any game, even if you do have a lead, it can be very easy to throw it if you just say, okay, we are so much stronger than them. Let's just send it essentially, and that can get you into a lot of weird, funky scenarios where you get caught out and you fall behind, and it gets very sad for you. But DK did not do that. They showed their restraint. They got the little win, and they are building on it. So definitely a nice development so far. They should know that coming into Hanwha Life Esports here for match number 1 is not going to be easy. So certainly have their head on straight here to start. Hanwha Life Esports still some work to do. I feel like Peanut, early on, definitely putting on that pressure in the jungle, but since then, not able to do too much on the Nidalee. We'll have to wait and see how this does develop.
And part of that is because there's been a lot of pressure, and I think particularly that 1-2 of Vi and Rakan, you need to play very respectful. If you ever make a misstep, as that.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, they're just going to flash on him here, and they have so much CC. Zika just flashes away, though, but aiming, getting on in there, the double knockup from the side of Showmaker, and now DK, they finally get that pesky Tristana again on top of a turret, and DK are running away with this first one. Now we got the Impale coming in, as Viper does have Showmaker on him as well. Gets knocked into the wall.
Doesn't get the back
up into the air, and this is just so sad for the Kalista in this game.
And a high speed sequence coming through from DK. First, towards the bot side. That turret is long gone. Let it go. That kill, a lot is invested by DK. I think that might, in of itself, still be manageable for Hanwha Life. But then the kill in mid as well. Kingen is like, why did you give me Skarner? Guys, we know what this champion can do, and Viper not having the best showing so far on Kalista, but you're playing Kalista into Rakan, Vi, Skarner, and Talia. Like that's not a good time.
Yeah, you don't get to play the game. As now, speaking of which, they try to rush onto the Rift Herald, and now Doran's just dead. I mean, he might go down to his passive here, but now you're down to Zac. The Zac isn't doing anything at this point in time. DK's still going to be respectful, but here comes Skarner. He's going through the wall. Can you get away from this guy? Is this going to knock the Leona into this one? Delight knows he's dead. He goes in, accepts his fate, and D plus Kia 7-0 right now, totally owning this first game.
Big thing again is that combo, the Talia with guaranteed CC is so insanely obnoxious to play into. We saw this pick become an absolute top tier priority during MSI as well, and it's again, we're seeing it here because the reality is that if you're CC'd, landing this is the easiest thing in the world. So Showmaker only needs is someone to enable him, and the entirety of his team is doing a wonderful job.
So at first he was just talking about Zac not having teleport, and then it's just talking about this fight, but curious, if you grab him, he doesn't have flash, and I will come over with the wall, is what he's saying, and Showmaker calls it, King's like, all right. And that's it. Just very nice call from Showmaker, makes the play. Kane sets it up. Showmaker knocks it down.
And now, all of a sudden, Hanwha Life, when it comes to gold, not the end of the world, but they're down 7 kills, Veldes.
Down 7 kills, they're down 4,000 gold. They're trying to make a play here for this third Drake, the Chemtech Drake. And trying to set up soul point for the team.
Look at the Scorpion. Look at the vision control here for DK as well.
Well, they do have Kingen coming in from behind. They should know he is around. They got a ward down to spot him. As now Viper with the Mega Cone making his way over. Doran has to hop away. Oh, kind of a precarious situation for Hanwha Life Esports as they have grouped up as a team. An ult sent in. Delight not going to do much, and Kingen still threatening on the backline. Now Peanut is going to be able to land this smite, but what does this fight look like as Viper not able to play the game once again? Delight is already down, and this might just be a rout. Everybody on the side of Hanwha Life Esports just trying to run away from the side of T plus Kia. Even a wall coming in from the side of Showmaker. He wants more, and he will have more as Peanut doesn't do anything. It is a clean ace that comes down 17 minutes into the game.
DK! Yeah, they lose the dragon, but I'm telling you, they do not care. Veldes. Viper doesn't get to play. Look at this. You can't collapse onto Kingen because it's Skarner. No way. Even with them knowing that he's coming, It doesn't change anything. And it's again so much work being done. I think by Kellen,
Just look at Viper
creating
the whole time.
space. I don't even like Viper's also in the grand scheme of things at this point is like 0-2 Kalista. So I don't think he's going to be the difference maker. But the problem is that once you start losing against a team with this much guaranteed initiation, where they can just chain, and playing onto them is hard because of the existence of this Taliyah as well. And you're playing into Xayah. Like, this is the situation where Xayah obviously is going to have the best time as he's done the most damage in the game, Valdez.
Yeah.
I feel like we
That's
learned
Skarner.
we
Like-
learned why Skarner should probably be Burmad.
Yeah, I feel like HLE Esports, they came into this draft and they had a vision of how it was going to look. They say, okay, we're going to give up this big prio pick. We're going to play our game. We're going to put on a ton of pressure and try to get really far ahead. Peanut's going to make a lot of waves early on, but honestly, I mean, you've got this Leona and Xayah. It's not really doing much at all, and they had some pressure, but they weren't able to capitalize on it at all. So once you kind of lose a lot of that power from what you were drafting, it just feels bad. As now Lucid is going in. He got engaged on, but he doesn't care. He wants more blood. And it's just a lackluster move from HLE Esports, who don't have a single kill yet in this first game.
Still nothing for Hanwha Life. The Drakes, yeah, there's something. But
I mean,
it doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things. Even if you end up getting the soul somehow, you're
he
going to
doesn't
be
even
at a...
flash. Like, he has
Oh, he
flashes.
knows.
There's no
Well,
point.
no, there's no way. At this point, obviously, it is going to have to be a colossal and consecutive sequences of mistake from DK to lose control of this game. Right? You're up almost 9k gold. You have multiple Fed carries, incredible front line. As we take a look here, Lucid has faith in the rest of his team to come in. This Taliyah wall, level 2 on the ultimate. Showmaker flashing, and it's the cohesion on DK that I think is really impressive. And we talked a lot about Showmaker coming in, talked a lot about Lucid coming in, and I think Showmaker in particular is having a classic Showmaker game.
Yeah.
In his impact on the map. But I also got to give hats off to Kellen. I think Kellen has obviously been one of the most criticized parts of this roster, I think for very good reason as well. But his Rakan this time around has been everywhere where he needs to be, and it's making the game very hard to play for HLE Life. I wouldn't be surprised if DK is going to start up this Nash sometime soon and force HLE Life to either hard commit to a 5v5, which they shouldn't win. Yep, that'll do it.
Remember how the laning phase went too. I mean, Zeka looked like he was in a pretty comfortable spot. He was ahead about 20 CS. He got the flash away from the Taliyah. Things were looking okay, but unfortunately the rest of the team did nothing, and then he just got caught out a couple of times, and now he's just irrelevant. Like, he doesn't exist in this game. I forgot that Tristana was even picked. And now, I mean, what can you do? Down 10,000 gold, 21 minutes in. So we see a nice little item graph here of item value and see what they have picked up. Chronicler's already writing his POG vote. this game is over. You know.
Realistically, Valdez. So if
it's the way it is.
If the Nidalee was on the other team, then we could talk. But this time around, again, a lot of this comes down to the fact that what normally I think would be the HLE Life comeback win conditions, which is still a ton of team fighting power. You're playing into Taliyah and Xayah. Like, if they have their hands on the keyboards, you should not be able to get through them.
Again, like I said before, I think the only way they get through it is if they get a very nice early lead.
Yeah.
But everything just fell apart so quickly early on that if you don't get the lead, this draft just falls flat on its face into what DK have. So, ooh, that was close. The Light's going to walk it off. Doesn't seem to care. Still has that opposition up, and they're not going to ult onto him, so good call as well, showing some more restraint from D plus Kia, even up this far.
Oh, you know King's going to solo this dragon. As Lucid will be in the area just to ensure that it won't get stolen away.
Wait, we got like more graphics here?
Oh, yeah.
The gold board?
No.
Okay, so there's 275.
So what I'm wondering is, what is that the kill goal for Hanwha?
Wait, but they have 0 kills.
Yeah.
Huh, interesting. Anyway, Zeka, he is going to get stunned up here, and you know that Showmaker, he wants more. He's having the game of his life, and Viper is just so sad in this game. He never got to play for even a single second. The Light's already laughing
They
on
know.
the camera. They know.
They know this game is over. For Hanwha Life, you're going to be able to play on blue side. You're probably going to think twice about leaving open Skarner for the rest of the series, and I don't think this is going to throw them off too much. But this first game, DK coming out swinging here in the first game of Summer.
Yeah. I mean, we can watch this again.
We're watching a replay, guys. They're like, what is it, 13k gold up?
Did Zeka dodge that, or was he charmed the opposite way from the seismic shove? That's like the one thing I'm curious about in this play, because the actual kills, you know, we kind of know where we're at right now. D plus Key are just kind of bopping them over the head with a giant sledgehammer. And, yeah, they get the kills, they get the Baron, 24 minutes in. Don't need a Zyra jungle in this case, as now, oh god, Showmaker just flashing on in, gonna take down Viper as well. He's gonna be gone, and maybe D plus Key just try to end it here. I mean, they are so far ahead, they have the power, and Kingan's not even there. Doesn't have TP, he's just bullying Doran in the bottom lane, as he has been all game. Oh, well, that feels bad. All right, Delight. Okay, come on.
Delight.
It's over.
He got on top of Showmaker.
Nice try, nice try.
It doesn't matter, but he did it. He did it, Valdez.
Good combo, nice effort. Kingan is still chasing him. What is happening? Okay, did they go too far? Zeka is full health. The flash on in mid-ultimate, and the knockup comes in. And that'll put the nail in the coffin on this game. I mean, as another knockup is going to come in, Doran flashing on in, does knock them together, but a double knockup comes in now.
Got a kill!
And Skarner just got here, as yes, they did get the kill onto the support who has Warmogs. Okay, the game is finally over. 22 kills to 1. D plus Kia come in and smash Hanwha Life Esports in game number 1.
DK coming in. Showmaker said, we are a different team. And I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to show you. And in this game 1, I'm convinced. I don't know.
They showed us.
I don't know if they're going to win the series. Obviously, Hanwha Life, they're going to go to blue side. They're going to have a pretty obvious set of adaptations.
Skarner will be the first ban on red.
Pretty obvious set of adaptations to make. But I do think it's noteworthy. DK wasn't able to take games off of Hanwha Life in spring. So this is the first win that they've had against them this year. And it is a win that team, because of the team comps, it was always going to be very snowbally, I think, one way or another. If Nidalee Tristana comp gets ahead, right? If Trist in the side lane, Nidalee is just throwing spears. That would be huge, but unfortunately for Hanwha Life, this first game, not the debut you want when Peanut actually ends up doing the most damage.
Yeah, he had
on
some
his
spears,
team.
I guess. Yeah, at the end of the day, in League of Legends, crowd control remains king. And if you don't fall far behind, you are going to win with it. And they got quite a lot in this game. We'll have to wait and see what game number 2 looks like in the draft and in the play, but Showmaker has let the show begin. And he'll probably be picking up the POG for this first one. But guys, we are done here for game number 1. We're going to take a break and have the space with Degon, Ox, and Huni to break down that first one.
형 공풀 되는데 한번.
오케이.
하자.
여기까지만 하냐?
나 여기까지만 한데 이거.
아니 그만.
갈피야 자크 개피야.
아니야 얘들아 그만.
아 봐줘. 동동. 아 칼리 먹게. 칼리. 죽여. 칼리. 야 자크.
아까 잡았어.
근데
가자.
할수 있었는데. 아왜? 근데 이랬는데?
어때? 형이야.
알아. 야 하나만. 왜 이렇게 잘하냐?
형이야.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space after the shellacking that was the game number 1, the first game of the LCK D Plus, destroying Hanwha Life Esports. And we had a guy on the space earlier say that Mao thought that aiming was a better bot laner than Viper, and then he made fun of him. That person was Ox. Ox, you got some explaining to do.
It's one game, man. I feel like if anyone is going to apologize, I think that needs to be Hanwha Life Esports, because that was the worst draft I've seen in summer 2024 from the LCK, which is only one game, but it was really bad.
It might hold up, too.
Yeah, I mean, the Skarner pick was left open, really strong, obviously, and then they end up with this Kalista Nidalee, both, these picks that are pretty mobile, pretty squishy, and they lock in the Vi to Leah. And it's like, how are they supposed to play the game? How is Nidalee supposed to function if you just get locked down into the full combo? Kalista, it's already a nightmare scenario. And then they end up with like the Zac Nidalee top side, which is, I really have no idea what they were trying to achieve. If they wanted to get perfect gamed, well, they nearly did.
Yeah, I mean, if I really have to understand like what HLE was trying to provide from the draft, it's like they bring the like really strong mid lane phases, which is like the Tristan was hard gapping the enemy mid lane and all permanent, and also in the bottom, like Kalista Leona had a full control from there. They will be able to actually taking up the Drake like really, really early. But the thing is, like, in order to do like actually finish the Drake soul, you can't make a mistake like while it's actually happening at the around 10-minute ish. We'll be able to see it with the highlight, but the thing is, like, they're just dying like without any reason. Like it has to be more delicate. If you make a mistake with the Tristan mid, jungle Nidalee, and AD carrying Kalista against this opponent champion, you're not gonna have a good time.
It's like a double whammy. I feel like comps that have like a Kalista or a Nidalee kind of feel like you make a mistake and you just lose both of them. It's like you're doubling down.
Oh, definitely. And as much as they were on Soul Point, that was the only saving grace of, 18-0 before they get their first kill. And the Leona pick at the end just kind of felt like, how do we set up the Nidalee? Okay, yeah, let's get Leona, because across the map didn't look too great. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. In the mid lane, Zeka getting popping off earlier.
Yeah, and we focused on the negatives of Hanwha Life Esports draft, but I really want to focus on the positives of D+. The team play in this game, setting up, making attacks on mid lane initially, and this advantage they were able to get gave Showmaker the freedom to move.
I mean, it's just like, I feel like the disrespect from HLE, because since they're all winning like really, really hard from the lane phase. Before, like, I think it was really great to shout out to like the D+ Kia. They were losing bottom, and then they decide to lane swap on top side, and then they actually opens up the window, making this type of the play. They went bottom, they went mid, and they come back to bottom. I think they're just like the synergize between the bottom and jungle and mid were much better in this game.
And you can see Showmaker was actually calling for this play when he made the move down bot. Once you have that freedom on a pick like Talia, you just take over the map and you just compound those advantages, and it really snowballed fast.
Yeah, in the Viper replay there, you got to see Viper just walk back and forth for, it was about 5 times, I think, before finally just getting popped. Not a lot to do there because D+ was so dominant. Let's look at the second replay that we have here in terms of the Drake fight at the bottom side of the map.
Well, I mean, here's already the setups. Like, it's really bad. Like, you have to understand, like, from the HLE side, like, they are so desperate for the Drake. Like, you see, like, they're so separate. Like, they can't actually fight. The order to their fight for them to be able to, like, the best way is, like, just starting to Leona CC and landing on the spear and trying to burst the one guy with a Zac jump. But nothing really worked because all the champions, the other side of the D+ Kia provider is like, they're super good at disengaging, and you can't really actually burn any one champion. It's just like Skarner is already there at the front lane. It's just point CC, just into the Talia E. There's so many things that you just don't even have to care about their engaging stuff.
There's so much lockdown, there's so much ability just to pick a target, kill a target, and you could see D+ in that fight specifically, it didn't feel like they came out of second gear. They were just completely in control and knew even if the dragon went over, they were winning the fight and the game.
And as much as it was Soul Point, it was still a Chemtech Drake, so blame Ox for that one. Let's take a look at the player of the game. So many different choices here for D+, but let's give it to Showmaker. You saw in the video earlier, got everyone on the same page to do his famed pose and popped off here in the mid lane. 11-0-7, lots of damage.
I mean, I think it's really, really great play, like just the TP on the bottom first. I mean, he definitely had a suffer. Lane phase is 1v1 against Zeka early on, but it doesn't really matter because he didn't actually make a massive mistake. It's just the lane phase, and I think like I think really good. I would like to shout out just helping the teammate on the top or bottom were just extremely well timed.
Yeah, I feel like he really just took over the map when he was given that bit of advantage, setting up the play with his team. He really just made his presence known everywhere and was able to snowball into this point where even though they'd had this initially losing bot lane, it quickly fell apart and he just completely took over.
This is cool. We finally get to do the votes. I get to watch this all the time on Twitch chat. Ha, media, left media. But there are no wrong votes here, right?
I mean, it's I'll just give it to Showmaker, 99 out of 100, I'll say.
Yeah, I think the Rakan's fair. I think he had a pretty good game as well. I like sometimes you have like the honorary throughout. Like we know it's going to be Showmaker, but you want to give a mention to like, oh, this person had a good game too.
All right, well, Hanwha going to the blue side, no subs. Time to get us back into the action with game number 2. Let's send it back on over to Chronicler and Valdezi.
Yes, Valdezi here. Thank you, Degon, Ox, and Hootie for that wonderful breakdown. Chronicler, you actually said, Kellen would be kind of the hipster vote.
Which I think it
I'm
is.
surprised you didn't vote for Lucid, though. That is your favorite person to vote on DK.
It is, but I need to build a little bit of credibility before I can then ruin it myself.
Throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, no, I need to build up to that.
Yeah.
I have been known every now and then to have a POG vote that even I, sometimes in hindsight, I'm like, man, good job. Now I stand by that, and sometimes 2 days later, I'm like,
yeah.
no.
Sometimes you got to channel your inner media. That's just fine. We did have one guy on media voting for Lucid anyway.
He heard
for
me.
his great R's.
He heard my
assault and battery.
Credit where credit is due. I do think Lucid had a good game. He was in the right places at the right time, but he wasn't.
Sure.
He wasn't the main character. It was Showmaker, and Kellen I think is a cool hipster vote if you like throwing those out. Now DK.
No.
I am sure. No, they will. They will.
Ban Skarner, please.
They will know. They will be very aware of what just happened to them. I think the Maokai ban was also completely fine.
Look at this. I mean, you already banned Lee Sin in the last game, and he's like, okay, I'll just play Vi. So HLE Esports' response is say, okay, we'll ban Lee Sin and Vi. Because, I mean, they are on the blue side. They have some extra bans, but, like,
yeah.
Okay. A lot of respect shown for the couple of big picks from Lucid. Now, Maokai is also going to be taken away from Peanut once again.
Yeah, I love the Vi ban because I also think the Vi makes the Taliyah even more absurd. We saw that combo come out a ton in that game. There was a reason why this was also one of the best mid-jungle 2v2 duos that we had at MSI. There can only be one answer.
Yeah.
I know playing into Ashe is obnoxious. I know it's not going to be the best of feelings. But we saw what happened last game. And DK are just saying, it's fine. We can just play on blue side in game 3. As the Skarner does get locked in here for Doran. Now, Doran did have a pretty... I know.
It's so questionable
I know.
because you just threw Doran into a really rough spot. Now, okay, DK, I think the one way you can kind of salvage this is if you pick Asante in the first 3, and then kind of you have your own big OP tanky guy who does an insane amount of damage as well on the top side. But still, it's very questionable. I mean, Doran struggled a lot into this matchup, and you're essentially just giving him the underhanded softball throw by giving him the Skarner here. But, fair enough. Peanuts in Italy is scary, and they're going to take it away. So Viego also going to be picked here from DK. So the third pick on the list of Lucid, alongside of Corki, which did get banned in the second phase last game. Ashe still available, and they're just going to give that over to HLE Esports anyway.
It is remarkable that with how strong AP junglers are generally considered on this patch, that we do actually see the Viego come out as opposed to a pairing. Now, if we look at what has been the most played champions of Lucid specifically, it does lean very AD heavy. There's some tanks which obviously he's not nearly as strong on, but he isn't really the guy to play things like in Italy. He has in his career, he's 0-3. So as good as he is on these AD skirmishers, AP junglers not necessarily quite up his alley unless you want to go towards the Diana, but that isn't really a top tier pick at this point in time. So that'll be interesting for HLE. I think they're going to be feeling great with what they have so far. A lot of power picks already picked up here for them. And for DK, we'll have to see how they kind of round out. Because if you don't end up picking an AD carry here, Oh, actually, yeah. No, good point. We saw this last game as well. Humble Life banned the Corki, even though a mid laner was already locked in, because you can flex him to AD as well. And Syndra into Talia feels great regardless.
Or TF.
TF for Kingen, I think, works as well. This is the one pick that we do see picked in the Skarner that actually has a decent time, and it was also banned last time around by DK when they did go for the B1.
Yeah, it was left available, and DK will say, okay, we'll pick it here in this case. And, you know, already a decent amount of pick potential with the TF and the Viego. Doesn't feel quite as oppressive as the insane amount of CC that Humble Life Esports already have with their 3 picks. But can be nice, especially from ahead, for target acquisition to allow that Corki to blow people up. Jax is going to be banned here, as they do not want to see that in the jungle against the Viego.
It could also be a flex, right? The Skarner could also be flexed in the jungle,
True.
and you're playing into Jax, which is one of the few matchups where the TF can really struggle.
Seems like a good ban overall. The LeBlanc here
Yeah.
going to be taken away from Showmaker.
Like, what else would you look towards here? Ahri is another pick that the Ahri Viego is a classic combo. There is, of course, Lissandra, but she's not necessarily in the best of spots at the moment, so I don't think we're going to go that deep into the champion pool. And of course, you can also still play Corki mid, but I do think that DK are going to be looking to have that in the bottom lane instead.
Ziggs banned away. We have seen this here and there. Saw it a bit in the LPL. Ziggs Leona, pretty nice lane for lockdown and allowing Ziggs to do what he can. But is going to be denied here from aiming as Azir. This guy has been in every meta, it feels like, and he will be here once again today.
Talia Azir going to be the mid lane matchup here. Nothing that we haven't seen before. Wonder if Showmaker is going to end up going for the tank build, because they do lack frontline as of right now. Obviously, the Leona is still available, so Kalin could go that way, but Kalin, his strengths hasn't been the engage supports. I think his enchanters generally look a lot more consistent. So it will be the Kha'Zix to come through here for Peanut into Lucid his Viego.
Yeah, definitely another pick that can get the snowball rolling if you do want to find an isolated target in the enemy jungle. Namely, Lucid trying to make that impact once again here. Was denied as Nidalee, but going to try it on the Kha'Zix. As we do have the Leona pulled out here from Kellen. So we'll see how this works out for him. The Corki and Leona lane down on the bottom side to deal with Ashe and Alistar.
I really like Ashe as an AD carry on this patch. I think she's very strong as a sustained damage threat. One of the things to note, though, is that because you will be going for, you know, normal AD items, your arrows is going to be at a much higher cooldown than it would otherwise be. We've gotten very used to just seeing support Ashe who can just keep throwing out arrows. I think Alistar is solid engage, but I think Alistar alone can sometimes struggle in that if he goes his engage alone might not be enough. So a lot of pressure is going to be on Doran for that. The Skarner actually being in this game again, though, after that game number 1, I think is definitely a big surprise. And Doran had a really rough game 1. He's going to be looking to try and recuperate. As for DK,
he's put on the training wheels, you know. He's like, all right, well, I couldn't handle the Zac versus Skarner. Just get me the Skarner. And honestly, I mean, any top laner would like the situation, not just Doran after game 1. So, going to be feeling pretty good about his position there. It's not quite, I mean, it's still a hefty helping of CC, but with no Vine, that combo potentially not as bad as game 1. As a lot of damage here, a lot of pick potential on the side of D plus Kia. We'll see if they can get that ball rolling for them as we are ready to hop onto the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Fans are out here in force for day number 1 of the LCK Summer 2024. Game 2 here in this first match. And the first game was a stomp. If you guys missed it, you're tuning in late. and you're coming in here for game 2. You missed D plus Kia, surprising a lot of us predictors going for Home Life Esports. Not Chronicler, who was the genius on our list.
Don't do that to
Was
Valdes.
incredibly intelligent to go ahead and select D plus Kia. But that was just game 1, and we play best of 3s here. So see how game 2 does go.
I do remember back when he was on Gen G, every now and then, Peanut would also pick Kazakhs, and he would never look like he really did a whole lot, and then he would win, right? And because of that, I want you. So Peanut's played approximately, around 950 games of competitive. 25 of those were Kazakhs games. How high do you think his win rate on this champion is?
I mean, he played it on teams that won a lot, so it might not have anything to do with his Kazakhs.
Sure.
And based on what you just said, you know, where he would not do much and then win anyway, I'm going to say a solid 61%.
88.
88?
88, Valdes! I have...
88?
I remember him playing Kazakhs a decent amount, like, over the course of the 2 years on Gen G.
Yeah.
And I could never be like, oh man, Peanut 1v9 the game. And then every time I look, his record on the pick is absolutely impeccable. It's crazy. I don't understand it. 88% over 25 games on the Kazakhs. We'll see. The Kazakhs obviously ended up being a really cool pick that surprised many of us in the playoffs for LCK. When it was brought up by Canyon in Game 4 of the T1 Gen G Finals. Ended up being a very pivotal momentum swing.
Hey, guess what? Peanut did his red buff jungle, and now he's looking to invade.
This time, though, there aren't wards. Last time, DK was very aware of this happening. This time, that won't be the case. As he's trying to... Nope.
But he's going to start up the red buff here, and now Lucid is going to see this. As now, just going to get jumped on. Lucid not going to be hit by that W.
Oh.
Going to help keep him a bit healthy, as this will come down to a smite fight, but it does go the way of Peanut this time. Even with vision here for Lucid, not quite able to match the burst from the Q and the smite of the Kazakhs.
Yeah, realistically, Peanut should always get that. We saw there, and this is the benefit of having 2 pushing lanes. Nicely done by Doran and Zeka. Very far up as... That's not DK Ghost.
Yeah.
That's BBQ Ghost against Samsung
It's Budget Ghost. Yeah, that was also 2017. Where, Ruler was a world champion. Yeah, definitely...
Doran. He
now,
took the turret shots!
Now, what in the hell is going on here? And he's just going to run away.
Yeah, but his wave state is...
No, it's terrible. I mean, it seems like... No, I don't have anything. I don't know.
It's fine. I'll push back into him. It's okay. It's fine. It's Connor. He's just showing us how good the pick is. That was a little dicey.
What if, he's like so tilted from game 1 that he's like, you know what? I'm going to show everybody why this should not be allowed.
No. But, that's a good point, actually. Because one of the things with Doran that I, even for all his inconsistencies, have always given him a lot of credit for, is that he is notoriously able to bounce back from like a bad game to then having one of the Doran games where he just takes over and just completely 1v9s.
Yeah.
This one, the beginning of this, not giving me a whole lot of faith. As, Ellen will get spotted.
Yeah. Zeka's in a good spot anyway, so Scanner's going to come down. Stellite just trying to push aiming away from this wave. Yeah, I'm not saying that he's definitely tilted. I'm just making jokes.
No, I know. Well, and, he did take 2 turret shots. So
you never know, I guess. The spot lane is looking just fine. There's a big wave pushing in, so aiming should be able to catch up. And should be... Actually, if he gets all of these, he might be ahead by 1. Not quite, actually. Maybe a bit behind by 1. Top lane still going the way that we expect it to. Kangan keeping his distance, takes a bit of harass from rocks and stuff like that, but then Doran takes a bit of his own.
Big thing here is that because Kingan is TF, went for Ghost and Flash, so doesn't have TP available. So even though he got a really nice advantage with forcing Doran's teleport because Doran took turret shots, he doesn't actually get to capitalize on that, doesn't get a free back. So instead, he's going to stay in this lane and probably use his first ultimate to head towards. One of the things we haven't talked about yet that I do think can be a problem with the Kazakhs specifically is that TF's ultimate is really obnoxious for you to play into in mid to late game team fights, where I think Kazakhs normally obviously is an assassin that skills super well, as we do have a play here.
Zeka does have flash, but he's just being CC'd to death. I don't think he's even going to use it. And down he goes. Kellen will get first blood, unfortunately, for DK, but it's still a win to take him down. A flash coming down here. Peanut has to get away. Kingen thinking about getting on in there. He's going to flash forward with the gold card. And the follow-up comes in from Kellen. And that will barely be enough, although this is Skarner in the top lane. So, yeah, goodbye, Lucid. Skarner just doing Skarner things. DK very flashy with their play, and still a big win for them.
Still a big win for DK, as you say, Valdez. Bit of a miscommunication there. Lucid was already backing off, because I actually thought that Kingen was going to flash.
Yeah.
And then Lucid backed off. I'm like, okay, they're not. And then they really committed. I'm not 100% sure if it ends up being worth it, because you do invest a lot of summoners here. Just getting the kill onto Zeka, I think, alone would have been big. The kill going over to Kingen is great, though.
How about that kill going to Kellen?
Yeah, that one you're not feeling too hot about.
First blood as well.
And there we saw a little bit of a miscommunication between Kingen and Lucid specifically. I do want to give credit, though, again, for Kellen. Being very active on this map. First gets the play towards Zeka, as we do have Kingen maybe in some trouble here. Pretty low on mana is Doran, but...
Oh boy, here we go again. Flash knocked into the wall, and Peanuts right there, able to close the distance incredibly fast on that Kazakhs. Some trading here in mid, but yeah, at least Hama Life Esports able to trade back here early on and not sit on 0 kills for the entirety of the early game, as we saw in game number 1. And now Peanut is going to be able to roll that into some Void Grubs.
Also no cross map available, because Lucid would love to go for a dragon here. As there we see. A very nice job by the observers. It's just timed out in that moment, the ward. So he's not really expecting it, doesn't see it coming, and then at this point, it's like, yeah, I can flash, but we all know that's not going to change anything. Kill not going to Showmaker or Lucid is actually big. And then here, we have flash for flash being traded. Thought that's the end of it. Lucid clearly wants to go for the grub, but Kingen and Kellen have different plans. And then, unfortunately for Lucid, he's the one that steps up and promptly gets impaled, ends up dying, obviously not able to make his way back. And then here, the impale, you might be looking at that and going, should he really be able to kind of impale people that are, you know, just in his general vicinity instead of just in front of him? And I would say no. I know it's not the actual impale, but, you know, is he?
Yeah.
But that's how it works.
He does need, you know, he is kind of a newly revamped champ, so I think he does need like at least 7 or 8 ways to CC the enemies.
Fair enough.
Honestly, like,
does he die here? I don't know if he does.
I don't think so. But let's see. He's gonna get stunned up mid dash, and now he doesn't have his flash, and he will in fact go down. So all of us crying about the Skarner, it's still going to be a 2v1 and a nice gank that does come in, and DK very proactive here in this early game, and they're getting some big wins from it.
Even with the Mercs, the combined damage of Kingen and Lucid is still going to be enough. Lucid also using his ultimate to make sure he doesn't get impaled. No opportunity for Doran to turn that play around. That alone means that DK is now maintaining that about 1k gold lead, aiming going. One of the cool things about Corki is that I feel like I've seen basically everything being built on him throughout. I've seen Triforces.
Yeah.
This is a just straight up lethality build. We've seen Collector first as well. This is obviously the opportunity. As we take another look at this, so start off, a lot of damage to come through, then get the interrupt here, does lose it, and then just ensures that he doesn't get impaled and play doesn't get turned around on him. Obviously, even if you do get the impale, I don't know if that's enough. But at the very least, it ensures that if there was someone else there, he wouldn't get taken down.
It's a pretty good point. It's nice to see that interaction between Viego and Skarner.
I'd for some sums here.
Well, I did see him.
Yeah, I mean, they should
coming down.
Realistically, yeah, there's Hawkshot used. They should realistically be dying, as Lucid might be in some trouble. Zeka and Peanut will be spotted here.
Yeah, just getting a little bit spicy down on the bottom side of the map. We do have TPs coming in from Showmaker, trying to get in position. Now, Ward is going to spot Kingen, who was on a little bit of a walk down, just in case things got a little bit more spicy, but doesn't amount to too much. clearing out a lot of vision here is C plus Kia. In fact, they got a couple of scanners. The support in jungle going to clear out the majority of the vision here on this dragon, and they will be able to prioritize this and take this down. Humble Life Esports not going to try to fight for this one.
First Drake being taken at 11 minutes. Pretty slow. Is, I think, decently costly. Showmaker ensuring that he can actually get this, means that the wave will be pushed into the turret. And King is also going to have to sack his wave. As they read the play, Zeka was maybe looking for a roam towards the top side. So Doran gets the crash. Kingen will be denied a decent amount of CS.
Yeah.
Just making sure that the light doesn't get too easy of a back off.
It's true, though. I mean, we've seen, though, in the past, a lot of top laners just not respect, you know, like the pressure on the map and say, hey, my entire team is doing the dragon. Maybe I shouldn't step up to this turret. Is a good read from Kingen. And even though he does lose some CS, as you mentioned, some farm, this is the better alternative to be able to just back away and not die. And we'll hold on to at least 3 plates for now. Viper does throw an ult into Aiming, who does promptly just cleanse it. Cleanse very high value into this. As now, trying to get in onto Skarner, they will force the flash out of Doran, who will respect it. Doesn't have a lot of pressure from his team, rather, on the top side of the map.
This is very reminiscent of what happened in the last game, where DK is very happy to drop waves to ensure that they either get... In that game, was a lot of kills and rotations. This time around, it's the Grubs as well as the Summoners. I do think Grubs have higher value now that you have a TF on your team. Even Showmaker, you know, in the side lane can actually get through turrets pretty quickly. But it does mean that Aiming is going to have to sack the wave here. And you can see that vision towards the bottom side of the map, fully in control of Hanwha Life. And even with Doran not having flash, that is still an excruciatingly hard target to dive, so I don't think there's a lot of opportunity there. With Kellen being in the vicinity, Aiming should be fine, and we also see the bot lane of Hanwha Life rather opting into the back right now. As first item spikes about to be done for everyone here across the board, and a much more even game than game number 1, which is good. That was a bit much.
It was fun. It was fiery. I mean, I liked the energy that came out for the first game.
For first game?
Of the split, yeah.
Sure.
By the way, we got the update. Not only was Chronicler the only one to predict D plus Kia on our side, but nobody predicted D plus Kia on the Korean side either. So you are the sole predictor of D plus Kia.
I mean, they can,
out of all the talents.
They can still lose the series. Like, I haven't...
Did you read the script?
No. I actually, because I mentioned at the beginning, because Orcs was doing a little bit of slander, and I
mean, it's Orcs, so...
It is Orcs. That is what he does. So I think that especially the early weeks of a season after a big patch can always be a bit back and forth. And I also was both cautiously optimistic of DK being able to adapt to the carry jungle meta, which hasn't really been the case, right? Lucid's mostly been playing stuff he's been playing before as well. But then also, not really sure if Hanwha could adapt to that. Right now...
I mean, the Impale's going to come in here. This is a bit risky into the Skarner as Lucid, yeah, he's going to have to flash away from that one. We have a stun coming down here with the arrow hitting Kellen. That was sent from mid. Decent amount of damage done into Doran, all things considered, but now Lucid is down a flash.
Big win for Hanwha Life. Able to get the Summoner out of the Viego. Going to take away a lot of his offensive pressure with that W. The initiation is still good here for DK. And they do have a comp that is somewhat reminiscent in that if you get CC'd by Kingen or Kellen, the follow-up is really good. And the DK comp obviously stands or falls by finding an initial pick and then going from there, getting the resets for your Viego. Whereas for Hanwha Life, you're going to be looking to utilize the strong front line of Doran and Delight, and then Zeka and Viper will be dealing all the damage in that one. And we haven't seen any 5v5s yet, and that's where I do expect Hanwha Life to take over the way that they did very often in spring as well. They're not necessarily the most proactive team, but if they get to team fights on not, what was it, like a 4 or 5k gold when we saw the first 5v5 in quotation marks last time around, they should be doing pretty solid, as we might have a scuffle here for Herald.
Even for the Scuttle Crowd, but Peanut not messing around with that. He will smite it down. And the Rift Herald is being eyed menacingly by Hanwha Life Esports.
Most sums up. Lucid doesn't have his flash. Doran will have his available shortly, but outside of that, A lot of cooldowns available here. I wonder, does DK actually want to go for it? Looks like they might instead just opt to shove. Maybe set up some priority surrounding the Drake as well. Who's going to give over the Herald to Hanwha.
Well, they know that the Soul will be Chemtech with Ox on the desk.
Of course.
We'll see if they do prio that. As aiming, nice little dodge there. He still has his cleanse, but in a bit of trouble. He's going to cleanse the stun from dashing over the rocks. And that does save him in this case, so that's very important that he dodged the arrow, otherwise he wouldn't have the cleanse for the rocks and he would have died.
As we do see Humble Life turning that play, even though they don't get the kill on aiming, into an immediate win, get the first turret blood here. Showmaker will be able to answer, but that is going to be it as the rotation. Herald coming through to set up a dragon here. I do think DK want to try and play for this though. They have a decent amount of vision and they have TF, so can take control back, but not going to do it, not going to risk it. Going to use the gold that they got from the turret instead.
And it's a Mountain Soul, actually, this time around, so not going to be Chemtech. And both these teams have one Drake apiece, so we'll be fighting over those individual Mountain Drakes, you would imagine.
I hope we get spared Skarner with Mountain Soul.
Why? That sounds great. He's
No.
going to scale really, really nicely with all of those Mountain Drakes.
I don't want that Velvet. You don't want. I know you don't want that either.
It's going to get really big, and he's going to stun people for 8 hours.
Yeah.
And never die. True. It seems like fun to me.
Challengers was ahead of the curve on this one. They just banned it every single game, man. I cost like
Imagine
12
that.
games, and in 12 games, you know how many Skarner? I'm pretty sure I saw 0. I'm pretty sure it was banned every single time.
Yeah.
But it's the early season. We're taking risks, you know. Maybe it's fine. Maybe we can just leave it open and deal with it.
I think that it always starts out this way with an OP pick, and teams are like, okay, we can deal with this. We prepared for this. We don't want to use all of our draft bucks on just banning it every time because that's also going to put us behind. So let's find an answer ourselves.
It's a rough economy, Val. That's can't spend those draft bucks.
A lot of draft bucks, and generally what happens is the pick wins a lot until eventually they do figure it out, and also generally some small iterations of patches come in and it gets chipped down a little bit, and eventually, you know, Skarner maybe in 5 or 6 patches will be obsolete. Or maybe he'll be like Cassante and he'll be here every single day for the rest of time.
We made it through
Eternity.
Aatrox being bad for like 2 years. I'm sure we can deal with Skarner collectively. At least he builds tank items.
He does, yeah.
That's
good.
something.
Okay, dashing in here, trying to get that assassination on the Viper, but he's met with a arrow to the face. Viper will just look them in the face as they do run away. Showmaker, meanwhile, pushing on the top side. We do have Doran on the bottom side of the map, but could see some action here. Peanut, obviously a lot of vision control. This is kind of what the Kha'Zix is used for with that first item, just clearing out all the wards. He's also got the scanner. He's also very fast with the brushes. As aiming has found Delight, and he has found a TP coming in here, and he has found his own death. So nice little capitalization. Delight hanging out in the jungle, and we'll take him down, as now Kellen might be in a bit of trouble as well. We have the flash of the Impale, and he will be able to get away.
Very telling that Lucid's just
For
like,
now.
I'm completing my back. I don't want to be part of this. As, can they get reinforcements over? I think with Lucid there, they shouldn't try and dive this. Don't want to run the risk with these ultimates available. So not going to be the case, but very nicely done there by Hanwha Life, getting an exit kill. Delight finding his way around and aiming, unfortunately, not seeing the hidden cow coming, which does happen.
I mean, he must have been in that brush for quite a while.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how he snuck in there, to be honest. It was either from the mid lane being pushed up or the top lane being pushed up.
So,
because there were wards in the other brushes.
It's a win for Hanwha Life. They do invest a teleport though, and there was no objective, so just getting the kill, I think is debatable if that alone is worth investing that summoner, but we'll see if DK is able to leverage the silent pressure. They should have with this TF in a way that actually punishes the lack of teleports. The light goes in again.
This is a Leona though, and Kellen's totally fine to go for that one. The ult comes out, the arrow is going to miss. Kellen, or rather King in the front line, is just going to throw a gold card into Peanut and back away. Big skirmish here over the blue buff, which does go the way of D+Kia.
Get the summoner out of Zeka. We'll take that as...
It's Garner. He's going to flash away.
Yeah, there were 5 people there for him. Zeka doesn't have ults, and Peanut was like still around the corner. Maybe could have turned it around, but I don't think he wanted to run the risk. There's also no ults on Viper and Delight, so I think they'd rather play it safe as opposed to feeling sorry for themselves if the play doesn't end up working out. And most importantly, 40 seconds. This is going to be a really big fight, because if either team gets a decisive win, might even be able to turn it into not only a Drake, but a Baron as well. So both the two teams going to be trying and look for getting that dragon. And looking at the spikes, we have Fimbulwinter, Sunfire, we have Eclipse done for Peanut as well. Aiming sitting on double.
Light in a very awkward spot here. I mean, he's just by himself trying to get vision or something. Nearly dies, has to flash away. Didn't have his Unbreakable Will at that moment in time, so no flash on that one, as now Showmaker has to flash himself away from the Impale, but now that's not going to be available here for this Drake, and now D plus Kia should be able to take it down. HLE Esports say, never mind. That was weird. Let's just not do anything after that.
Not going to be getting a fight here. As their arrow is going to come in, but I don't think they're actually looking. As Zeka instead just using his free grubs to push here towards the top side of the map. But with that, summoners are being traded, right? Doran has to flash, Zeka has to flash a little bit in the layup to the play, and then Showmaker also not wanting to get impaled. Probably a good call on that one. Is Lucid. They know they are not going to get caught by this again. I don't think they can really do anything about it though, besides waste a little bit of time here for HLE.
Yeah, seems like HLE did not know that they were spotted, but with the scanner coming in and now a ward from Callum, they definitely know they're spotted, and they will just back out of here. Ian still doing the split pushing, and Delight is still hiding in the same bush. But
he's been on a lot of adventures.
Okay, they're going to spot him here. Delight's in a lot of trouble. He does have his Unbreakable Will, and he is going to try to delay this now. Kellen also supremely tanky himself, and now TP coming in, and the big sweep is going to get Zeka, but now the Impale too! And that might just turn it around here for HLE Esports. They get that kill on the Lucid as well, and we see Showmaker isolated. Viper pretty low, eats a gold card. Kingen getting in there, and the damage out of Showmaker and Kingen is not going to be enough with Peanut coming in. This should be a wipe in favor of HLE Esports. Doran still above half health and still totally fine. An ace for HLE Esports.
A lot of the damage dealers being gone. I don't think HLE can turn it into an immediate Baron, but still a huge win for the team. Currently down 0-1. A lot of engaged power being utilized there on top of an Alistar. And that maybe works out, but Doran is in the right place at the right time. You see the TP coming in. HLE know that they want to take this fight. And for a second, with that pick onto Zeka, it looks like it might be playable, but no, it's not. The double impale immediately ends any chance.
Did you see what happened to aiming? He Valkyried, unfortunately, towards the cone, which was, I think, not visible. Like, he could not see it. He Valkyried into it, and he gets caught. Like, it was so sad for him. I don't even really think it was his fault. Like, take a look at this. Valkyrie's away, and he's just...
Yeah, so there's been a lot of aiming diving into people. I think the hitbox at the tail end of the Impale, it does at times feel like his E. It's generous, you know? It's a Nautilus style of hitbox. That said, though, with aiming dying there, that immediately ends the play. They need to sustain damage, and Lucid obviously also not able to utilize the power of the resets. Really big win for HLE, and they're looking to bring us to a game number 3, slowly taking more and more control, building up these gold leads. And DK keep looking for these picks, but the only one that they can consistently find is Delight, who, FYI, hasn't died yet.
Doran's getting in there. He is going to be stunned up by Callan, which is very nice, but Showmaker gonna eat an arrow, and now he is so dead. There's no hope. Although, no, he's gonna go down. 5 members here. The entire team just leaving him to go down as Doran's still charging on in. He is gonna catch Kellen, but that is a Leona. Might be trying to force the flash here, and they will be able to do that. So HLE Esports feels like they are so far ahead. I mean, it's only 3,000 gold, but a lot of that's in the TF, which hasn't really been doing too much, and as a team, HLE Esports have looked much stronger in these team fights.
I'm feeling really good about the odds of a Skarner ban increasing in
We said that after
three.
game 1.
Yeah, well, I know, but I feel like this time you really learned the lesson.
Yeah,
Valdez.
surely.
You know, fool me once, fool me twice. Don't you fool me 3 times with the same stupid scorpion.
Yeah. If they fool us 3 times, we'll all just be sad. There's only so many things you can do into this pick. I mean, Rumble was banned, the TF was left open, didn't matter.
Yeah.
Do anything.
And we're doing a lot of modding about Skarner, which I think is entirely fine and is also a shared sentiment across the League community. But it's actually being set up very nicely by Viper, able to ensure Showmaker doesn't have a slash available, so post shuffle he is pretty susceptible to getting taken down. We do see that the follow-up from Humble Life is there. They are a really strong team-fighting team. Baron use that power. Baron, mainly I think going to be a tool for them to get the fight that they're looking for.
We got the TP here. I mean, Showmaker's probably going to TP anyway for the Drake, as Doran is taking a decent amount of poke damage.
Just a bit. From
Showmaker and aiming. Lucid now just going to face check into this Kha'Zix, and he's in a bit of trouble. Nice knock-up comes in. The arrow will be dodged, but Lucid's still in a lot of trouble. Kellen desperately trying to peel for him, and somehow he's still alive, but finally goes down as Zeka is traded back, but it's a 2-for-1 still in favor of Humble Life Esports. And now maybe they set their sights on that Baron.
Especially with no jungler being available. DK doesn't have a front line. Big Humble Life feeling good about their chances here. Doran in the light, still full health.
Yep, Impale available, Flash available for Delight. A lot of tools to try to turn this one, which they will try to do. Let's see if they can get through the Skarner health bar as Flash E into the wall, but this Baron is 100% HLE. Showmaker knocked up. And Humble Life Esports thinking about going in there once again. A lot of damage done by Showmaker, but they already got the prize, which was the Baron.
Lucid having a much worse time as a Showmaker trying to get, or a King and Rather trying to get the spell shield into combo with his card. Not actually going to find it, and they're also going to get the Drake, and this feels like this game going the way of Humble Life. Also credit, I think, Delight and Peanut. Again, it's the mid-jungle, or the jungle support rather, that we talk about. Delight being very proactive, consistently finding these picks, and Peanut actually utilizing his gold very well. Hats off to him. Again, the win rate of this guy on Kha'Zix is absolutely ludicrous, and this game, he's showing why, with an incredible amount of damage being done consistently to the DK members.
Yeah, just an insane amount of control, and then when you find your moment to hop in and do a lot of burst damage, you're just so good from the jungle. Feels like what the jungle role should be in terms of kind of supporting your team in that aspect. As we take another look at this team fighting the way it wins. I mean, Lucid's just trying to get vision, but he also takes a huge chunk from the Kha'Zix, and that's not the way you want to start off the fight.
And then you have the follow-up immediately. Zeka has a nice angle. Very, very unfortunate hop over that wall, because if he just clicks a little bit closer, he's safe. And they don't run any risk. Ends up being still a very favorable trade, and without the enemy jungler gone, there's no way for DK to reliably contest, especially not with the Scorpion standing guard. And right now, we got into the Kingen, bought a shield bow, which I guess it'll help.
That is a choice.
It's definitely so it's definitely good into specifically Peanut, but I would much rather see some form of, I mean, most likely Terminus just to get through Doran, because I do think Doran being as tanky as he is has been a big problem. As we do have a flank here set up for DK.
Yeah. Ash Arrow is down, but now Kellen's kind of in an awkward spot because they've all rotated up to top. So, I mean, this is just a Leona who's level 10. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to, yeah, he's just going to back. And so the push continues. Well, he stops his back, and he is in a very sneaky spot. I mean, is the team going to be able to follow up on this, though, is the question. Zeka gets a wall down, and they're just all in the top lane group, so that flank doesn't do anything, as the Baron push is going to take down this inhibitor. Now trying to engage right from the front, just going to throw in a solar flare and back them away, but we still have this inhibitor going down. Humble Life Esports increasing their lead.
And from this point on, Humble Life should just be able to play it out cleanly, don't really have to run the risk. The only way you lose this if someone oversteps, get hit by a gold card into Leona stun, into Lucid, getting some resets, but isn't looking very likely right now. Humble Life about to bring us to a game number 3. Peanut's waiting, he's level 16. He's a very dangerous buck.
He's definitely looking for the TF as King and Hinu he had his gold card ready right away, and he's going to stop that. But still, very dangerous bug, as you mentioned. 3.5 items from the jungle already.
Yeah, he's about a 40-second cooldown on his ult, so
yeah.
Not going to be feeling too bad about that one. Doran?
Okay, they're trying to kill the Skarner.
Still trying.
They almost got through the shield, guys. They almost got the shield. Okay, the damage goes in on the King, and the Impale is huge. As Skarner is always able to turn it around so quickly. Still getting to work here on the Lucid. They send it for one final attempt to try to catch Doran off guard. They get the kill on the Viper, but that's going to be it. Homolive Esports have run away with this game as these two tanky boys just sprinting at the Corki, who cannot do much at all. A TP in the top lane as they're looking to try to end it through that push.
Lucid, 3 levels down. I don't think he's going to do a whole lot. Tries to get an interrupt on Zeka. Doesn't end up mattering. Zeka will just jump off. But it looks like we are going to a game number 3, Valdez. Hey, it's Skarner.
It's fine. I just thought maybe he would knock a stun up or something like that. As Aiming is in a lot of trouble. He'll be burst down by Peanut, who had a fantastic game. As this Nexus will go down, Homolive Esports force a game number 3 just like that. As this one looks a lot different to the first game we had in the series. And they turn things back, they tie it up.
Not sure who flashed the Gen G sign there, but very cute. Imagine it was one of Delight, Peanut, or Doran. As Homolive bounce back, and obviously the main talking point is going to be that Skarner, but I also want to give credit. I think Delight looks a lot better. They didn't get sucked into these early skirmishes. That I think DK is always going to be looking for. That's what they love to play in spring. And the biggest surprise to me was that DK was not only given it, but was able to actually close it out. But Homon this game pulled it back, played it a lot slower, a lot safer. As a result, gets a pretty resounding game victory here.
Yeah. You know, still a pretty back and forth early game. There were some nice moments for DK, but at the end of the day, Homolive Esports very nicely done to pull it ahead as Skarner does the most damage in the game. Anyway, we do have a game number 3 on the way. A very linear gold graph you could see for the side of Homolive as they do excel up to 9,000 gold ahead. As Doran feeling a lot happier, you might not notice it on his face, but very happy with the way Game 2 wins compared to Game 1. So we're done here on the cast for the second game. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
할리야 공 있어. 끊기고. 나 타워 칠래? 아 타워 치자. 끝낼 생각하자 얘들아. 뭐야 이거? 타워 쳐줘. 얘들아 타워 쳐줘. 타워 쳐줘. 10초 레오나 10초. 아 괜찮아 레오나까지 괜찮아. 스페 10초. 타워 쳐. 넥서스. 타워. 야 맛있다. 다음 판도 잘하자. 나이스. 아직 마음이 아팠어요.
The tanks came back in game number 2 as Hanwha Life showed up and defeated D+ to push us to a game number 3. Digon here alongside Kuni and Ox. And Skarner's pretty good, pretty tanky. Talia's pretty good. Corky, not so good in the bot lane. Ox, what'd you make of the draft here?
I'm just kind of amazed they banned the Nidalee, because I don't know how you felt, but in that game 1, I wasn't thinking, damn, this Nidalee's doing work. The Skarner, on the other hand, was quite impactful game 1. Game 2, though, I feel like really you got to see what this champion can do. Became so tanky, and the level of CC, pick potential, team fighting prowess, this champion is just like New Cassante, you know?
Yeah, I mean, 100% is like reasonable why the teams are right now. Even though there's only 2 games, like it's so reasonable just to by blue side, just first pick, just take it away. It's Connor. Oh, it's up. We gotta pick it. I mean, it's a really, really strong pick, but also the same thing is like when it's Connor, it's just like at the front to back, to order to like when they're trying to hit this Connor while he's just pressing ulti, and you can't just hit him anymore. And it's just like there's a lot of fight that it's just like just this Connor just there, and then and also there's a Talia, Alistar, and Kaji. There's the other threat is attacking the other side of them. They're in the team. It's just like really strong.
Yeah, I really like how the comp came together as well with like the vision from the Ashe, the vision control from the Skarner with the Umbral Glaive, and there was just so much pick potential across the board that really when Hanwha Life Esports got control, we didn't really get another fight after that. It was just pick after pick after pick.
Yeah, it felt like it slowed down, but that was because of the way the composition plays on out after the big fight. Let's take a look at how strong Skarner is in our first replay, because it's a duo of just Skarner doing things.
Yeah, I mean, this was a positive play for D+ initially, but the Skarner just going through the terrain and then getting this grab.
This is the only Skarner can do it. Like, there's no other champion can do this, right?
Maybe Cassante could have dragged him through the wall, you know? And then here, I'm like, okay, Skarner's got no mana, right? No ultimate available. You stun card him, and then he just throws a boulder at you, slows you, and then does this. What are you supposed to do?
And also, he got the kill key in the backpack, and then he just, and then he got to resumes the mana, and it's like, it was really nice play. They knew that TF didn't have a flash there, and as Counter starting with actually 2-0, it's such a huge advantage for team fight.
Yeah, D+ again making that play happen on the top side of the map, used a ton of flashes, and seeing Hanwha Life capitalize on that was great. It then led to us to a big Baron fight behind the pit, and kind of unfortunate. Keep your eyes on aiming on this one.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like it was a bit of a desperation one, trying to engage on the Alistar. Maybe just trying to force ult. But the problem is against this composition of Hanwha Life Esports, once you're in, you're in. And then aiming Valks into that spot where the Skarner ult comes down, and you lose your AD carry there. It's just doomed.
I mean, it was like really, really nice play by Doran. As soon as he saw the Valkyrie actually cast it, he just cast ulti right away. And the consistent damage from the Skarner brings to the team fight is just really, it's insane amount. At the same time, casters who can actually finish all the leftovers.
Yeah, I mean, they said it on the cast. We probably don't expect to see Skarner in game number 3. It feels
Ever again. Just keep it banned.
Yeah, well, it feels like it's something that it dictated the whole game, and as you said, just led to a bunch of skirmishes after that because it was so oppressive. Let's take a look at what we got with our player of the game. You can imagine. That's right. It's the Scorpion in the top lane with Doran.
Yeah, I mean, I think it had such a huge impact in, the clips we showed, in the fights in general. And obviously the champ is very strong, but, some of the things they did to him by changing his kit was to invite more skill expression. And you can see that Doran is clearly already practiced on what this champion can do.
I mean, I just want to see, they were trying to actually pick the Skarner at this one. It's not even, they can't even scratch this guy, and he just press ulti, same thing. He's just disengaged and then come here. You guys don't want the guy.
He's just not taking any damage. And then he picks 2 people, not even one. He grabs 2.
He's still full HP. It doesn't even matter.
And you look at the Viego with the percentage HP damage. Oh, I think he broke the shield. Okay, good job. Yeah, that's what they achieved in that entire play.
Yeah, Skarner's strong. Cassante who. Those are your votes. 9 of them going. Right media. English cast. We went with jungle? What do we make?
I mean, this one, I think it's a little bit better. I will say a little better than the first one. The Peanut definitely is performed really well, and he actually had a huge impact in the fight. So,
quick thought.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up with a huge lead. I think the plays were definitely down to Doran, but the slow control game, Peanut was a big factor in.
All right. Well, to get us into decisive game number 3, let's send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you guys for that breakdown on Skarner versus the World in game number 2. Doran excellently played there, and Chronicler decided that he would not vote for any Skarners. And so he did vote for Peanut, which I think is the second best vote, right? And I think it's fair. I mean, he controlled a lot of the game. He was everywhere.
Early in fade, you know?
Yeah,
Set up
it's
a lot of
just
the vision
unfortunate that
control.
Skarner's just so strong that he kind of took it over as Pray and Watch still watching here going into game number 3. Looking great. No Ash Arrows from the audience yet.
We have learned our lesson, right, after those first 2 games. Felt us in game 3. Obviously, DK goes blue side. Surprise.
I've been cast in this region for a very long time. As of you now at this point.
Yeah, it's been...
I think they're not going to ban Skarner.
No, they're not.
I kind of want to prepare everybody because I think they might not do it. And I don't know. Let's see. As Maokai is going to be banned here first, and that's fine on the blue side. Lee Sin.
Also want to echo what the Space was saying earlier, which is that the Nidalee ban feels like a real throwaway. Peanut did not look impressive on the pick. Wasn't really able to make it work. I think Peanut being on Kha'Zix also gives you very different team fighting setup than it does on the Nidalee, right? I think Nidalee specifically is such a hard champion to make work in team fights, and there are like, what, 2 players that have made it look good consistently, which are Shun and Kenyon, which
they're pretty good at the game in general.
They are pretty good, and they're also...
They could have been playing any champ at that point.
And they're also on the respective 2 best teams out of the 2 best regions.
Yeah.
So, like, it feels like a no-brainer. And here, the Ash ban is interesting because that was actually Humble Life's final ban.
Yeah, it's kind of giving them a great opportunity to go ahead and ban Skarner.
But what if we didn't?
Yeah, I mean, what would you ban here instead of
Rumble?
I mean, we haven't seen a Rumble ban. We've seen a TF ban, but why would you ban TF if you wanted to play it? Lucian!
Okay, that's got to be the casters as well, going like...
Oh yeah, the Korean cast is going absolutely wild because they wanted a Skarner ban, as did we. Look at King, he's like, yeah, I guess I'm playing Skarner. Is it, more egregious even than no way? No way. All right, Chronicler, take it away.
I want to reiterate.
Bring back that old.
I'm a big fan, right? A big fan of Lucid. I think he's a great player. I think that we've seen, even though his last game wasn't necessarily the greatest. I think he's had a lot of great moments in his career in challengers. A lot of highlights, some lowlights as well in the LCK. But he's not the Nidalee guy. Peanut's Nidalee wasn't great, and these games have really felt like a lot of it has boiled down to Skarner being really broken. There's a lot of other factors, right? There's the picks, there's the bot lane, there's the jungle matchup, but I, in good conscience, cannot comprehend. And the amount of pressure that's going to have to come out here from the DK mid-jungle duo is going to have to be exceptional.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about in game 1, where I was like, okay, well, you leave up the Skarner, Cassante is an option into it just to kind of handshake a bit. They're both really OP tanks in the top lane. But Cassante was OP, a bunch of patches ago, whereas Skarner's the new OP. So Skarner still wins in terms of that matchup. Showmaker's hovering a bunch of fun stuff. He's going to pick Tristana. Not a big surprise. Not a whole lot of CC with Tristana in Italy once again. But at least they do have that Cassante in the top lane.
Trying to fight. How far have we gotten in League of Legends that it feels like Cassante isn't the real bad guy? It's no longer Cassante.
Well, not anymore.
Well, yeah, he was the last tournament, but right now he's not. Right now there's a new enemy, and it's Skarner as Peanut. Again, will go to his Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix versus Nidalee as well really feels like one of those matchups where if you do get ahead, it becomes unplayable for the opponent. And particularly, Nidalee obviously is going to have a much easier time getting through a jungle earlier. Should be able to generate a tempo lead through that, generate a farm lead. That alone is not going to be enough though, especially once you get to post 6. If you ever walk into the Kha'Zix as Nidalee, you're just going to have a very unfun time. I'm talking about a bunch of other stuff, but obviously the main question is going to is Lucid getting Nidalee going to be worth giving over to
Yeah.
Skarner?
For
Our
me-
initial instinct is like absolutely in no way.
Yeah, no way. I think the biggest thing for me is that Doran looked so weak into the Skarner matchup in the first game. You know, you pulled out the Zac, the TF was banned, and it kind of showed a big weakness already right from the get-go. And as DK, you had an opportunity. You're the home team for this first round robin against Humble Life Esports. You get blue side twice. And you had such a great opportunity to recreate what worked out in game one so well when you absolutely stomped the team that you didn't win a single game against in spring. But
all right, King,
you know, excuse me.
It's fine. It's Cassante will reign supreme. We're also having, again, DK wait until the final rotation on blue side. This... Zeka on these type of mages, you know, he's fine. I think his Azir is like the one that we were most positive about.
Yeah.
I don't think by any means...
His Talia was like up and coming as well a little bit.
Okay. Ziggs and Nidalee combined, I think that's a good combo. I personally wouldn't even hate something like the Ezreal. I do think the matchup is quite tough, though. We'll see what aiming ends up picking here into the Varus. Obviously, a lane bully. Not quite to the same level that the Kalista is, but still has to be very much respected. This is very much up aiming's wheelhouse. But, like, this composition to me, what does it do? Like,
it's very mobile.
It's very mobile. There's a lot of
There's
ability,
a lot of damage.
a lot of skirmishing power as well.
If you get ahead, it'll feel good. I think from behind,
Go like
it's going to
Nautilus?
struggle a lot.
Nautilus, I imagine. Also don't want to give Nautilus over to
Yeah.
Humble Life, so Nautilus does make sense. A lot of point-and-click CC with that Nautilus, but outside of that, or I say a lot, obviously his auto as well as his ultimate, but outside of that, pretty mediocre setup for the Nidalee. We'll see. I think Humble Life look at this and go, guys, we have Doran on what looks to be the strongest pick on the patch. We have Delight on Engage support. Zeka on, yeah, sure, maybe not his trademark, but we know he can pilot a good enough Azir. Peanut on the pick that I'm now, at this point, it's probably up to 89, maybe 90% win rate.
Yeah.
And Viper on Varus, which is good. It's good. It's Varus. We've seen this pick be meta for like the last 2 years as well.
Yeah.
It's done the same thing this whole time throughout. It's got to be a lot of heavy lifting being done by this Nidalee pick. This prioritization puts a lot of faith into Lucid. For DK, I was going to say DK predictors, but it is
That's
just,
Lucid right there, by the way.
but it is just me. Well, he's gonna have to have that dog in him, and he's gonna have to make a big impact on this Nidalee, because otherwise, if the Skarner gets the skill up the same way they did in the previous game, I don't think the poke is gonna make a big difference. Now, my life, probably gonna be looking at this draft as well and go, we got everything we wanted. This is peak. As long as they can avoid the early snowball. That's the one thing I think D plus Kia do have. Both Nidalee and Tristana, if they get a lead, they take over games very, very quickly. Is that alone gonna be enough? I'm not so sure, Valdez.
Skarner versus the world once again. DK opt into it, and we'll see if Lucid can take over the game. Let's hop onto the rip for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지
All right, here we go.
30초
Game number 3. And DK, they have challenged Humble Life Esports finally for the first time this year. They've taken a game off of them. And now they're looking to get a bit aggressive with this Nautilus pick. Is that a new Nautilus skin?
I think it's Fright Night. I think it's not super new, but it's
I feel like I've never seen anyone use that one.
It's usually always the the underwater mech one.
Yeah.
That one is definitely the most popular.
Or even just the base one.
Yeah.
I feel like it's relatively common.
We never see Astro Nautilus, which is so sad.
Yeah.
'Cause it's so fun.
Yeah.
So Lucid will be, if I'm not mistaken, that is the Canyon skin, which...
Yeah, I mean...
You have to. You don't really have a choice.
You have to, because you kind of have to channel the Canyon energy, right?
do.
As kind of the younger brother of taking Canyon's spot and playing his pick that he has a skin on.
I'm still such a firm believer that his Nidalee pick is just bait. Like, even at MSI, I felt that way. It became a really big and important pick for that tournament as well. I'm just... There's been so few games where I feel like it's been the big difference maker, because even if you do end up getting the most out of the early impact, which is in of itself quite hard, particularly against a jungle like Peanut, who defensively has been part of, I'd say, the most iconic Nidalee game in recent LCK history, which was the Game 5 and well, it was Game 5, right? The playoffs between DK and Gen.G, and then they got 10k gold behind, and then
I think, yeah.
That,
sure
that,
it
that,
was,
that,
yeah.
the day that Atlas lost his hair.
Yeah.
That was Peanut. That was him. He was there. So Lucid is gonna have a colossal task here, and ideally with Nidalee you want things. The Renekton is obviously the most obvious example, where it makes it really easy to consistently hit spears. You have that in the bot lane. Kellen will definitely supply that, but I think even champions like Cassante, Cassante's CC is incredible, but it does function differently as the ward will.
He saw that though.
Yeah, he saw that it went out, and it shouldn't really matter. And we saw this as well when Peanut did the same thing to Lucid in game number 1. So this, particularly with the bot side prio, is still going to be a win for DK, and it will delay Peanut to his crucial level 6 spike. And finally Lucid gets to return the favor after 2 games of not getting his buff.
Yeah, still going to feel very nice. Peanut does avoid the kill, but he falls behind, as you mentioned. This mid lane does feel like it's pretty even at this point. Showmaker trying to put on as much pressure as possible. Allow Lucid to be as safe as possible as he does go for the invade. I am curious about aiming Zeri. Definitely has been a big pick for aiming for many a season after Zeri did come out, through the OP times and the decent times as well. Showmaker just continuing to get very feisty here in the mid lane. But yeah, not a lot of point-and-click CC, but still a ton of amazing CC that is not point-and-click. You've got Rel, and of course you've got Skarner. So can aiming avoid it on Zeri when he couldn't on Corki? That's going to be one thing I'm looking forward to seeing in this game, as once again we do show off our new jungle lane proximity maps there.
Showing a little invade that was found by Lucid. Peanut still was able to pick himself up an early scuttle towards the bot side of the map thanks to his bot lane getting prio. So what happened was aiming and Kellen got the shove in, right, crashed the wave, and then Kellen went for the invade to ensure that Lucid could take the blue buff. And aiming went for a back, got a cheater recall off, and picked up a call. So we'll be scaling very nicely into this lane, and really realistically with the Zeri, you're just looking to get through, like get to level 6, where you do obviously gain a lot of all-in power and scale towards those later stages. We'll also see if aiming will be better equipped to chew through Doran. One of the things in the last game as well is that as strong as Corki is, he's also was building full lethality into into attack, which obviously
into the god himself,
into
Skarner.
The Scorpion King.
Yeah. Kellen, that was not it, but it's okay.
It's fine. Delighted with
Jonas Strong giving him the the BM zoom in,
and then Delight also not hitting his Q, so they can't go for a great trade back.
Yeah.
Both supports having a little oopsie there. Do have Peanut towards the bottom side of the map, and we do so as expected, as should be the case, very early on. And these Drakes need to be taken. The Grubs and Drakes need to go to the team with Nidalee. That is kind of a no-brainer when you're playing with a jungler like this. If you don't, and even if you do, we saw in game number 1 that just getting the Drakes by itself not enough, that you need to pick up these early objectives. We do see with Showmaker also applying a ton of pressure in mid, they should be able to do so. Grub spawning about 10 seconds. We see Lucid waiting right now, setting up some traps, setting up a little bit of vision, and then I imagine making his way over.
Yeah, just checking all the boxes before he does go for that objective. We're not getting big plays from the Skarner just yet. In this one, he does have to deal with Cassante, who's also very sticky in his own right in terms of not being pushed out of the lane very easily. Peanut going to be spotted here, but there is no vision on the Grubs. Will Peanut read it and go for the Dragon? Now with the Nautilus on a back, could potentially try to just go for it right now, but there's vision on it as well, and might be a bit risky here.
He's also not 6, and this is where the buff still comes in. Lucid also obviously being able to pick up an early Grub, or rather all the Grubs, but just one grab will get you the experience. So you don't have the Q evolve. So actually getting through the objective takes a lot longer than it might otherwise be the case. I do think there's still a window here as Delight is making his impact known around the map. I wonder if they were maybe expecting a possible invade from Lucid, because it feels like Viper or Delight Raider is kind of sweeping around. No Nidalee is waiting there. Lucid just went to his own jungle. Now the Drake gonna be the next thing on the mind of DK, as should be able to get the crash here onto Viper. I don't think he's in any threat necessarily, although King does just hit level 6, but with no 6 for Callan, I don't think they want to run the risk.
Yeah. See, Dora gets back to lane. Looks like he's on full health. Kingan also doesn't have his TP, but he's not winning these trades. Again, it feels like picking Cassante into this is kind of just saying, okay, well, I'm going to try to not die, and I'll be kind of a similar threat in terms of what I can do in team fights. You know, kidnapping certain champions into your team and creating a lot of space, as we know Cassante is able to do. But so far, definitely a lot less action in this third game compared to the other two. I feel like both teams are really wanted to get into the action quickly in game number 1, but slowly they've iterated down to being as careful as possible.
Should be in the favor of Honma Life, realistically, given that they are the game with a much better track record.
Uh-oh. A little bit of a play here. He's under turret damage, Storin in a lot of trouble, but he's got Peanut nearby, and now the Impale comes in, and a chance to turn it as the flashes come out from both top laners to get away from that play. Kingan bringing in the flash in this lane, and it's going to work out very nicely.
Really big there from Doran, because if he doesn't flash that Q and ends up going down, even if you end up getting the even trade, like the cross map for DK is already in place. We see Lucid went for the second invade on the blue buff. Do you think that they need to actually go for this dragon? Hasn't been the case just yet. Should see that being started up soon, although Lucid might be looking here. I don't think the Honma Life bot lane is going to be that easily foiled, and should be starting up. It is relatively late though, 9 minutes in before this first dragon is going to get taken. Mountain also a strong soul that I think you wouldn't feel bad about getting. Peanuts.
Peanut's in so much trouble. He's going to try to hop away from this one, but flash on in from Showmaker. He's got the hop here as well. And Peanut with no flash available. That will be first blood over to Showmaker, and a red buff to boot alongside of this Drake. Nice setup here from Kellen as Peanut on no vision tries to get on into the bottom side of the river.
There's no reason. You know that dragon is being taken. You don't have any control of the area, so Peanut, big mistake there. Already falling behind obviously a little bit.
He's even spotted on the control ward.
The brush.
Yeah.
Obviously Kha'Zix has a lot of innate safety into many picks, but Nautilus is like one of the few where if he presses R on you, it doesn't matter if you're stealthed. Showmaker making sure that this bug does not slither away back into the jungle. We do have the gold lead now starting to build. This by itself, I think, not enough for DK. I do think we need to see them accelerated from here on out. But Showmaker and Lucid both getting ahead is what the game plan needs.
Yeah, definitely does. Is this Scorpion an insect as well? Do they have bug synergy in the top lane and jungle?
Yeah.
Does it count?
I think, I feel like every time we post these questions, biologically, we're just not well enough educated to know whether or not it's really true.
Yeah.
But I imagine aren't scorpions in like a similar vein as like crabs? I feel like they have similarities.
Ooh.
The problem for me...
That's rough.
The problem for me specifically is that I know a lot of the words in Dutch, but not in English for like types of animals. Because why would I?
What do you mean?
Which isn't very helpful.
You got to know this when you're casting Skarner and Kha'Zix. Doran did miss his Impale on the top side of the map. It was pretty close though, especially with Skarner, and it feels like the leeway you were talking about before generally. Yeah, Kellen does see him, but doesn't really care. Scorpion is apparently an animal, Jisun told me. Which is not an insect, but it's related somehow. So yes and no. Let's say yes.
6 crops gonna get taken here.
Okay. Kellen, man, he's come in here. He's looked pretty good on these engaged supports today. That would be a big development for DK if he could really get consistent on those picks.
Again.
Lucid. Okay. Well, He's gonna spot this happening and should stay safe, and I think he got that one.
I think he got the big one, but not the small ones, based on the CS numbers. Not 100% sure. He definitely wants to clear his jungle and get us back in ASAP. Now 6 scrubs being taken. Infernal is actually a little rough, I think, particularly with champions like Nidalee and Tristana getting an Infernal Soul would be absolutely huge. As, ooh, maybe we have a bit of an angle here. As the problem is that this is still Skarner.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, he's going to try to grab him through the wall, straight into the hands of the Nidalee. Is it enough? Is Doran trying to get away through the terrain? And he will for now, but it is Nidalee. And he's going to miss the spear. Seemed like a pretty free one there, but Lucid, he wants this kill, and he will pick it up with the E, just slashing ahead of him to get that kill. He was getting a little bit close there. Was getting scared for him, but he does get the job done.
Also towards the bot side of the map, Peanut forced to ult defensively. Lucid, yeah, that miss on the spear. I imagine he was trying to predict, you know, the Doran stepping back, and Doran's like, I don't do fake outs.
Doran doesn't do that, no.
I am running to my turret.
100 or 0.
Fortunately for Lucid, still ends up getting the kill, so not going to be feeling too bad about that one. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on, but that Lich Bane for sure is going to be done. Now we're also getting to the point where these kills are going to start kicking in, so actually a lot of gold that is going to be available here for DK. As we're taking a look at this, really this feels like this is League of Legends top lane, man. Terrain isn't real.
Yeah.
Everyone can get for everything. Lucid there tries to hop over the wall, doesn't hit it. Then fortunately he does hit his flash, otherwise that would have been a complete disaster. Yeah, that would have.
Imagine if he missed that.
The flash, yeah, that would have. And then Doran gets out. That would have been a real tilter. Doesn't end up happening. Kellen is in the vicinity.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting, though. I mean, you know, we talked a lot about the draft because obviously pretty controversial to just let the Skarner go by and to pick the Nidalee instead. But so far, you know, I'm not sure how it's going to look later on in the game. And we know what Skarner can do, right, in the team fights and in terms of ulting 3 people and being very obnoxious. But at least it looks nice, especially when you have some CC on the top side of the map to actually punish this pick. So all things considered, you know, not so bad just yet. I don't want to say that it's a good idea to do this every time, but could be a potential answer that we see in the future as well.
Skarner responsibly is what Veldis is saying.
Yeah.
You know, leave him open.
Something like that, yeah.
Herald. Be aware of the risks that you're taking as the Herald fight should be imminent here. First item spikes done basically across the board, except for the supports. Right now, control, and looks like Homa Life not even going to go for it. Instead, just opting to take down that bot side dragon Hextech. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That one is going to be fought over, as we are simultaneously taking the Herald and also kind of maybe looking for a bit of a play towards the top side. That's not going to be the case. Kellen is behind enemy lines. TP's coming in.
It's just going to be a straight-up 5v5, but as you mentioned, Kellen is all by his lonesome, and he's got a Skarner coming over the wall. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, Peanut and Delight, are just kind of hanging out, trying to threaten the Smite Steal, but already Kellen goes down, as it will be this objective going the way of DK, but Kingen goes in and kind of just sacrifices himself for the eye, which he does pick up, but it's a second kill here to the side of Homa Life Esports, and all things considered, kind of a weird trade up on the top side of the map.
You take that 100% of your Homa Life, right? You get 2 kills, you accelerate Peanut, you accelerate Zeka. Just giving up only a Herald, which will probably end up being the mid lane turret, but...
And they're getting more.
Yeah, oh god.
Okay, well, this wasn't it. Just kind of close your eyes. Kellen is going to flash over, though, and he will get away.
Yeah.
He does have to flash for it, and he does look very silly, but he lives.
It must be just a complete misread of where Homa Life was on the map. So I imagine they thought that Homa backed, and then 2 people would stay top push, and then the rest of the team was on a reset. What ends up happening instead is it just takes the gate, which obviously ends up backfiring immensely. It'll have Hex Flash, but still, it's a really big win. Homa Life gets basically back to gold parity, and here the big thing is that Kellen just gets found. I don't even think that Zeka necessarily knew he was there, but the big power of Doran is that he very easily can just make his way over. They have more than enough damage. It's a level 7 Nautilus. If he's not engaging, he's basically made a paper. And then here Kingen I really like this as well from Hanwha Life, you know, like moving in and out to ensure that there's no angle to maybe drag someone away, to somehow make it out of that situation. Not going to be the case. There's a slight gold lead for DK, but Hanwha Life with a composition that is going to be so strong in straight front-to-back team fights, I think they're still going to be feeling great, and we'll see what happens when the 5v5 kicks off. That, to me, is going to really give us an idea as to how this is going to go.
Oh boy. Nice kind of poke damage, yeah. Does come in. At the end of the day as well, I mean, this might just come down to execution. This hasn't been the cleanest game, I should say, I've ever seen of League of Legends, so, you know, it might just come down to who's going to make fewer mistakes in this one with some of the picks we have seen. Nice little zap. Zeri can still do that. You'll keep most of your health compared to old Zeri.
Remember, Showmaker?
And now,
that's the reset, but yeah, doesn't want to, and realistically shouldn't risk. Remember when Poke Zeri was a thing?
Yeah,
I remember that.
With
that was
the zaps.
Yeah, that was a time. Yeah. Viper actually ends up doing them. He actually ends up out damaging Skarner.
Remember Nidalee in what was it, season 1? You just go mid Nidalee, AP, and you just actually nuke people down, and they don't get to play the game.
Those were the days.
Yeah.
Back then, people,
remember Corki?
That was very recent.
Yeah. Just spanning the course of time here in League of Legends. Some things never change.
Zoe really had our moments as well.
Oh yeah, that was a rough one. That's when Chovy actually had the season where he had like 108 kills and 0 deaths or something.
Yeah, this is
what, like 108 KDA, literally.
Really, what we're learning is that people just hate poke. That's really...
It's just not very interactive, right? It's like, okay, well, that guy just hit me from across the screen. I barely even saw him. Like, even as a pro gamer, you're going to be hit by some of that stuff. So, here we go. Doran being chased down by the Tristana. Rock's going to miss. He's still on the run, but the jump does come in, and now we've got Nidalee making her way over. Lucid and Showmaker putting 2 and 2 together, and they take down Doran, who said, I'm Skarner, I can do anything, but not this time.
Showmaker with Kraken Slayer and Navori done actually has, especially if he can just keep getting the reset on a Z, an immense amount of damage. Lucid picking up the kill I actually really like, because I think that having the sole AP source on your team further accelerate, even though it's an Nidalee who obviously can struggle in team fights to make the most use of the gold, is something that makes the itemization for Hanwha Life a decent amount harder. Do have Hanwha Life and DK, I imagine, gearing up. Look at the vision control towards the bottom half of the map. I just want to draw your attention.
It's very pretty. It's very
evenly
symmetrical,
spaced.
Right?
Yeah.
It's very...
Man.
You don't see that very often.
No.
It's almost like they have 2 lanes of wards. So they've got 1 layer, and then even if you scan through the first layer, they've got another layer.
Can they approach, though? That's the main question coming in.
Well, eventually, just pushing in as a team, able to clear out a lot of the vision here was DK.
It's a really big moment.
Yeah.
Both teams really want this Drake.
TP already coming in from Zeka, who is level 14. Hasn't had a lot of big moments in this game, but this could be his moment to shine.
Kellen is still only level 7.
Yeah. Half the levels of Zeka, somehow.
It's actually the Poke Hanwha that ends up being more impactful, at least for now.
Yeah. We saw 1 spear hit Doran, I think. He doesn't seem to care. There's a big push in the bottom lane, but these teams aren't going for it. Kellen's going to hook the wall, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Down he goes, flash in from Doran. Not even necessary, looking for the Impale, but now they already got 1. They're looking for a second. King in. He is Cassante, but he is also dead. And that is going to be 2 kills in favor of Hanwha Life Esports, as we did see the Dragon also going their way.
Drake going over as well.
And Baron.
It's the reluctance of DK there, and yeah, they had a huge wave that was pushing in towards bot side, but Showmaker should be able to catch this one on top, but they don't have any control there.
I like
it's
this.
It's going to go so quickly. Well, Kingen is going to be here in about 15 seconds with the TP.
Yeah, they just have so much burst on this Baron. The damage is insane, but it's still 5v4 in this scenario, so they can turn if they want to, but the hook comes in, and maybe it's not a good idea. Delight is going to be isolated. Now Showmaker is going to start up the Baron for them. Now we got a TP coming in, and now it's 5v4 in favor of DK.
I don't know about Lucid tanking, though. Kellen as well, already taken low.
Yeah, this is getting pretty messy. Okay, they're gonna hit the Baron again. They decide to go for a Chain of Corruption. He's going for this.
He has his ult as well. This might just be a 50-50.
All right, here we go. We got a blast going as well. Not that he needs it, but it's going to be Kellen into the wall again. He goes down, and Peanut is going to be isolated by Amy, who takes him down. No jungler right now. As the damage is coming in, and DK should be able to get this done. They take down the Baron at 22 minutes.
Oh, Hanwha Life, they're going to be feeling rough around that Baron call. Just getting the Dragon as well as 2 kills could have been enough, but no. So this setup is great because DK needs to go in, but you can only engage on the Light and Doran, which obviously isn't going to work. So Kelly instead just kind of stands there and ends up going down. King crucially gets his gate interrupted, so he doesn't get to make it out of the fight. But we're 20 minutes in, right? Like, Baron is actually a really big deal this early on. It was buffed recently, and then the ult onto Peanut, the hook hitting.
It's the Hunter Baron as well, right?
Yeah.
I believe it's doing so much damage.
Well, you can see here as well, like both Kellen and Lusa tank it only for a little bit. And then here, because of the fact that it's 5 versus 4, the ultimate doesn't hit anyone. And the heal from the Nidalee, I think, in these situations actually ends up being quite good. And then look at aiming. Because Peanut is going to try and go for the 50-50. Ends up getting hit, I think, by his spear. And then the W from aiming, so he's just going down. And then the explosion is already enough to get Doran low. And then the spear from Lucid ends up closing it out. And now, DK, this is the moment they needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty huge turning point. I thought maybe the damage would be enough with Azir and a Kha'Zix, but absolutely was not. It was too early on, as you mentioned, and DK are getting a lot of wins on the map. They're trying to chip away at some of these inner turrets. But so far, just both of them standing here for now. We saw, you know, some stuff in the picture-in-picture as we were watching the replay. King was taking some poke down, but as it stands against this Baron buff, HLE Esports, even with their wave clear, are going to take a bit of damage, as it is going to be inevitable. Looks like Showmaker should be able to get this bottom inner. And Cannon just barely not going to get the mid one.
That one will fall for sure as well, though, as aiming is just taking matters into his own hands. This time around, DK, now LDR done. Even Doran, I think, isn't going to be able to take that much of a beating. Showmaker being so much consistent damage throughout this, and they're going to need to find a Hail Mary engage. The Light has his flash available. DK, they've been in this position before.
Yeah. And the poke that's coming out from the spears as well is doing a number to Doran. Yeah. It's pretty rough here, the amount of damage that they are taking, but this Baron buff, it's only got 20 seconds left. They might look to push one more wave in and try to take out a third inner turret and leave it at that. It's still very early on, so getting you know, an inhibitor at this point, they would need to wipe HLE Esports to actually get that done. So yeah, they're just gonna back away and try to prep for the Drake that is coming up here in 40 seconds.
Should be able to get that as well. I think Hanwha is going to say, guys, it's fine. We can let them have this Drake. It's only a second Drake. Doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things. Baron buff, big for DK. Got them a sizable gold lead, but not enough to break the game. Inhibitors, crucially, are still up for HLE Life. And I take it back. HLE Life, they are wanting to play for the 5v5, for soul points, which is definitely a big risk that they are taking, given how strong DK look. As of right now, when you look at item finishes, that LDR in particular, I think going to be huge. If aiming can not be caught by any of the CC in these fights. Does have flash, does have cleanse available as well. Him and Showmaker gonna have to do it here.
Yeah, the double LDR is just gonna chew through that front line of Delight and Doran. Speaking of which, Doran TPing in onto this. The burst is going to be pretty big from the Kha'Zix on this Drake. Let's see who does get it. Yes, it will be the Kha'Zix. The chain comes down onto Kingen, but HLE Esports not looking to try to fight this one head on. They're just going to back away for now, and DK will let them get away with it.
Spears aren't hitting. Poke isn't there, and for Kellen, he's the solitary engage, but it's really hard. Again, if Doran and Delight standing in front, engaging on the Skarner is only going to end in a very bad time for whoever stands directly in front of him. HLE Life still holding on. That is a big out, right? Be having access to the possibility of a Hextech Soul with particularly Azir and a Lethality Varus. Absolutely insane. And his first series, Valdez. go in the distance.
Yeah, it's pretty much anybody's game at this point. Like, yes, DK have a pretty sizable gold lead, but double Hextech Drake in the Infernal is going to feel nice for Humble Esports. And again, I said it, you know, it feels like 15 minutes ago, but it might just come down to execution because it hasn't been the cleanest series. It's been very back and forth, a lot of picks and a lot of mistakes. I praised Kellen early on for his Nautilus play, and after that, it's been all just not great. He is going to flash away, and he will survive. But yeah, some of the hooks have just not been landing for him in these team fights, and that's kind of the hard part as Nautilus because, you know, you can be the game breaker, you can get the huge pick, or you can hook into a wall and die immediately because you're just not that tanky. So it is very much a feast or famine sometimes if you are playing Nautilus, and so far, Kellen has struggled quite a bit.
Seeing as well, DK, I imagine looking, they always want to get to an objective first. We saw that last objective as well. If they're not the one already setting up shop, denying vision, and getting either aiming or lucid poke in on the enemies, their composition just doesn't really work because people need to be low enough for Kellen to actually be able to go in, and them getting Tristana reset, being able to get aiming off to a good start of the fight. If they don't find any of that, just a consistent damage from Humble Life, Zeka in particular in these fights, level 16 now, really hard to reliably deal with. Baron is up. I imagine both teams will be a little bit more respectful after the previous debacle. As I say that, you can use this as a pressure tool as well, right? T1 is obviously the best example, as Kingen even is, as Cassante needs to be a little careful.
Yeah.
But he's just buying space so that Showmaker can clear wards in the pit.
Yeah. You mentioned T1 with the Barons. I mean, they still, I feel like, take some of the biggest risks with some of those plays, but I do like how a lot of the teams in the world have really just kind of learned from that example, and it feels like a lot of teams are doing it now. They're just like, yeah, this is the way it goes. A lot of us can take down this objective really fast, and as long as we're clean with it, it's not that risky. Keyword being as long as we're clean with it. So let's see if DK can be clean with that, as the damage they have on this Baron is pretty insane. Peanut's still nearby. They need some vision though, as he's gonna get it. With this W, it's just gonna be a flip. Oh, and there's too late, as it does go the way of the Nidalee, as Kellen unfortunately will be the food once again for Humble Esports. But it's a Baron now in the hands of DK.
This time around, DK gonna try and use that to set themselves up for inhibitors. If they can remain in control of the map, Humble Life not going to be able to find flanks on the Kazakhs. Not just going to be able to take these objectives, as it really is, I think, caught Humble Life a little bit off guard. How quickly they were able to get through this, as, yeah, unfortunately for Kellen, ends up getting hit by Viper's ult and then impaled and dragged through the wall to Skarner's lair. Not ending well for him. Peanut trying to get in there, but again, if there is a little bit of distraction, I think he might have had an opportunity. Not going to be the case. This should also lead to a second Drake, realistically, for DK, as Humble Life into a Baron buff should not be able to approach, but we'll see. DK's objective control outside of the Barons has been a little bit hit or miss.
Yeah. And Showmaker's been doing a really good job of pushing out that top lane and really putting a lot of pressure up there. Before joining in the fights, we've seen him up there like 4 or 5 times, just attacking so fast. We know the pressure that Tristana can push onto these lanes, so he's doing that. He's immediately getting over to his team, setting up the waves to prepare for the objectives.
Oh, they're a little bit too early. So Hanwha, wanting to try and contest for the Drake, might end up losing their mid inhib here. DK, they are spreading themselves a little bit thin.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but still able to take out this inhibitor turret pretty much for free. Now they need to back up onto this Drake. Let's see if they can get here on time. Peanut, once again, going to be spotted over here on the right side. Going to lose his Edge of Night. And now, he's doing some damage to this one, but it does look like Humble Esports does want to go for the 5v5 team fight. They want Doran and Delight in the front line.
Look at the poke. DK!
Yeah.
I don't know if they can get to the dragon.
It's looking pretty rough for them. I mean, they really need to deny a Hextech Soul right now. They're ahead, and they have Baron buff, but it doesn't seem to matter. It's still the team fight in favor of Humble Esports. They take down Kellen again. as he will be the food once again for Hamalave Esports. And now against Hextech Soul, they just got a Baron, they just got control of the map, and yet they're losing every other objective.
Oh, DK. Our Life just woke up and take their lunch money. Either try and push further right for the mid lane, at least get the inhibitor and just force Humble Life to respond, and then as Humble Life rotates over, you'll be fine. That's not the case. And Peanut around on the flank just takes over the objective again, and it's Delight continuously starting these plays, and it really does feel like every single time DK just isn't willing to pull the trigger. And I do think that a lot of that does come down to the fact that there is a giant people yoinking scorpion that can literally just walk up. Like, what do you do?
That's his name, actually.
Literally giant.
Giant people yoinking scorpion.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Can yoink over walls, can yoink you into the realm.
Elder flip. That's what we're heading towards.
That's Challengers, baby.
That is, in fact, Challengers, baby.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to get that, because obviously when it comes to Dragons, Humble Life have been way better.
It just feels like this game, you know, we talked a lot about this matchup between DK and Humble Life Esports, and it's a new split, it's a new situation. DK, it does feel like they do look a little bit better in terms of their coordination, and they have been able to roll some of these leads pretty nicely, but at the end of the day, it does look like similar issues that they had in the past, where it's like, okay, the coordination is just not as good as Humble Life Esports when it comes to these late game scenarios and team fights where Humble Life will have their number, and they kind of counter DK as a team in that sense.
I also think it's just confidence, right? They're just, they have the tools to engage.
Yeah, that's always been the problem for them.
Well, and again, I think in this case also having a tank that can stand in front and not be afraid to engage on is quite used. Kingen.
Kingen says, I am Cassante, the original OP top laner that can do everything. And he is trying to exert some pressure on the mid lane.
Look at him taking damage.
Need to take a little bit there.
So DK is going to probably get Baron again.
I mean, I don't know.
And then they...
I'm not even sure that they
and
will.
And then they leverage that into...
It's too spread apart, too. I mean, you can use the tail end of the Baron buff, perhaps.
Well, realistically, if you get Baron, you get it like, what, 2 minutes away?
Yeah.
From when Elder will spawn, which is enough time. But DK's Baron, Rebel Baron power plays have been pretty lackluster. Right? They lost the soul.
Especially that last one.
Yeah, they lost the soul. They didn't even
there.
get a single in-hit.
Yeah.
And we do see that they're continuously looking to try and collapse into someone, because they can kill everyone in a very short amount of time. Wait, they just...
So,
oh, they just want to keep going.
is just out of position here. This is going to force a TP.
That's big. That's a big cooldown. That means
Yeah.
the Showmaker in the side lane can actually play for that topside turret.
Or one of those things that's happening in this series where it just feels like somehow they just got priority in bot and push and force a TP. Generally not something that happens very often.
Hextech Soul is just... Oh, that's a long time to wait, friends. Not gonna lead to anything. But Hextech Soul for both Lethality, Varus, and even for Kha'Zix, man. Like being able...
What do you mean for the Skarner? Yeah, so Humble Life Esports are going to start this.
It's gone.
And yeah, this is what I was talking about. I wasn't even sure that DK would just get it because the vision is very even. In fact, Humble Life Esports had position. The timing of them, you were just saying, you know, they stayed very long on the bottom side to try to catch a Skarner, but it didn't pay off. They were out of position, so Humble Life Esports just stroll into the Baron pit and take down the Baron.
Well, I know about this one for DK.
All right, Kellen gonna hit a champion. Delight in a bit of trouble. The death charge is gonna come in here and just delay Delight, but that doesn't do all too much. Kellen also nearly dies to Viper, who has been so strong on this Varus poke. And you can see this push from the Baron is incredibly strong. As you mentioned before, that Baron buff is going to, in fact, link up to when they go for the Elder. And that will be the look here for the side of Humble Life Esports.
Look at it. Look, this is playing into Hextech for mine is such a nightmare. And I want to again reiterate the vision control that has been found by Humble. Look at the top side. Like that.
Yeah, that's...
Most of that was up when they did the Nash. So they felt so safe. They were 100% aware of everything that was happening. And yeah, you have about to hit 6 items Zeri, but if you can't use it, if you're not finding a single fight, what's the point? We called for the Elder Flip. I don't think we're getting an Elder Flip if DK just never ever gets to the objective at any point. There's double Edge of Night, there's a Skarner, there's Zeka with Flash, and his stopwatch available, and then there's Rel, who honestly might be your best target, which that's not... I mean, it's not a good thing, Valdez.
She's not that tanky. I mean, it depends on if she hits the Magnet Storm onto multiple, of course.
Sure.
But if she gets caught out, you could definitely find an angle. Now, this is a kind of a strange one. They're trying to push up to the Elder, and All Life Esports should have a decent idea that they're in here. Doran trying to clear out some of this vision, but yeah, the mid inhibitor should go down. There it goes, as this Elder is now live. And Doran, he's like, okay, we know they're in here. I mean, they've got to be in here. As he's looking for someone, he's so incredibly tanky as Kingen gonna get in. The ult comes in, and yeah, that's that pick, but oh, the knockup.
No damage!
Onto Delight means the spear misses, and the 280 carries just weren't there the whole time. So they were trying to turn, but there was no damage. As now the chain comes down onto Kingen. He is Cassante, but he will have to flash away. And this Elder Drake, it is burning down. DK, you need to get into the pit. You need to do something. As the hook comes in, the damage of the light is actually huge, but same onto Kellen as Impale is going to miss from Doran, but still Kellen goes down. As this Elder is still alive. The poke is coming in.
It's a flip!
The 280 carry gets the way of Lucid. He's able to take down the Elder. And with the 280 carries bringing it up, and now TP to the base.
Look at the base!
TP to the base. It might be happening. How will I be Sports? They want to end this game right here, right now. Nobody come back, but there is Showmaker.
Showmaker's there!
Showmaker's there. He will stop it. But the Elder buff. Ooh! Okay, Lucid will survive. All right. Okay. 2 minutes on the Elder buff here for DK. And they survive.
This is the first game of the... This is the, first series of the split.
I wasn't ready for this, you know?
I was not ready for this. Which, this moment right here is probably going to make DK go, why didn't we do this before? You hook someone and they end up going down almost immediately. Doran completely whiffs, doesn't find anyone there with the Impale, and the Elder is actually doing a substantial amount of damage, right? Showmaker still full health, aiming full health, and it's Lucid that gets it. And I actually like the call from Hanwha here, which is try to end, right? Try to make sure that there's no way, because if you play into the actual Elder buff, you might end up losing the game. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but crucially, Lucid able to stay alive, aiming, actually ends up canceling it back as Showmaker makes it through. This is the window right now for DK.
It's only 1 minute though.
And also you can't actually push through because there's so much wave clearing. You don't have Baron buff. But you can, you can't even turn it into a Baron.
The Elder itself is not enough. I mean, if they were able to wipe everybody and end the game, sure. Then the Elder could have been the game-breaking buff and you just win the game from there. But that's not what happened. So we're 40 minutes into game 3. And we might have 10, 15 minutes more. I mean, it just depends on how this game goes.
What about second Elder Flip, Veldas?
You know I love my second Elder Flip. It's my favorite part.
First Elder Flip is not bad, but second
it's
Elder
like the appetizer, you know. I've seen it enough times in challengers that I'm like, okay, you know, Elder Flips. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Second Elder Flip, though, is perfect. That's my stuff. And yeah, it was kind of funny you were talking about in that team fight. It felt like DK finally realized, like, hey,
we have a lot of damage.
We're not that far behind. We have a Tristana with nearly 6 items.
Also
we have a Zeri with 6 items.
I want to highlight, I really love the little indicator that we have here. It's gone now, but there was actually a little indicator for Elder buff.
Yeah, the little white, the white box, or the purple box around the portraits. Yeah.
Oh.
We have Omega Strong highlights if you have Exodia.
I can't wait to see that.
Which is Baron and Elder. So
look at it. Look at the LCK. Bringing new stuff.
You know?
I'm sorry we didn't notice earlier. I've been distracted by the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, the game was just really good. So, no, great job production. Love it. As now Kellen, look at this. He hits a hook. He gets the roll. and he dies. So the 2 supports will go down. But man, at least they're pulling the trigger. At least they're looking for these team fights. Kingen,
Showmaker.
spot here. Peanut looking for the slow, and he's gonna get a huge one.
Next soul!
Onto both Kingen and onto aiming, but oh, that impale was so close to aiming.
Showmaker.
Oh my!
I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can go for Nash. Showmakers are going to try and end the game. The
Yeah.
TP comes in.
TP, and that should be enough. Spear not gonna hit, as this game is really up in the tempo here. Aiming, okay. All right, that's a lot of damage. As a knock up here on Adoran. He is isolated, and they do have the damage. He presses his ultimate. Aiming finally does it, and they take down that damn Scorpion King. As the poke is still coming out here from Viper, still looking to keep this Baron alive for his team. And he will. Peanut.
Oh, he's so dangerous at this point in time. That's Hextech as well.
Peanut!
Peanut is dead!
What? He knew they were there! He knew they were in the bush! He had his ult available! And it didn't matter. So now it's gonna come down to Viper. And they're gonna wait.
The Hextech Soul and the Drain. The arrow.
They wait for
not
the arrow.
happening.
Yeah, Calinsari's able to see it. They just wait for the damage, and that's it. I mean, the Baron goes down to DK. The game is not over, but
They realized they're nowhere Speldas. They just need to hook. And I thought, you know, if you can't hook the line, well, guess what? You can. And yeah, sure. We end up getting the immediate trade. Kellen ends up going down as well.
I love this from Peanut getting the angle for his W evolves. And he has Hextech Soul, so they're just basically immobile.
Yes. But then here, crucially, Showmaker, with actually a great play on the map, forces Zeka away. That's so much damage gone. And then here, in the tank-off, in the fight for who is most broken, Kingen is like,
there can only be one.
Watch me!
Yeah, I mean, I like what Doran was doing. He basically chunked aiming for half his health as a tank in the top lane who's only building tank items.
Look at that, it's a purple border. I want to see Exodia.
Purple border.
I don't know if they're going to get it. I still don't. Like, DK, they got Baron, but there's no in down.
Yeah.
We already know that they're probably not going to be able to actually utilize this buff. Also, want to shout out Zephyr being bought by aiming. That's a very new item.
Yeah.
Des can talk about it. We have more pressing matters. Stay!
There we go again. Kellen, he finds his support opponent, but
He's
now
alone!
he's alone over the wall. This is a very awkward spot, and Doran's like, yeah, no, you got to get away from me.
The light was also alone!
And, ooh, that's hurting. That is burning down. Zeka's in a bit of trouble. That was one spear. What?
The lights!
The light, no! Oh boy.
Aiming's on the ward. Aiming's on the ward.
This is getting out of hand.
Oh, the
okay.
Hextech Soul. Kellen, he's going to look for the engage!
He's Viper! He fights Viper! And Viper will eventually go down, but Showmaker does as well. And oh, the Zeri in the backline! Gonna take down 2 in
They're gonna do it!
They're gonna do it! They're gonna win game 3! They take a huge team fight! Kellen finally finds the angle, and aiming finally sends it into that backline, and they get the job done.
And it was a topsy-turvy game. It was a topsy-turvy series as a whole, Valdez. DK gonna get the win here to start off the season.
Wow, very, very close stuff. And it wasn't the cleanest, but it was a lot of fun, man. This was a great series to start us off. GG, DK will take the first series of LCK Summer 2024. And able to get the first series win over Home Life Esports this entire year in this matchup. Lucid, they give him the first pick in Italy, and he's able to make it work.
That steal on the Elder could have happened on any champion, but in Italy, they put the faith in the player that had so many ups and downs. And I want to reiterate, this was a very hard-fought series. I think we still see a lot of the weaknesses that DK had in spring. But the fact that they're able to win a late game against Home Life Esports, I do think is remarkable. As I actually had a tough time voting for POG to me the steal.
Oh, it's Lucid.
You know I went Lucid. Don't worry.
You don't even need to pretend. Like, this is
no,
fine.
Hey. But hear me out. I think that Kingen in particular, even though his KDA might not reflect it, ended up being huge as well. A showmaker, happy showmaker. I'll sign up for that any time of the day.
Yeah. Let's see, aiming. What has he got? All right.
Cameraman MVP.
Cameraman got shot. And yes, that's Lucid once again. All right, Kellen. It's just Kellen things. Gonna give us a nice little cute pose and a wave. And that sign says Summer Winners DK. We'll see about that. But a nice start for them. That's for sure. And yeah, man, this was so back and forth. I thought Hama Life Esports had it when Zeka TP'd into the base. I thought he was going to end it, but Showmaker actually got his back off in the brush, and that's what stopped that. And, man, it just felt like both teams were so scared of really pulling the trigger at many times. We saw no big Azir divides really in this game. It was a lot of like both of the tanks just butting heads, and that's kind of how fights got started. Or, you know, a hook finally landed in late game, and the AD carries were able to send it. But man, this was so back and forth.
Cool, this game really went the distance. And the previous ones both were kind of stomps. The second one was obviously a bit more back and forth, but I do think that once Hanwha got control, it felt like there was no way out. And us of little faith, when the Skarner was left open, were reminded that there is another. There is another, Valdez.
It was foretold. Before Skarner was here with us, we had another. And yeah, the Cassante did some crazy stuff in this one as well, but I mean, Delight having some nice engages. Again, it just felt like both teams were so scared to really send it, except Doran, who's Skarner, so he kind of
He did do
sent
a
it
whole lot
many
of sending
times.
it.
Although he did die in this play eventually. But this is the Elder moment. This is where Lucid picks up his POG, where he secures it, because he was having a great game up until this point. He was 4-0-2. And he was very scaled up. He got that early gank onto the top lane as well, onto Doran, made him not quite as big of a threat. And that was kind of Kingan's moment there. Finds Doran, who's trying to poke down an AD carry his Skarner. Peanut did this. That happens.
리스크 주고 레이 피었다. 레이 피었다. 레이 피었다.
What happened here?
나 이거 큐스택 쌓고 이거 걸 수 있으면 그냥 걸게.
I don't think that ended up being the decider, but it still is like 40% of Viper's health.
Yeah, because then Kingan gets the Hex Flash over the wall and he hooks Viper, so, you know, maybe he survives here. I'd say, like, he probably does until aiming kills him and it takes, like, two more autos. They're just saying, like, we won this, send this. Lucid's so happy. This is going to be a scary team if Lucid is very consistent and actually carry from the jungle. So, you know, we weren't 100% sure if he could do it. We saw some glimpses at the end of spring, but maybe summer is the summer of DK. If they can turn these wins in series against really strong opponents, I mean, it's not easy to beat Hama Life Esports. They did not drop a lot of series in spring. And DK get the job done. There was only one person who believed in D plus Kia. It was Chronicler. Yeah, all of us are terrible and wrong, and only Chronicler gets it. So how did you do it exactly? What was your secret to getting this prediction right?
So I had an inkling it might go to an Elder flip.
Are you the next pony?
No, and I don't.
10 out of 10?
Let's throw it to the desk.
10 out of 10 for this week?
I'm sure they have a lot to say about it. I'm happy though, because you know when Lucid's doing well, I'm a happy man.
Yes, Lucid looked very happy there. But either way, guys, we're done here for this first series. The next one will be Nongshim versus FearX, which will also be very fun, BNK FearX. But for now, let's send it over to the space and see what they had to say about that series.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast so far. Man, Chronicler is going to change his name to Fortune Teller. That was also a great graphic to show. We were all wrong. I just wanted to follow what everyone else did. It didn't quite work out.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I am still DK believer. I did predict the KT DK series and DK, but I guess I was just trusting HLE a little bit more.
Yeah, I think DK had a really convincing series. I think we could all say after that one, they had it in the bag from minute 1 to the end, and it was obvious.
Yeah, Huni, you were just yelling, just fight, please just fight, just run into him and fight, and no one wanted to do that till the very end.
I mean, if we see the D plus gear at the draft, like with the compositions wise, like they have a double AD carry, and then also in the jungle they have a Nidalee who was so fat in the team that it was like she can just easily just 1v5 at the sequences that when they're just poking the sieging, like when there's exactly like when there's the objective, like which is I think it's like the Kellen, it was like really important for him to be there, and it's just trying to be like he actually have to be ready for land the hook, or even Kastante just trying to be the flank and generate the spaces that they can actually auto take with the double AD carry or just a poke. But I couldn't see like from the DK like what I was not really understanding like why were they so late for the objective fight.
Yeah, often late for objectives, and also I found it so hard for Callan. He obviously had a rough game for most of it because you're the sole engagers of Nautilus. Rel and Skarner are both way tankier than you, and if you engage onto them on the front line, you'll just get grabbed by the Skarner, pulled in the enemy team and killed. And we saw that happen so often. So you're kind of on your lonesome there, and you can see you're trying to make these plays happen, but every time you get punished. So it really became hard for DK to force these fights, and it felt like they lost control of the game completely in the mid game for such a long period.
Well, we knew we were in for a sloppy mud fight of a series when we got to our first highlight. Ox just wants to call them clips because they were kind of messy. I'm not sure if he wants to call them highlights, but it started down here at the Drake, which then led to a Baron call that ended up not being so great for our life.
Yeah, and you see here, Kellen trying to find an angle, just gets punished immediately. And the chase down potential, once you lose that threat of the Nautilus, it is really easy for the rest of Honor Life Esports to clean up, but it was just a recurring thing where they're picking up these objectives, but then this is where they really fumbled.
I mean, this clip showcases really well, like the game was like really messy, like they stomp a Drake fight, and it's like they were actually just not be able to do anything at the Baron because like they got do tons of damage by that Baron, and then they actually missed. They were not able to landing all the ability that they can do. Like the Varus ulti was a really majors as well, and also the Peanut here, he was impatient and he just popped the Blastcone in. When the Baron was a 4,500, and he just flashed back, and then he died.
And especially when you're on red side, setting up for a dragon, you know, if it starts to go a little bit off, not as hard to disengage. But here, like when you're trapped in the pit, it's so dangerous to go for. Like, unless you have really clean setup, you know you have the time to do it. Like, this would have been a risky call if they're on blue side. On red side, it was just a bad call.
In outer space, no one can hear you scream. During that play in the space, we were all yelling, "What are you doing? Please stop doing Baron. Get off Baron." It was too late. But that was just a taste of the craziness to come. Let's take a look at the first Elder fight because there were many.
Yeah, I mean, I think at least like they were trying to opens up the spaces like from the DK, like which is like that's great because like they were just already like losing mid lane so hard, which is they were trying to at least like going the other side of the map, like which is like they're not actually trying to sieging on. But the thing is like it's kind of late that they have a Varus that was so fat and they're not actually ahead, and they have a Hextech Soul as well from HLE, so it was kind of hard.
Yeah, I feel like it's really weird that they ended up leading it down into a flip of the dragon. You can see at this point the double AD carries shredding through even the Rel, and the ult does miss there, but the Boulder finishes off. But the problem is they now have both their frontliners super low, and the backline is starting to struggle as well, so they've already put the dragon at such low health, it has to be a flip, and I feel like they rushed into it and gave this window over.
I know, like, HLE wasn't doing so well until they overchased. They decided to overchase there. It was, like, so bad decision-making there. Like, DK just had to just go on, like, the small chalk there, and they're getting tons of damage, but it's just, like, after here, at least DK got one more chance, one more opportunity to fight one more time.
Yeah, and maybe you caught that at the very end. Viper, out of all the replays, that was the first time Viper landed one of the Chains of Corruption. Viper missed so many ults, which was so uncharacteristic of him. He's one of the top 80 carries in the league, in the world, and it kind of proved to be real tough to find those Chains of Corruptions, which then leads us to the second Elder. Keep your eyes on Viper yet again.
Yeah, I mean, the setup for this was Delight walking into Viper with a Tristana fully stacked bomb that put him so low, and then redemption for Kellen, who finally got the grab onto the enemy AD carry. But I feel like the damage was done. The setup was a bit rough there, but putting your AD carry at half HP made it worse, and then Kellen found that beautiful angle. And D+ put an end to a very chaotic game, and they managed to bring it back. But these teams were our third and fourth place teams last split. this is a lower level of play than we expected to see from them. It definitely got way too scrappy.
Yeah, you kind of wonder about the opening day jitters, but these matches, very important. They get decided by heroes. Let's take a look at this game's hero. There should only be one at the POG. That's right. Lucid with the huge Elder Dragon steal was popping off beforehand, 7-0-7.
Yeah, and I feel like when you have chaotic games like this is peak Challengers energy. And Lucid, that's where he was forged. He comes in a game like this, it's business as usual. You know, chaotic fights over objectives, Elder steals, coming down to flips that decide the game. This is just where he grew up, where he thrived.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 10 out of 10 on Lucid for sure. Like, he just have a perfect game. As he said, he shows a KDA. But the thing is, like, he punished really well enemy team enters, basically. And then they clutch the game.
Ha! Lol. Left cast and observer. What do we think?
You know, I think Aiming had a pretty decent game, but Kellen, maybe it's the final
hook. The final hook.
Yeah.
All the other plays.
I don't know.
I'm not so sure about that, you know.
While we figure out the votes, it's time to go to the interview. Let's send it on over to Deer for the translations.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Showmaker and Lucid on the side of D plus Kia, who just defeated Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations! What an incredible victory for the first day of 2024 LCK Summer. How do you feel, Showmaker? Yeah, I'm able to secure our first victory against Hanwha Life Esports. I'm really, really happy that we're all able to celebrate with the team. And Lucid, yeah, we all consider Hanwha Life Esports as a strong team, and we knew that would be a challenge. And I believe that it was worth the victory as much as a hard game it was. So after finishing the spring season, preparing for the summer, it looks like you guys upgraded as a team. So what's something you tried to work on the most? I think in terms of the coaching staff and the players, I think we just all worked really hard, and that really contributed to it. I think something that we really improved on was our mistakes in terms of objectives. So I think we really tried hard to fix that. So do you think you found some progress? Yeah, since we won today, I think it was very successful. And Showmaker, let's talk about game 1. You blind picked Skarner and led a 14,000 gold difference and took a dominating victory. And in different leagues, he definitely stands out with a bunch of highlights. So how would you rate Skarner as a champion? As you can see, Skarner is rated pretty highly in every team, I believe. And I think he is able to showcase a lot of highlights. I think every abilities that he has is quite OP, so I think you'll be able to look forward to seeing him more often from now on. And Lucid, in game 1 especially, all 5 members played so cohesively as one today. So what contributed to your improved teamwork? I think before summer, we were trying to practice with keeping in mind how we can play better. So I think with the leadership that we got from the coaching staff, I think we're able to contribute to improving our teamwork. And in game 3, both teams did not ban Skarner. But you guys took Nidalee as the B1 pick. I knew that even if we got Skarner, I mean, we would play really well, but I was also pretty quite confident with my Nidalee, so I decided to go with Nidalee. And game 3 was so intense as it went over 45 minutes. And every objective we were watching with palms full of sweat. So what was the game ending moment? So I think we were contesting objectives I think the first Elder fight that we won with Smite fight was pretty big. And taking the Skarner picking the Skarner off in the middle of the fight was really good. And I think we were able to really cohesively team fight in the end that actually led us to victory.
앞에서 다 말해가지고 네. 다 잘해준 것 같습니다.
네, 쇼메이커 선수가 사이드에서 운영
So
정말
I
좋게
think
하는 것도 저희가
we
잘
already
봤거든요.
mentioned that everybody played really well.
그때 바텀 라인.
So you playing in the side lanes probably contributed a lot too.
발언할 때 유리하지 않을까
Yeah, I knew that if we were able to waste the Azir's teleport in the bot lane, that it would be really, really huge. So I think, yeah, it was pretty good. It worked out pretty well. And up next,
이거 언제적 드라마? 제가 중학교 때 드라마인데 혹시
looks like
보셨어요?
it says D plus Kia over flowers.
잘 기억
Have you watched this drama? No, I can't really remember. I know what it is though.
뭐 아무튼 다음 상대도 만만치가 않습니다.
What a funny fan sign. And up next, you will face KT Rolster, who you've been neck and neck with all spring season. So what will it be like this time? Yeah, when it comes to KT, every match, every game is so hard, and I feel like we get so sweaty playing against them, but we will make sure that we stop them this time.
그럼 마지막으로 디플러스기아의 개막전 승리 오늘 정말 많은
Lastly,
팬분들이 오셨고 막 이제 응원도 크게
There's so many
해주시고
fans
계신데요.
cheering for you today. Shout out to the fans and please share your goals and resolution. Listen.
오늘부터 개막 시작인데 첫 경기 되게 강팀인
Yeah, today was the match opening day for the summer season. I think we were able to get off a good start, which is great, and I want to make sure that we keep it going.
정말 크게 화이팅을 외쳐주셨고요. 쇼메이커 선수도 부탁드립니다.
일단 오늘
And Showmaker.
많이 찾아와 주셔서 환호성도 많이
Yeah, a lot of fans are here today. We heard how loud you were today.
많은 응원을 받고 있다는 거에 대해서 되게 행복하다고 느꼈고.
I feel like I'm very grateful that there are so many good fans out there that are so supportive, and I want to deliver good results for all of you guys to pay it off. And that's the end of the interview with Showmaker and Lucid of D plus Kia. Now passing it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that wonderful translation. As Valdez likes to say, let's take a look at the standings. After one, D plus number one. And we know how important this is because I believe in the spring split, it was Nongshim Red Force that was number one after the first match, and they were a Western team.
Yeah, it's just crazy that Hololive Esports, after coming third in spring, now have the most losses of any team in the LCK. Definitely need a redemption after that.
Yeah, but they are in second.
Yeah, I mean, DKs is first, and we'll see, I think, in the current color for sure, right? And then they're going to go 2-0, right? And they're going to be the first?
We'll see. It's going to be a heck of a split in just a little bit. All right. Before we close it on out, we're going to show you some little break content. It's the behind the scenes of the LCK opening video. Then we'll get to our second match of the day. It'll be Nongshim versus BNK Fear X. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little bit.
진격의 오케이 저축은행 진짜 완벽 부활 광동을 두 번에 잡아요.
최근에 오케이 브리온한테 많이 패배를 했는데 다른 모습을 보여주고 싶고 2대0으로 꼭 이기겠습니다.
선전 포고는 상대방이 저희한테 해야 될 것 같고요. 저희는 이제 항상 이겨왔던 팀이니까 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
피곤해요. 피곤합니다.
이제 어제 베트남에서 들어왔는데 오늘도 이렇게 또 바로 한국에서 촬영할 수 있어서 되게 좋은 것 같습니다.
저는 콧대가 높아가지고 아래에서 위로 올려다보는 게 잘 나온다 하셔가지고 그래서 좀 느낌 살려서 해가지고 그래서 빨리 된 것 같습니다.
액션.
저 오케이하겠습니다.
또 저희가 오케이 저축은행이기도 하니까 뭐 오케이는 오케이입니다.
친구들이랑 이제 친하게 좀 지내야 될 것 같아가지고 열심히 그냥 적응 중이라고 생각하면 될 것 같습니다.
도엽이 형 아직은 반말까지는 아니지만 곧 있으면 이제 반말까지 해볼게. 국원님 촬영 잘 보겠습니다. 멋진 거 잘 보겠습니다. 근데 국원님이 맞아 진짜?
형도 아니고 님이 맞아.
진짜 정없다.
그냥 선을 그어버린.
진짜 정없다.
앞에서는 저랑 되게 이렇게 뭔가 친한 척 해주려고 하는데 뒤에서 그럴 줄은 몰랐네요.
그냥 재밌는 것 같고요. 처음이어가지고 이런 경험도 재밌을 것 같아요.
여러 가지 촬영을 했었는데 이렇게 뭔가 저희 팀 컨셉에 맞게 진짜 촬영하는 거는 처음이라서 좀 설레기도 하고 뭔가 잘 나올 것 같기도 해서 기대하고 있어요.
이찬이 형이 평소엔 안경 끼는데 오늘 또 타이틀을 촬영한다고 안경권 썼거든요. 근데 그게 훨씬 더 잘생긴 것 같아요.
뭐 동생이 그렇게 봐준다니까 네 좋네요. 촬영한 거 다시 보여주실 때 좀 잘 나오는 것 같아서 제가 잘 나올 것 같긴 한데 전 개인적으로 동주 같은 듬직한 게 좋아서 동주가 잘 나올 거라 생각해요.
맛이 없을 수가 없는 빵이긴 해요. 그래서 맛있게 먹었습니다.
이렇게 뭔가 저희 팀원들 것까지 많이 사다 줘서 되게 고마웠습니다. 고맙다.
힘은 괜히 지연돼서 피곤. 프로페셔널하게 한 번에 열심히 하면 된다. 잘 수 있어. 카메라 자신 있게 보고 어깨 피고. 야, 안 되겠다.
시즌이 이제 곧 다가오고 있다는 생각이 들고 이런 거는 별로 찍어본 적이 없는데 잘 찍어서 멋진 장면 만들어 보겠습니다.
일단 뭐 용혁이 촬영 긴장 안 하고 잘했으면 좋겠고 근데 워낙 뭐 관심 받는 걸 좋아해서 촬영 같은 건 되게 잘할 것 같아요. 맨날 제 핸드폰에 셀카 찍었거든요. 저도 모르게 그냥 이런 데 놓고 가면은 혼자 이러고 있어요.
옛날에 잠깐 봤다가 그 뒤로 나의 친분이 없는 정태. 앞으로도 LCK에서 서로 좋은 모습 보여주면 좋겠습니다. 화이팅!
루시드 선수만큼 좋은 모습 보여주도록 노력하겠습니다.
저번 스프링 때 뭔가 형들이 하던 거 하게 돼서 좀 놀랐고 좋은 것 같아요. 재밌는 것 같아요.
이거는 저만의 팁이긴 한데 살짝 좀 피곤할 때 저는 좀 잘 지키더라고요.
눈빛이 좀 부담돼가지고 눈 마실 때 좀 웃겼던 것 같은데.
네, 영준이가 살짝 처음이라 걱정됐는데 잘 나올 것 같아요.
하겠습니다.
네, 허로브 레전드 이번에 그런 컨셉으로 촬영이 된다고 해서 되게 멋있게 나올 것 같습니다. 기대해 주셔도 좋습니다.
약간 양아치답게 걸리더라고요. 이렇게. 건들건들 노력은 많이 했습니다.
네, 꺼져 필요합니다.
괜찮아요. 괜찮습니다. 네, 저는 하는데 괜찮을 것 같아요. 네, 그럼. 이렇게 끼고 보니까 예쁘네요. 전지에서 저밖에 할 수 없는 거냐고. 지금 촬영 컨셉부터 다 마음에 듭니다. 이거 보여주면 안 되는 거 아니에요?
비하인드라서 그랬지.
근데 이제 비하인드가 퍼지면 이제 보일 때마다 아, 저 반지 이게 있겠구나 하고. 네, 만족스럽습니다. 네.
여러분 긴 오늘 생일이에요.
나는 긴길 생일 축하합니다.
저를 그거는 저는 어기성록이 때문에 저는 맞지 않습니다.
역시 비주얼 담당은 다르긴 해. 대답 없는 거 보니까 맞는 거 같은데 무안해가지고
양력보다
제가 영상을 봤는데 너무 잘 나와가지고 너무 기대됩니다.
저희 이번에 새 친구도 있고 서머 때 진짜 열심히 해서 저희 색깔처럼 빛나도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
앞으로 오는 썸머 시즌도 팬분들께 잘 좋은 기억 남기도록 하겠습니다. 팬분들 긴 여름 보낼 수 있게 해드리겠습니다.
서머에는 다 같이 만족할 수 있는 성적 내도록 하겠습니다.
플러스 기업 화이팅!
화이팅!
T1 파이팅! ENK PX 파이팅!
고맙습니다.
almost turned to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
PRX 화이팅! 용신 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. It's Nongshim Red Force up against BNK FearX, of course, the new sponsor of FearX. And man, these guys are coming in up against Nongshim in this first matchup. Always kind of a fiery bout whenever any team is playing against Nongshim, especially T1 for some reason. But BNK FearX looking to come in here with some changes of their own, but Nongshim was the team with the most changes. So pretty interesting matchup we have to kind of showcase both of the team's new changes here.
Can't wait to see what is going to happen. I'm pretty sure the vote on predictions are pretty split on this one. I don't really know what to expect. Nongshim obviously have been a vibes team for quite a while, and I gotta be honest, FearX, now BNK, back in spring, did a little bit disappointing of a job, in my opinion, compared to what we've seen of them in the past. It didn't seem like they were able to get it together. Fisher and Guger have joined the team. Mahao also now part of the roster called up. And also, to me, I think the fact that HLE now is the head coach has also been, I think, one of the best coaches in Challengers for quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And Guger, born 1994.
That's me, Valdez.
That's how old one of our commentators are here at the LCK. And he is 10 years older than Jiwoo, who's born in 2004. So coming in as the veteran on the squad, it is going to be interesting to see what kind of effect he can have on this young group of, well, youngsters. Raptor has been called up, which is interesting because we always said that Willer was kind of the engine of this team. Like everybody kind of played their parts, but he was getting a lot of the fights going. But now Raptor coming in is going to be an interesting look.
So I'm always going to love a challenger call-up. That part, to me, makes sense. But realistically, as we pointed out, it's a carry jungle meta. Willer was, in our opinion, probably the most consistently performing member on this roster. So it is a bit of a surprise as 7th place FearX, 8th place Nongshim. And for Nongshim, I think that 8th place was basically what we expected. For FearX though, what made them so strong back in the day was how coordinated they were as Guger. That's a lot of days.
Yeah.
Alves.
That's, let's see, that's over, am I doing math on the cast? I probably shouldn't. It's about 4 years, right? It's been quite a while. And Yeah, he's born 1994, as I mentioned before. How will he perform on his comeback stage? Because it takes more than just being a good influence on the players. You got to be good at the game if you're going to survive in the LCK, right? So he can't just come in here and be a good leader. He's got to actually put up some numbers too.
And also a real dinosaur.
A real dinosaur?
A real dinosaur. The Orca, Willy, has been sent down to Challengers, and we have a real dinosaur here in the LCK. Raptor making it to the starting lineup. That is cute as hell.
There he is. It's like a dinosaur has appeared in the midst of the Foxes. Anyway, let's get into the interview.
스프링 좀 기대하고 했는데 생각보다 성적이
그래도 경기력이 나쁘지 않아가지고 가겠다는 생각을 했었는데 집중력이나 운영 단계에서 좀 안 됐던 것 같아요. 실패해가지고 좀 많이 우울하고 좀 힘들었던 것 같아요. 플레이오프를 진짜 갈만한데 못 가니까 너무 아쉽더라고요.
지우 들어가요. 네, 지우 간다.
마지막 BNK 이겼을 때 기분 좋게 이겨가지고 희망이 좀 생겼던 것 같아요.
중요한 순간을 한번 놓쳐서 쭉 무너진 게 되게 아쉬웠던 것 같고
많이 쉽게 이기는 느낌이 들었어가지고 그래서 뿌듯했던 것 같아요. 저희가 개막전에서 거의 져본 적이 없는 걸로 아는데 스크림에서 하던 대로 하면 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
무조건 이기겠다는 절대 지지 않겠다는 마음가짐으로 준비하고 있습니다.
동부는 많이 잡아놨는데 이제 동부의 왕이 돼본 적은 없어가지고 동부의 왕이 한번 돼보도록 하겠습니다.
농심은 동부의 왕에 도전하시고 저희는 이미 동부의 왕을 했기 때문에 이제 서부로 가도록 하겠습니다.
그러면 그 발목을 저희가 잡고 끌어내려 진짜 간절하기 때문에 한번 플레이오프 가보도록 하겠습니다.
10등, 9등, 8등 했으면 다음은 7등이기 때문에 내년에 하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
플레이오프를 가기 위해서는 꼭 이겨야 되는 게임이라고 생각하고 저번 경기 저희가 아쉽게 졌는데 이번에는 가볍게 이겨가지고 저희가 분위기 가져가겠습니다. 이번 시즌에는 제가 동부에 있는 미드 그 누구한테도 지지 않을 자신 있고 동부의 왕 타이틀을 얻고 다음 5대 미드들도 한번 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
동부의 왕이 되려면 무조건 저를 꼭 이기셔야 할 겁니다.
동부의 왕 넌 내 거야.
Well, there you have it. Hearing from both sides, a lot of trash talk talking about who's going to be the king of the East, but also we do have BNK FearX trying to move over to the west side as well, so we'll see if they can make that work. As let's talk about some walkouts here as we have some raccoons, which is kind of, you know, one of the mascots of the Nongshim brand, of course, if you guys didn't know. And they've got the nice little cute ears to boot.
And in theory, it makes sense. You have a team of young, talented players, Jiwoo most notably, but all of them have had their moments throughout the last year and a half. And then they're led by a grizzled veteran. Now, will that be how it ends up working in practice? I'm not so sure about this. But we'll see. Nongshim have been very happy to shake things up. Fisher coming in today is also going to be something that... There was a lot of hype around this guy when he was back in Challengers.
Are they going to throw that to the audience?
I imagine they will.
You were saying a lot of smart things about the team and what it means and stuff, and I'm like, ooh, what are they going to throw into the audience here? Assuming they do.
Look at the vibes. That's a 30-year-old. That's about... That's going to be us, Valdez.
Are they not going to throw? They're just going to keep them there on the desk? No way, right? All right, now it's time to throw them into the audience. Maybe it's dangerous.
Maybe
I don't know.
I think they might give them afterwards.
Yeah,
give
perhaps.
Them out afterwards at the fan meet after they win.
I think I saw the Din family there, by the way. Din dad and Din mom.
Nice.
And Sylv mom. Now over to the other side here as we got some cool fellas for BNK FearX walking on down the golden...
The money machine?
What is...
Yeah, it's like...
It really is, yeah.
No.
Money gun. And they have sunglasses. They say, we got a new sponsor. Boy, have we got something to show you now, and it's money. That's my read. I don't know about
it's
you.
an important thing. In League of Legends, They're making it rain!
Oh my god!
Of course it's Execute that goes the most ham and does a little spin on the tail end of it.
I don't know about you, Chronicler, but we should get down there maybe and...
It's esports winter, Valdez.
Yeah, I don't know. We need some of those bucks. What is on it? It looks like one of the Nongshim players, or not Nongshim, BNK Fearx players. Would be weird if it was Nongshim. Anyway, cool fake money thrown into the audience there as we are looking to make something great again there on the side of BNK Fearx. Love the sunglasses.
Except, I guess, for the members that actually... No, we're all, we're all taking them off. Well, I love these walkouts. I don't know if any of these match the level of the log.
Yeah, the log, I think, is the best so far.
Still the most iconic one.
So I believe this is the 4x4 CEO, Juno Yoon, and also the SBXG CEO, Junghyun Lim. So nice to have them here in the audience as well to join us for the first match for BNK Fearx, supporting them to hopefully a victory tonight. And let's take a look at welcome to the LCK, our 1994 Cougar, who is back. He used to play for Najin White Shield way back in the day. If you guys, I am sure a lot of our viewers don't even know what that team is.
Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't know who the Type A Assassins are, which is crazy. You know, because they're
Kong the Monster. I mean, Team Hammocks even. And of course, our other two members who have been welcomed to these teams, Fisher and Raptor, have played on a slew of different rosters here. Of course,
Raptor, specifically a Giga Chat, a Bro player, then made it over to Fearx Youth. And Fisher had a very interesting path. Again, had a lot of hype around him when he was at T1 Rockies, even at Challengers. I think he was very highly rated, but once he got over to EDG, didn't end up really performing. And I think that EDG roster had a lot of issues. Don't think that was entirely down to him. Obviously also transferring regions could be rough, but it's going to be a big ask for him here today. Closer is a player that definitely has had his ups and downs, but if he does get a lead on one of his comfort picks, we've seen him completely take over games. So for Fisher, I think the main goal is going to be just don't get solo boloed, because I really wanted Calmy to deliver last split, but I think there were too many solo kills in matchups where there shouldn't have been. And I hope for Fisher today that he can avoid that fate.
That does sound ideal, Chronicler. I think that's a good idea. Don't get solo killed. After getting ready for this matchup, of course, he has some LCK games under his belt as well. In the past, I believe it was 5 games. And Fisher as well. I will show you who I am. I think the literal translation from the Korean would be like, I'm going to show you what kind of player I am, but I think I will show you who I am makes more sense. So total most 3, we see a lot of Azir. He is a mid laner that plays League of Legends, so you know that's pretty safe to say. But what is he going to play in this meta? Who's going to play Tristana? And who's going to play Azir today?
And how will the vibes...
Or Talia.
How will the vibes be for Nongshim, Feldas? That's what I'm wondering about. This is a team that, for all their faults, I think did inspire many a player with their good times. And this man on your screen right now, to you, perhaps the most iconic shutdown dragon that we have within the LCK. Personally stalling out a game in a Teddy-esque fashion with his Smolder back when that was at its strongest.
That was intense, man. I thought that game was never going to end. And
no,
it's been a long time since I felt like that in League.
Well, because they did everything they possibly could to make sure that didn't happen again.
Look at this guy. Playing alongside of Ju, 10 years older than him, Cougar comes back to the LCK.
If you told me he was 22, I would also believe you.
Yeah, well, will his play look like he's 22? We have had, you know, some other players that have done similar things. I feel like the most notable recent one besides Cougar was Bible, right? Playing for DK, a much older player, kind of came in and was a bit hit or miss. His Amumu support was interesting, but more so there to just kind of offer a leadership role. But
he was still like, what, like 22? Because
he was.
No, I'm pretty sure because he did his military service already, but he wasn't. He was just old in the context of challengers.
Maybe.
I'm not 100%. Maybe he was like 24 at oldest. Fortunately, I'm gonna have the opportunity to very quickly check that. Is actually back as well, Bible, as a player coach for DKCL. But that is not the two teams that will be facing off here. What will happen to Skarner, Valdez?
Please ban Skarner. I saw one series of it here in the LCK.
But he lost.
We got 3 games of it. It did lose. I've had enough. Like, let's move on to other picks, I'd say. Personally, I think I wouldn't be the only one who feels that way. I like the Yone ban. It's an AP jungle meta. I'm sure Raptor can play some sort of AP jungle. Closer is a fantastic Yone. Just take it away. Not a bad idea. Will they ban Akali? I mean, maybe not in this meta. There are other picks that are very high tier, including Kalista, which they will ban instead.
He's 24, by the way.
24?
Yeah, checked it out. Now we know Raptor going to be the big question mark coming in today, not because we haven't seen him at all yet in the LCK, but because Wheeler in a carry jungle meta was what many people were expecting. Did have a series in Challengers, played a decent series, but not enough to actually make it work. We'll see here today. These first couple of series might feel like, it's week 1. How much impact could this have? But particularly for these two teams, both of their goals is just to make that 6th place, right? And these wins against your fellow expected to be Eastern teams are actually really, really important. That can be the difference maker between being in a position where you end up making it or not, right? Kwangdong has had, they made it last time around, but we all remember what happened last year.
Yeah. And
it's banned. We're free.
It is banned. Corki, another strong pick. We saw it once in the last series. It didn't really have much success because the Skarner was just unkillable and eagle lethality. So, Ju or Fisher might be jumping onto this pick. We'll have to wait and see how they go with it. They do first pick it, so obviously saying, hey, this is a strong pick given what has been banned. Tristana's taken away as another one of those mid-AD champs, so I kind of like it in this scenario. It's flexible, as Varus is going to be coming through here first for the NK Fear-X.
Talia being picked up. Valdez already hinted towards it earlier. Should not come as a surprise. Haven't seen this specific combo just yet, but it remains very, very strong. Might be a little bit of a hint as well. Rumble has been taken away, so Ash Rumble isn't a possibility here for Nongshim. That is a combo that I think remains insanely tough to deal with. The Vi also shoots up in priority when a Talia has already been locked in. The Vi-Talia combo we saw in the first series of today be used, especially with a Rakan, to a very high level of proficiency. Jhin right now is actually in a really good spot. Feels quite strong. There's going to be the lock-in here for Jiu.
Yep, Jhin gets locked in. Nidalee was very high on the pick ladder, the tier list in our last series, and it will be picked here once again alongside of already Jhin and Corki. It's a nice damage profile. You don't have too much setup with these 3 champs, but going to be looking for that in the second phase.
Might look towards definitely like a Nautilus or Leona, and then maybe a tank in the top lane for Dundon, as unsurprisingly Raptor will be locking in the Vi here. BNK Fear-X, you could show me this first part of the draft, and this could be any team in any series in the last year and a half.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look to the left, right, the Jhin, we see a lot. Corki, Nidalee actually once upon a time, could have maybe been a thing, but Corki right now, not necessarily a poke champion, just much more of an AD threat. We'll see to what extent Nongshim is going to be able to utilize these picks, because specifically for them, they have had really great games where they snowball early and they just kind of close out the game from there, but they start falling behind. If they don't get leads, their macro is all over the place.
Yeah. These bans coming in already are pretty interesting. The Renekton Nidalee, a very strong combo, offers you a lot of setup. Leona as well. Jhin Leona, be very strong, offers you a lot of CC from the support role, so that's taken away. The Nautilus still available, but maybe they just say, hey, we're going to pick it, Varus Nautilus, here for the next rotation. But TF ban comes out, so maybe you're thinking about some of those other top laners. Cassante still available. And the TF off the cards might make that lane even better. The Vayne also banned here, so they're kind of setting up for that top lane tank pick.
We're setting up for a Cassante.
Yeah.
If BNK don't lock in Cassante here, that's 100% going to be the direction they're looking.
Well, it's either you take Nautilus and then you give over Cassante, or
exactly.
you take Cassante and you give over Nautilus.
It's a good trap. Nautilus is gonna be taken here. Oh, they want to pair with the Jhin here. Cassante, though, that one feels like a no-brainer. I'm sure they'll take the time to lock it in. Absolutely not. If you say Nami next, I will be very disappointed at you. Rel is one that makes a lot of sense to me. This is blind, so realistically, we know what's about to transpire here. It's also Dundun. Ironically, Mahal, the player that got called up, is known to be a big Cassante enjoyer.
Yeah.
Won't be seeing him, at least for now. I actually quite like the Bard. Do think Bard into these type of engage champions can be quite strong, and there are 2 stationary carries on the enemy team. Rel also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Provides a lot more engage than the Bard will, while still having the setup the rest of the team desperately needs.
And now we just need not an AD carry. We do need a top laner for the top side.
Well, they might play Varus top, right?
I guess so. But it is going to be Gnar that does get locked in. And at the end of the day, it does feel like, on the side of Nongshim Red Force, they rounded out their composition with they had a lot of poke already, a lot of damage, so they get a couple of these beefy frontliners that have CC, so they do a good job there. And the Gnar comes out for the top lane. No Varus top lane, and they will have that pick once again for them. And obviously a lot of setup with the Vitalia already and the Nautilus.
Gonna wonder how Nongshim is going to look here, because realistically, I don't think that the playstyle for Fearax will be any different, or for BNK rather, will be any different. Our expectation is that they will play a very aggressive game, trying to look for those mid-jungle picks. Execute will go in. Will it be a good idea? Will it be a bad idea? I don't think it really matters.
At least he's playing an engaged support.
That's not really what he's about. But he's gonna go in. He's gonna end up hooking people. But Nongshim, how do they look after all these changes that they made?
I love that sign that just says LCK. It's like, yeah, this is the LCK.
K-Corp,
you're in the right place.
Champs. Well, the Kana signing gave that a little bit more credibility than it had before, but I don't think it's looking good. I don't think it's happening.
Well, never say never, I guess. That's what they said about DRX. Anyway, guys, we are getting ready for the first matchup, or the first game, rather, in the second matchup of the day. Just have a slight delay before we do get into this one, as we have a packed house. Game has been paused. And, let's see when we can get into this one, but for now we're going to look at all these awesome fan signs that we have.
A lot of global fans as well. Always awesome to see. Fandom for both these teams alive and well.
Did he write in like the...
No, it's the same guy that we saw in the opening. He was there when they opened up. I am pretty sure.
So he has a test tomorrow.
Stay in school.
I guess they're studying chemistry while at the LCK. I wouldn't recommend it, but you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. Anyway, guys, we are hopping onto the red for game number 1 of Nongshim versus BNK.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
So here we go. Game number 1 of this second match. Once again, the Nidalee comes out here, this time for Sylvie. I feel like it's kind of an interesting pick for Sylvie, who, I remember he used to play so much Wukong. He was going over walls, he was everywhere. He was making big impacts in team fights, though, with that kind of champ. Whereas Nidalee, kind of offers a different set of things.
I took a look. 5 games. Not a great win rate, but I think the win rate doesn't really matter, right? Given that This is a Nongshim player, so it doesn't really give us a great indication, but most of those games, I think, have been in challengers, because Nidalee hasn't really been a contested
He's going
pick.
for it. Level 1.
The amount of time is, of course, Execute is going for a level 1 play.
The thumbs up as well. He's not even going to flash for it just yet. The auto comes in, ignite and a hook, and Fisher just says, okay, cool, I'm just going to walk away. Does not burn his own flash. Throws in a healing pot, but that is going to be a nice little bit of damage already, as now the rocks are being thrown in.
Ouchie.
And Fisher's in a lot of trouble.
We'll see. Ends up missing maybe a minion? Ends up missing, I think, 2 minions in total here. Worth of experience is Execute. But as long as they don't get dove on this crash, they should be fine, as we have a very early award there. And Sylvie, realistically, isn't going to be able to do that. Pathing towards the top side of the map will get spotted. Fisher, very early on, has to use his TP as... Oh, Dundun is not having the best of time here early in this lane, which you're not supposed to have a good time into Gnar, but losing half your health bar while you're still level 1?
Yeah.
Not ideal.
That's not the way it's supposed to go either. I feel like it's pretty fun to look at some of the players who, towards the tail end of spring, you know, at the beginning of the spring, we weren't so sure about them. One of those guys was Clear, who kind of had some decent games towards the end. Obviously, BNK FearX did fall short just barely, and they did get 7th place, as we do have another pause here, unfortunately. Hopefully it's not a big issue. But I am curious to see how guys like Clear will be able to perform in yet another full split of the LCK, given some more time.
We saw in the last series the consistency of Lucid individually, seemingly, at least in that one, did shoot up. So for Clear, I think that, as you point out, he had such a very clear... sorry for the joke, was definitely not on purpose.
It's very funny.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to see Zillion anytime soon, unfortunately. But he had an arc where he went from a player that I think really struggled. His Rumble was the easiest example, where it went from being an active detriment to actually quite a strong pick. Perfect is another example, player that throughout the split we just saw grow such an incredible amount. As Dundun, look at that little Dundun on his mouse.
He
Love
says,
that.
the reason why I took so much damage is my mouse. He didn't actually say that, but he is having some mouse issues, so if you guys have any thoughts about what this pause could be about, it is about a mouse, thankfully.
Dundun, a true top laner. He's a top laner that it doesn't matter if he's 0-0 or 0-5, he will go in. If he sees an angle, even though the angle might not be there, he will be looking for it. And he will be trying, the peripheral issue, we saw the mouse getting swapped in and out. Hopefully that'll be fixed soon.
Yeah, we got the CEOs still for SBXG and 4x4. Coming on down to support the team for the first match. Dundun is still fiddling with his mouse. He's doing a lot of mouse wheel usage. We got a very young fan here. First time at LOL Park. You gotta hold that sign up. It just says, first time with the sun here. Some BNK FearX fans as well. First time at LOL Park for her. And nice little flags there. The Fearless Foxes. BNK FearX.
I like the Fox ears. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
As we... more and more of these fans. And this is the best part, I think, about the pauses. You know, generally, no one likes pauses. We all want to see gameplay. But in these moments, we just get to enjoy ourselves. And I'm clearly just stalling while Veldes does his best to translate. I don't know if you had the time.
So that sign said I ran here just like Jiwoo to come see Subin, who is one of our hosts on the Korean desk. And then they put the camera on the desk where she was not.
Oh, that's Discord right there. It's a Nongshim fan and a FearX fan. The drama, Valdez.
Soon every team is going to have ears of some kind.
Drama. Okay, give me an animal. So Genji, it's
Tiger.
It's no. Oh yeah, I guess it has to be. I want to go polar bear for Canyon, but I guess he's the only polar bear amongst the tigers.
Yeah.
I know. No, that one's on me. T1, it's a dragon. Although I don't know what dragon ears would look like.
I don't think T1 is dragons. Yeah, Jason said the same thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. I have a T-shirt that has them as a dragon, so I guess.
Yeah, but that was just like a.
Yeah, no, I know it was a
limited
commemorative
edition
thing. Yeah, but I think that's why they've been cemented. So what enemy would you be looking at for each team?
I think T1 is like an airplane.
what do you mean?
I know that's not an animal, but
so you have like
the
wings?
first thing. Yeah,
wings coming out of your.
They're not sponsored by an airline, but I don't know. It's
just a vibe.
Kind of the thing that first comes to mind. DRX are dragons, which both G-Sun in our ears and also Wolf in our group chat.
Yeah,
did say so.
Should have seen that one.
What
else
sorry,
we got?
Chronicler. That's
that's fine.
Unfortunate.
You also didn't realize it, so I
had no idea.
I don't feel as bad.
This person came to watch Cloud Templar.
What's DRX? Oh, sorry, DRX. DK.
DRX are dragons, Chronicler.
No, I know. We went over that again. I was making sure.
DK are now Chihuahuas because of Lucid.
Yeah, they didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
I guess on that one.
So this is the first time down at the LCK.
What's Hanwha Life? Two little dumbbells?
They're a tank. Orange. Oh, yeah, they're the orange.
So you have like two oranges on the side of your head?
Yeah.
Okay, that works. That works. I'm okay with that. KT. I know they're a roller coaster, but I don't.
Yeah, they are.
I don't see how that works.
I just don't feel like you can assign a specific animal to every team. It doesn't really work that way.
Is it just
I feel like they have an
alpacas?
image. What?
It's just the alpaca?
I guess so.
I guess so. It doesn't feel
For
good.
now, it's like they loaned the alpaca over that team for now. So this mouse issue, guys, is still going on. Promise it was a mouse issue. We saw that they were fiddling with that. Is that clear? It says clear.
I feel like that's a reference I probably should know. And unfortunately, I don't. I apologize. I'm the reference guy on this desk. Valdez is definitely between the...
Hey, what?
It's definitely between the two of us. Not necessarily reference guy.
Yeah. Not really the reference guy.
I know that this drawing is technically great, but that raptor, man, it keeps getting me. A little dinosaur.
Yeah. So foxes rip apart raccoons.
Fox, look at the little teeth. That's a vicious fox.
Yeah.
Valdez. Scary.
Very scary.
Not raptor. He looks very nice. I'm sure
He does, yeah. He looks like a
friendly.
nice guy.
He was on Brion. Come on.
Generally, that means, yeah, you're probably a nice guy.
You gotta have good vibes.
Yeah.
That was actually one of my highlights of MSI was
What does this sign say?
meeting Umti.
Go Fox.
Go Fox. With a heart.
It's actually BNK Firax.
And a New Jeans fan as well.
Hey, we love the support.
From all over the world.
This is the raccoon. And unfortunately, I know you guys love looking at the fan signs and the raccoon stuffed animal dolls, but we're ready to watch League of Legends. And so we are back into the game, hopefully with no future pauses, as Fisher has just been taking lots of damage so far in this game, the most by far. We'll see if he can handle it here as the hook is going to sail wide from Execute.
Look at that Cougar. In his old age, dodging skill shots.
I know, his hands still work, guys.
These jokes are going to be continuously made for like the first 2 weeks, right?
What is this skin?
It's like Meow Nidalee. It's like the cat suit skin.
Wow.
Yeah. we're so used to just seeing either what's called Headhunter.
Also Canyon.
Yeah, the Canyon.
You just saw.
That's the main one.
Look at Cougar, man. It's not missing a beat.
hasn't been hit by a hook yet, Valdez.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, that's a durian.
It's
Kiddly.
skin. Okay. Good, good.
I imagine.
Good to know.
Maybe it was part of given that there's a durian there, maybe it's part of the skin set that also had Durian Rammus, which in my opinion is the greatest skin in League of Legends. I don't think we'll be able to
more Rammus.
see it. We do need more Rammus. Remember Pioshi played Rammus?
Yeah.
Those, like, 2 games?
Point and click CC, man.
That was great.
Hard CC, it's really good. You're very fast. It is cleansable.
It is.
That makes it a little bit less good.
A lot, I would say.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Not everybody can be as good as Nautilus or Vi. And we haven't had a lot of hard, point and click CC for a while. We had Skarner, and now he's gone as well. Although it feels like he got stronger.
It's not hard to hit his CC. The Impale is tough, but the E I feel like is pretty generous.
Yeah. Well, here's Kiddly once again. Sylvie looking to get on in there with the spear as Closer just kind of takes a good trade against Fisher and then just walks away. Not too sad about the way that one went.
We had to walk it off. Raptor, meanwhile, has just been farming. So he's getting close to the level 6. Want to try and get there as soon as possible as Vi. Start enabling Closer in particular. The setup there obviously insanely solid if you can just blend either a Q or go for your ultimate. Towards the top side as well. Dundun was able to recuperate from that rough early game, but he's a little bit low on mana. Doesn't have too much health either, but not really an opportunity right now.
Another dodge took. Execute struggling to hit Cougar. Has not been able to do it just yet. And Henna's like, okay, this is how you do it.
That's experience right there, Valdez.
Yeah. That spear somehow didn't hit. Looks like maybe it hit one of the little Void Club dudes.
Really.
Sylvie got the smite there, though. That's going to be feeling pretty good for him.
Obviously not as big a spike on Italy as it is on some other champions, but still a level lead, always going to feel great. Player really wants the back, hasn't actually gotten his back in, but did TP. But even if he makes it back, as his back won't get cancelled, this should be, I think, still Nongshim being in a pretty good spot here to pick this up.
Yeah.
They're on even numbers, but they're to the objective first.
I don't think there's any reason to start to fight Cougar, man. He is so clean today, and he's going to get that engage onto Execute. I was going to say, I think it's pretty questionable for BNK Fearx to be in that position, and, well, it did happen. Now, Jiu is alone underneath the turret. He's in a bit of trouble, but really nice flash, and now Henna going to have to flash away himself alongside of the cleanse, but it's Jin. If he lands a hit, this could be huge, but Henna, oh, the 4th shot is going to crit him down, and that'll be the solo going the way of Jiu.
And the game state was looking pretty even. All of a sudden, everything looks amazing here. The only thing that Fearx is going to get back is Raptor getting a single invade on a red buff. Like, yeah, he hits level 6, but that's not the trade you want. Starts up with Execute, just straight up disrespecting the engage potential, just walking up there unbothered, and he probably should have been. And then Henna trying to look for the outplay because the top half of the map ain't going his way. And man, does it backfire.
Dundun trying to get in there. I think he missed the cannon up against the Mega Gnar. Clear just going to continue to exert as much pressure up there as possible. But yeah, that might be one of the only lanes that goes well for the side of BNK at this point. Although at least Fisher was able to kind of stabilize. Closer is still in a decent spot, as this is once again the setup.
No idea. Because your Gnar is so far behind as well, and you should also realistically know, because Dundun had the teleport or tempo advantage, so you can't contest that. Take another looker. If you're already level 6, might end up working out. It's really because he had triple Blight stack on top of him as well, right? So if the Blight ends up hitting, if that Q hits, he's dead. And instead,
나이스!
hit 6 of that first minion.
좀 안 좋아서 지금. 나이스! 지우!
They're going insane!
And I wanna again, Chelly has been with Nongshim Challengers for such a long time, and he's been genuinely an incredible coach. Like, the performances he's had over the last 3 years with this, not this exact roster, obviously, with Fiesta leaving and Pete not being there, but this roster, and the roster with Vito as well, making Challenger finals, actually winning those finals, and then the Academy roster coming in. So I think you can see right there that, to me, that's the essence of Nongshim. Them going completely crazy over a kill on Jin, and the golds even, and it doesn't matter.
It was a nice fourth shot after he missed 3, so
it's got AO1.
Yeah. It was good to get excited, but they were pumped.
Yeah.
They were ecstatic after that one. Sylvie just looking to do niddly things, get in and out of the brush. Closer is not looking to interact much at all, although Fisher does know where he's backing, and we'll stop that. This dragon is going to be started here by the side of BNK4X, and then immediately stopped. Although, no, it does look like Raptor's going to stay on it. Yes. They will be able to pick this one up.
Big wave being shoved in the 2v2. I do think you still really have to be respectful, especially without Jiwoo having his flash.
Okay, a chance here on a clear, but the Q3 is going to miss. Doesn't matter, he's Cassante, but the ult comes in clear. Getting an early flash down, very nicely done. He's almost up to Mega Gnar, but 1v2, he's not going to push his luck. Already did enough to survive the gank.
Gank is successful. Getting the flash out of the Gnar is still a big win. Means that you have a lot less pressure in those team fights from a flash Mega. Nicely done by Clear, though, to make sure that he survives. If that spear hits, he is most certainly not making it out, especially with Sylvie already having the early kill, being accelerated, having the Stork Pan boots. You see a lot of vision control here coming through for Nongshim in these early levels, but for BNK, it's also important to remember that right now, they're just playing for the mid game, right? You're looking to utilize the Nautilus, utilize the sideline pressure of this Talia, and that 1-2.
Uh-oh, Cougar. Uh-oh, he's caught out here in the river as they do utilize a wall here from Closer to isolate him and take him down.
There you go. Exactly what you want to do if you are BNK. Sylvie does get them to 4, which is a big break point. So he's going to be happy with those 4 grubs, but that'll be the end of it. Kill ended up going over to Raptor as well on the Vi, who uses that gold pretty well. Not the best target. Obviously, ideally, you'd want it on Closer, but Vi should still be able to use it as Jiwoo.
Meanwhile, oh, the cleanse on the change, though. Here comes Henna. He's trying to get those stacks up, and 1Q would do it. Flashes forward just to make sure. And he will pick it up before Jiwoo can even respond with his own flash. And Henna will get his revenge.
So fireworks here in the bot lane, Valdez. And saw what happened last time around. He's like, I won't have that happen to me again. Absolutely no way. Very nicely done there by the Varus. Always kind of catches me off guard how much value Varus will still be able to get from Halo Blades, even if he goes lethality. Yeah, it's cool to see. Actually, on the, I think it's the current PvE, there are some changes being tried out to Varus, where instead he will be gonna look. I think it changes from attack speed to AD, which I feel like Varus has been a mainstay for what, 2021?
I mean, we had Varus, like red side Varus metas were okay. This is straight from Fisher. Like red side Varus metas were like 2017.
Yeah. Well, obviously,
and then like even. Yeah,
played a lot of Varus in his time, but I mean the lethality variety.
Yeah, 2017.
Yeah, yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah. And Execute is going to get rooted up here by the Jin, and now they're just getting in on top of Execute, who will land his ult on the 2. A very messy fight here. Is now the Magnet Storm just going to be used to
some skill shots.
Yeah.
Not
okay.
They're being sidestepped, Valdez.
Yes.
They're not hitting.
Everybody's dodging so excellently. They're doing a great job.
Some unfortunate misses there, and it means no one ends up dying, at least for now. Can't wait to see what this game brings. I can already feel the vibes are great.
Yeah. This should go 3 games, I would say. This series seems pretty likely.
Yeah, we're in for a long day.
2 teams seem very evenly matched.
So starts off with the Q. Always with Varus want to try and get as many Blight stacks as possible, and then here, W. flashes on top of him to ensure that there is no such shenanigans as were found last time around by Jiu when he flashed the arrow. Ends up working out very, very nicely here for Henna.
Those are going to make his way up to the top lane, actually. Up against Dinden. Meanwhile, Clear is going down to the bot lane. Up against Fisher, who is down there. So some interesting swaps at around 14 minutes in. Obviously, don't have to keep these permanents as the laning phase is ending. But definitely want to make a play here on this Rift Herald, potentially. Closer level 11 could try to set up something with his wall. But neither team making a big play at it just yet.
Jiu also going for the early Ghostblade. Ghostblade and Swifties means that the Jhin is zooming around the map. Very easily can rotate from lane to lane. Obviously doesn't have the same level of range or safe wave clear rather that Varus does. Does offer a lot in terms of setup with his W, as we do see Clear. Triforce done. He's quite a menace.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, making his way over, looking for Fisher.
I mean, if they get this combo cleanly, like, Raptor can do the ult flash thing that Lucid always does. And even with Mininar, I think they've got an angle here.
Yeah, I don't think it should matter.
Yeah, it might not even have to flash. Just going to press R onto him. If they have the damage, yep, it will be definitely enough as the Vi and the Gnar come together for a 2v1 kill under the turret.
And really, really crucial here is that Nongxin just had Sylvie back. So they're going to start this up now. But I actually think that for BNK, there's a response possible. Clear STP. It looks like they're going to go for the cross map instead. Don't want to run the risk. There is a lot of vision control there for Nongxin, but tempo not being really pushed too far there by Ferex. Instead, just saying, "Hey, you get a dragon. We got a turret." He picks up a kill as well. So first turret blood. Gonna be huge. That's generally what you want to use that Herald for. Nongxin starting to slip a little bit here, Valdez.
Yeah, they definitely are. We do have the Ocean Soul coming through here in this one. We did have that Cloud Drake individually picked up by BNK once again. And yeah, might just slow down from here. Nongxin, not a big stranger to this kind of situation, just slightly behind, trying to rely on Jiu, who has gotten some gold in his pockets. Sylvie struggling to get over that wall. There was nothing for him to land a spear on, so obviously it doesn't get the increased range. Just going to go up to the top side of the map here. So yeah, BNK Ferex looking pretty comfortable at this point in time, because even though Jiu's fed, it is Henna who is actually even more fed after getting the return kill in the bottom lane.
It's a standoff, Valdez. Both teams are just kind of in the same area, and both Cougar and Execute just really want to go in. They really want to go.
Yeah. Kind of similar vibes from these guys, who are not a stranger to sending it either, although Execute is currently the king on this Rift. We have a bit of a rotation up the river. Raptor trying to threaten this, but the wall is going to come in. He's going to go over the wall. The damage should be enough. Oh, a three-man Magnetstorm does come in, and now the Jhin is firing from far away, but it does not matter. 2 kills now for Closer. Going to be picked up, and with the TP coming in from Clear, he doesn't do much, but does 100% secure the fight win for BNK Ferex.
The attempt from Nongxin there does make sense, right? Try and turn it around with the Jhin ultimate, but I think they're a little bit too slow. Not quite sure if they have the firing power, and Sylvie in particular going down there, I think is huge. Like Cougar getting the re-engage. If Sylvie can then just throw a spear or two, and they're able to utilize the Jhin ult, TP coming in from Dinnen as well. That could have been a turning point, but instead, we just don't have the damage available. Execute could have just tanked most of this. Take another look, because again, I think Cougar going down, going for a re-engage would have been fine, but the big problem is that Sylvie gets caught by the chains of corruption and then just gets CC'd. And without the Nidalee, there's no way, right? Like maybe if Nidalee's alive and you get a shot on the Closer, you can try and look for a fight, because Clear was, I think, Mininar and didn't have a big bar. And if Cassandre comes in from an angle, could be an opportunity there, but instead, we're starting to see the game slowly slip away from Nongxin here in this first one. As we see that combination, fight Talia, man, it gets the job done.
Yeah, I mean, we've been through so many metas, and we've had like new OP picks come in, and It's just so funny that regardless of what meta we're in, like CC is almost always king. And a lot of the very OP champs that come in have a lot of CC in their kit alongside of other stuff. You know, namely Skarner nowadays, Cassante recently as well. Nautilus has been a mainstay for a long time, but Vi, Talia, you talk about this, and we did see the first 3 picks on the side of Nongshim or Corki, Jin, Italy. Those are all very strong picks on this patch, and they rounded it out well with the Cassante and the Rel, but they don't quite have as much as BNK Fearx do. And now from ahead, this CC will be even more oppressive, as they're going to not have much vision, and they're going to have to walk into some dark places where you might just get 100-0.
It's a big test for Nongshim because it's their biggest weakness, right? Coming back from these deficits, something they've always struggled with. Guger, one of the main reasons why he came in is because he, if I remember correctly, was a substitute just because he was coaching, I think, challengers or academy, not 100% sure, but he just ended up subbing in just to happenstance, and it worked out really, really well. But in this game on the stage, it'll be very different from scrims, as we have seen many times. Scrim bucks, unfortunately, don't get you anything in League of Legends. Nongshim's still in a position where I think a good team fight can kind of bail them out, but if they lose Ocean Soul and they lose the fight decisively, I think this first game might be done and dusted, Valdez.
Yeah, I would say that BNK Fearx we've seen in the past, they have struggled themselves from behind, where they're like, okay, we're behind, but we're going to force every play that we possibly can. They have been a bit more balanced this time, and, you know, putting in a new jungler can actually change entirely the way that your team does play. And it does look like they are kind of picking their choosing their moments up against Nongshim in this one. It has been a pretty balanced game so far from the side of BNK Fearx. They haven't made a lot of overstepping maneuvers. And now Raptor in a very nice spot over the wall. He's going to get into the pit. I don't think they have any idea. And Jiu, oh, wait, they do now.
Look, wait, hold up. Look at Guger, though. Execute, I think he has a suspicion.
Yep.
Oh, he susses him out.
And we are going to have the wall coming out here, and Guger is not in a great spot. Raptor's just in here looking for the steal. Meanwhile, we have a TP coming in as well from the Cassante. Dindin trying to join. They want to try to burst down this dragon. The smite will go the way of the Bias. Now Clear gets a massive Gnar into the wall. They take down the Corki, and Jiwoo's on the run. Dindin's all by himself. Sylvie's on the run. He's going to go down. They might get Execute, maybe. Yes, they do. As finally Guger makes his way in. They want to try to take down Henna as some Cassante things in that fight, but it's not going to matter as BNK Fearx are just way too far ahead. And Jiu knows his fate is pretty much sealed.
Can they get the Execute?
I mean,
wait, the Grubs!
Boomerang! Nope, not gonna happen. Execute does come in.
It's still a complete disaster, but they didn't get Jiwoo, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, very unfortunate. So what happened there is that Guger was on a great flank, if it doesn't get sussed out, which it did, so they don't have their front line outside of Dindin, but by the time he joins, Sylvie already forced to go for a very early Zhonya's, and Dindin is zoning multiple people, but there's no one keeping the backline safe. So Clear finds a multi-man knockoff. Then here, Dindin does his very best Keen Sanze impression, but unfortunately, Raptor and Clear are there, and they don't have the AD carry because it was zoned out of the fight right from the get-go. Basically blown up in the initial setup. And now for Nongshim, things are looking irreparably damaged because trying to play Nidalee from this position, trying to play Jin from this position,
yeah,
it's not happening, Valdez. It's not a good look.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough for them on the side of Nongshim for sure. But BNK Fearx, I do like, again, this kind of balanced feel that we see from them.
They're slow playing.
They're not over-forcing. They're not going for crazy plays. They're not trying to make the next big YouTube highlight or anything like that. They're just like...
Watch them start Nash and Fro.
Well, yeah, that would be the perfect caster curse. That would make this game a lot more fun, honestly. But
I'd be down. I'd sign up for that.
I don't think it's going to happen.
They just look clean, right?
Yeah.
I also do think it's important to know that Fearx also underperformed to what we expected. Or BNK right at Fearx in the last split. This is gonna take.
It's gonna be rough, yeah.
But back then, right, Fearx really wasn't able to showcase, I think, even because we expected them to be messy, but they didn't even look cohesive for most of the split.
Oh boy, and that is going to be the lockdown here on a Sylvia. Now the follow-up, this is just people getting caught out over and over. BNK FearX, they will easily take that money and bring it to the bank and bring it to Baron as well. They didn't even need clear, he's just solo pushing bot. Might as well.
BNK, no jungler on the enemy team. That's the freest Baron that they could go for. Some of the early laning phase looked a little bit rough. Execute just getting caught is peak Execute, but they didn't let that really get to them. Claire also wisely backing off. And Raptor, I gotta say, Divide, looking great here. As, oh, Sylvia, you can't be in the jungle, unfortunately. At this point, it doesn't really matter what they do, if I'm being completely honest.
True. I mean, it's either that or he just kind of stands in the lane, throwing spears into the dark jungle. So
I wonder if next game we get like the Mahao and or call me situation. We'll see what ends up happening. For those of you wondering where Peter went, Peter is currently in Challengers, but he's also subbed because Vital, who you might remember, has role swapped to support. Nongshim's Challenger team, I would highly recommend watching because Eddie's on it, and he has already played Pantheon and got his top lane Galio banned.
That's Challengers, baby.
That is indeed.
Make sure you guys are watching the coach streams. They're always a lot of fun.
Oh, the Hail Mary.
Googer coming in from behind, and he has a TP to help him out. A couple of TPs, actually, as Closer is in a lot of trouble, but that Zhonya's is going to help him out quite a bit. Can they actually get this kill? No, they cannot. As the Nora into the wall is just gigantic. And that'll be the end of this team fight. Dundun not going to beat Dunsante this time as Sylvie goes down as well. This game is over. BNK FearX absolutely turned that round, that fight around in a big way. And they should be able to push to win here with the Baron buff.
Appreciate the gusto from Nongshim trying to salvage an unsalvageable game. But there's a reason why coming back from a deficit like this is so hard. Unfortunately, once control was lost, FearX it really BNK in uncharacteristic fashion. Maybe it's the name change, right?
Yeah.
Ends up playing it out. Oh, Execute maybe dying it. That would be no, not even. That's what I mean.
Not gonna happen.
What's happening here?
Two's gonna go down here too. 17-3, and Nongshim, oh, he's desperate. He wants Execute to go down, but Aftershock too good as one by one the chips fall. The dominoes being knocked over. Nongshim will not go down without a fight. Unfortunately, you're never gonna win that fight. So anyway, the Nexus will go down, and BNK FearX will get their first win here in Summer on the first game.
Execute didn't even hook onto the fountain, Valdez.
Wow.
This is truly
a
changed BNK. FearX coming through here. For Nongshim, started off okay. Jiush, doing a little bit of flexing, but then very quickly we saw those old Nongshim patterns come back where they just get caught off guard. And Raptor, I think having a wonderful game here on the vibe, being where he needs to be, setting up the fights very, very well. That game really felt like a little bit of an everything diff. It's tough to deal with, especially because Nongshim, they were on blue side. I think that Corky Brio has got to be dropped, but that alone probably not going to be enough.
Yeah. And as you mentioned before, there is still possibility to see some roster swaps for this one. Some subs coming in for game 2, and we'll have to wait and see if they do opt into that one. Just a lot of early fights going the way of BNK FearX, and they roll that into a massive snowball to take this first game of the series. We're going to take a break and have the space with Digon, Huni, and Ox to break it down. We'll be right back.
플래시 있어 얘들아. 빨리면 안 돼 그래도.
바텀 오면 끝나긴 하겠다 이거.
살짝 볼게.
바텀 안 볼게.
레 노플 레 노플 지금 플래시 있고.
천천히 타워 치면서 포르킥 붙죠. 레 높여. 레 잡아보자.
나 살려줄 사람. 나안 죽었어. 레 노플
다 나왔다. 진 봐줄래 진 봐줄래.
노플 노플 노플. 그렇게 플래시 있어. 다 플래시.
허리게.
이제부터 플래시 다 있다. 이제 나놀이 있네. 앞라인 킬 먹어 얘들아. 맛있게 먹어.
밀량 올릴게.
나도 KD 올릴게. 나 이렇게 해볼게.
나이스.
이렇게 해볼게. 나이스. 다음 턴도 이렇게 하자.
안녕하세요. 저는 이번에 중국에서 뛰다가 새로 HK로 온 농심 레드포스 미드라이너 피셔 이정태라고 합니다. 일단 되게 긴장되고 한편으로는 긴장되지만 되게 또 한편으로는 설레고 신나고 그런 것 같습니다. 일단 저는 되게 남들이 못 보는 각을 되게 잘 본다 생각해서 그런 변칙적인 플레이랑 그리고 되게 스킬샷 부분에서도 잘 남들 못 보는 각을 보는 그런 강점을 가진 선수라 생각합니다. 요즘은 아칼리, 흐웨이, 트리스타나 이 3개 정도인 것 같아요. 좀 약한 팀이라고 이미지가 인식이 돼 있는 것 같은데 그 인식을 깨부수고 무조건 적어도 중위권은 진입하면서 플레이오프 진입을 목표로 할 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Huni and Ox. BNK Fear X. Got it right. We got it right on the first time. We got to add in the BNK, the newest addition to the LCK. Go up 1-0 in this first match. Let's take a look at the draft. We got to see some of the culprits from series number 1 earlier in the day. Back on in here. What jumped out at you here, Ox?
I just feel like when you have picks like a Nidalee, you know, one of these picks who are quite mobile, who flourishes on playing around the edge of the fight, using that mobility to avoid threats, Vi Taliyah is just so effective at easily shutting it down. And I feel like there are a lot of instances where just this ability between the Nautilus and the Vi to start fights for BNK Fear X and the follow-up from the rest of the team really allowed them to set the pace of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the Nongshim draft, like all the champions are just doesn't function together. Like there's no single setup that who can actually set up the Nidalee, the spear. But the other side of the team, which is the BNK, it's just like the Varus ulti, the Taliyah setup, and the Vi ulti, the Novus, tons of CC, and the Nar can even start the first fight with the Mega Nar. There's so many things that they can actually start the fight and that they can set up the fight, and they have a silent prio. So this means that also they have an ulti from the Taliyah that who can actually infect the game, the Summer Split as a global. It's just like it was like way easier for them to play. The order for the Nongshim to function this draft, it's just like they have to be winning the lane phase at least, but it didn't even actually happen.
That's right, and we get to see a great example of the composition coming together with the Taliyah popping off in our first replay, around 17 minutes. A double kill here.
And I feel like this is a situation where, you know, the Rel and the Nidalee are just contesting vision and kind of feel like, you know, we are both champions who can jump over a wall. We're pretty safe in the situation, but this collapse is so effective. The Taliyah comes in and the follow-up is so quick. And you see they're trying to just see if they can do anything to help the Rel, and the Varus ult sneaks in onto the Nidalee as well.
I mean, it's just like so easy, even though it's like the Kazante TP landed first doesn't really matter because the fight is already over. As soon as the ZC landed, they're gonna die. They're gonna just go, and it's like the difficulty of the functioning this draft. It's so easy for them to like just kill the people, to pick the people there.
Yeah, it feels like if Nongshim wanted a chance to get in there, they had to be the ones to initiate the fight. But Taliyah being able to hop in right away, the go button with Vi made it very, very difficult. And we got to see the early kill by Jin and the pop off by the Nongshim coaching staff and everyone. It was great, but that was their only moment as we take a look at the Drake fight right after that fight on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I love how this ends up playing out. We actually see you know, the Herald not really getting much value here, but it ends up being a situation where you get like a flank angle coming in for the side of BNK Fear X, and they really make it difficult for the backline of Nongshim to position. And I think the Mega Gnar and the Taliyah timing are the things that really stand out to me. You can see they're all positioned in that clump, they're all focused on the Dragon, they know the Gnar's on this side, and the Taliyah turning up on the other side just makes it impossible to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, also the Gugar's completely zoned out, and it's like really shout out to this Gnar play. And he's like, it's actually just one shot the team fight right there. And it's like, and I think also I really like where the Nolas was like, he's trying to actually buy the time so much for the team, even though he being ends up dying, but it doesn't really matter because they clean up so easily the 4 people rest of it, and even Jin got executed, and it's a whole 5 members just take down.
And I think this is a sort of comp that really works with this roster because they know how to play aggressive, their solo laners are strong, we saw them come together there really effectively, and when they set the pace of the game, I think that's always where they looked best. They haven't ever really been a slow team. They're a team who just want to engage, drive the pace, drive forwards, and I think it works. If they keep drafting like this, they'll be a threat in the league.
All right, let's take a look at the POG for our first game of the series. Raptor, the new guy coming on in, played very well in the Vi. The go button allowed the rest of the squad to follow up and clean on up.
I mean, huge win for Raptor because, I mean, he just came in, he just got called out with actually an LCK roster, and he's shown these big performances with this aggressiveness. I mean, he was already like known as like in challengers that he was really good at playing aggressively, but sometimes when you're actually playing like, for example, like Brand, like we saw we actually seen it, he weakness his performances, but this aggressiveness, it still works in LCK level. It's a huge win for them.
I think it's important when you have a player like Execute on your team. He is an aggressive support, and we've seen that be sometimes a big boon and sometimes a big negative for this roster, but having a jungler who can line up with that really can pay off.
Lots of lots of votes everywhere. I think it was just a comprehensive team victory. So super cool to see them find success here in game number 1 after that one. All right, to get into game number 2, let's send it back on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, guys, on the space for breaking down that first game. Yeah, it kind of just felt like they got a very early lead. They had a lot of ways to follow up on their fights, and they were able to do it. As Ox was talking about, this is kind of where that's their comfort zone for BNK Furex. I think Nongshim, they're going to have to change up the way they draft, maybe take away some of those big power picks that work so well together, and maybe drop the Corki first pick in this case.
Not only Corki first pick, there's also, you know, when you go to a roller coaster, you walk up to the line.
I don't like roller coasters.
Okay, that's perfectly valid. It's not necessary that you.
But you were saying when I go to a roller coaster.
Okay,
so
but
yeah,
you don't have to actually go in. So you walk up to the roller coaster,
Okay.
right? And then you don't go in, but you look at the entrance, and there it says you must be this tall
That's scary.
to ride this roller coaster.
Yeah.
Right, which you see before you walk off to not go into the roller coaster, but to go to another part of the theme park.
Okay.
That bar, it's the same for picking Italy. Unless you are high enough ranked in, I don't make the specific rules, but there is a barrier of execution for this champ. Not only for you as an individual player, but also for your team. And if you don't, hit that bar, please, for the love of God, I don't care how good it is in scrims, let the pick go, because it is so hard to make work. And I agree, when it looks good, looks amazing. We saw Lucid have a great performance on it. It was a big pick at MSI. But realistically, we've seen Peanut in Italy today, which didn't inspire a lot of faith. And I guess we're just banning it, so we won't end up seeing it. So that's great. That's
BNK Furex helping him out with a nice ban from the blue side. They say, you know what?
Wait, this is match 2. How am I already looking at these drops?
We're already throwing our hands up in frustration here.
This must be a scrim thing, which makes sense. I feel like Nidalee is kind of the classic scrim champion where you
Still
get
feel like Sylvie should be good on this champ. You know?
I don't even think it's specifically Sylvie. I think trying to play Nidalee into Vi Talia is just not a thing.
That's what I mean. Like, I feel like individually he should be good on the champ, but we
Sure.
just didn't get to see any of it in game 1. Like that, you know, it
Yeah.
didn't show off any of his prowess on the pick, I would assume. As Ash also got to be banned. This has been a power pick for a while. It did not get banned or picked in the last game, actually. It just kind of got looked over. But will be looked at this time around. Let's see what that third ban is going to be here from the red side. They already banned Skarner, so they already did their job from the red side. But what will be the next power pick they want to take away from BNK Furex?
Maybe Kalista. Corki is a pick that I haven't seen his performance and impact really warrant his high pick rate.
Are you ready for it?
Might be. Yeah, might come through.
Are you ready?
Also, wanted to draw attention to something that is actually quite interesting, is that Pony was the only one who predicted BNK on the Korean side.
Yeah.
All of us were BNK voters.
On the global side.
On the global side.
Yeah.
Pony was the only one on the Korean side.
No, it's kind of interesting. Definitely one of the bigger divides we have had in terms of Preds. But yeah, I guess it just kind of came down to some of the changes that happened to the rosters and some belief potentially on the side of Nongshim's new changes, but we haven't seen it just yet. Now, I thought it was going to be actually Tristana that got picked here on B1, but they went for Maokai instead. And so that does give over Varus and potentially Tristana here for Nongshim Red Force.
We'll be locked in. Maokai Tristana combo that has been around for quite a while. Very, very strong. Of course, there's still flex potential with his Maokai as well. Could also go towards execute. But we will not know what's going where. We have also seen...
Ooh, this got first banned on blue. This was B1 ban from Nongshim.
Closer on melee carries into Varus as well already. I think you're going to be feeling great. The one thing I am scared about is I've actually been seeing a decent amount of Liandries into like off-tank Maokai to bring back the AP Maokai. I would like to remind everyone that build was very forcefully removed from the game and it still doesn't field.
Does he have AP ratios?
Yes, he does, Valdez. He does.
Well,
technically
then
have
he's
AP
gonna build
ratios.
AP items.
Yeah, I guess. We really let that one go for a long time, so I kind of was hoping that it would be just gone forever.
Yeah.
And it is my displeasure to say that is not the case.
What do we think about this Leona pick here? I feel like, you know, we've already seen 380 carry bans kind of, you know, you've given over a couple to the enemy team already, and they just go for the Leona saying, okay, we want this lockdown.
To me, it makes sense as the 80 carry pool feels like it really is pretty open. Like, there's a lot of 80 carries that keep getting banned, Senna most notably, but Ashe, even though that is a flex, we already saw it as an 80 carry even today. Kalista also, even though Kalista to me with how good Talia is, I don't rate the pick as highly, but we know that teams will be wanted if it is left open, and it can be really tough if it takes over a game. So the Leona, specifically the Leona prio, to me is really interesting. The pick is very clearly really highly regarded at the moment, higher priority than things like the Nautilus. We do see already the Ziggs remains on the ban list, and it makes sense because you might be looking for an AP source. Things like the Veigar, for example, which once upon a time used to be good, not really having the same power. You can go really deep and go for things like Karthus, but realistically, I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing here in the LCK.
Karthus Leona bot lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. We have seen Ziggs Leona here and there. Saw in the LPL. Seems pretty good.
Yeah.
As always. But especially into, you know, some of the 80 carry metas that we have seen, he has been popping up from time to time. Ziggs, as Jin is going to be the last ban here for Nongshim. And it's going to take that out of the hands this time of Henna.
Classic combo. DK bot lane, of course, having skins on those two champions. Still going to feel like there is a decent amount of 80 carries available for Henna. He's also a known Zeri enjoyer. Could see that come through.
The TF could be a consideration somewhere along the line here with the Jax banned by BNK FearX. I don't know if you necessarily want to blind it on the side of Nongshim though. Brand's going to be the choice here for the jungle pick of Sylvie.
You quite like that. You need an AP source, even despite the nerfs to Blackfire Torch. I think Brand's still in a great spot. Able to, or should, theoretically, heavily outfarm the Maokai. The TF should not come as a surprise here from BNK. And Henna. This is a really good TF comp. Like, I want you to pay every single other member has set up for him to get cash outs. I wouldn't mind a Draven at all if Henna feels comfortable here. The Kaisa also works really well into the type of 80 carries that you have, right? Particularly the Varus. I do think the laning phase is tough, but if you can get on top, you can blow him up. Brand, kind of similar, that if you ever do get near him, can have a really good time. Renekton into TF. It's a little scary to me, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, you just know that Dinden would love to play Jax in this spot, but, you know, that was banned. A nice ban from BNK FearX, and he has to go into the Renekton.
I would have loved if they just picked the TF themselves, because obviously this brand wasn't going to be picked up by BNK.
It was kind of sticking out like a sore thumb, and amongst the other top laners that are available, like, the TF is going to do well into almost all of them. So yeah, I kind of do agree, but not the case. And so Clear is going to be playing TF in this game.
The composition that we do have, I think, is better for Nongshim. Is that enough?
Better compared to the last game comp. But also still worse than BNK FearX's comp in this game.
That was what I was headed towards. Yeah, I'm glad. You know me well, Valdez. You know when I'm ramping up to something. And that is how I feel. You have a great setup across the board. You have double, I'd say semi-global. Obviously, TF actually global, but post-level 11. Kaisa can so easily get from lane to lane. It's because we've had so many of these champions that just, appear in your lane at any given point in time.
Yeah.
Nongshim, they got to be ready for that if they want to bring us to a game number 3.
Well, we'll see how this one is going to go, as Nongshim are really going to have to turn things around after their loss in game 1. Let's hop into the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. As we make our way onto the rift for game number 2. Nongshim, they selected red side, by the way. The Korean cast was very surprised by that. But it's not the first time we've seen teams that, they pick the stronger side, which right now is blue, and then they lose, and then they say, okay, let's mix it up. Let's just go for red. Let's try a different strategy, because obviously we had our blue side strategy, and it fell flat on its face. So, why are we going to try to do that again or something similar? So they try to mix it up with red side. See if it works out for them.
I'm sorry to report that Red Trinket and First Strike have been picked up by Raptor. We have confirmation that, again, generally
He's doing some damage.
Really, though? Generally,
He's building some damage items.
End up going Leandris and then going tank from there. It's not the end of the world. It's Henna. Should have an inkling.
Yeah.
Still, nicely done by Gio there. Gets a decent amount of damage. And in the last game, the laning phase was pretty even, all things considered, but it was when the moving around the map really started that things got rough. Guys, you have Alistair level 1. Don't take the free autos.
Well, they're taking free autos, and they're taking a lot of damage here. Henna will get traded back on. Gugur at least is going to be able to use one ability, as it's 12-12 here in the LCK between Kaisa and Varus in the head-to-head. Who is going to move forward? Which champion is going to be on top for the future?
Do see Chiyu and Gugur respecting, as they should. Kaisa, obviously the tough part is that the Varus with his Q and his E has a decent range advantage. Post 6 though, get a lot more kill threat. And Kaisa can also do well in the early all-ins when you can get multiple procs of your passive off. Can be quite tough. As long as Chiyu and Gugur don't take isolated Qs, they should be doing fine. Sylvie, my expectation of the brand is that he should really be able to pace ahead of the Maokai. But we will see. We haven't really seen a lot of players, I think, truly commit to the power farm strategy on these picks where they should be power farming the way that, Canyon would. Which, that's a bit of an unfair comparison because he's Canyon, but that's where we're at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of when you look at one of the best players playing the pick, you see an ideal scenario sometimes, and you're like, feel like some of the players should take a page out of that book, right? So even though it's not going to be one-to-one, maybe a certain play style can be matched in a way or mimicked, but not always the case, I suppose, as you were saying, Chronicler. Raptor himself going for a full clear of his own, as you would do. This top lane is going just about as we expected it to. As when you pick the Renekton into this, you're not going to have a good time, especially early on.
Might be setting up for a dive here. Closer is relatively low, but they don't want to risk it. Raptor also making sure he'll get spotted.
Okay, they're going to try to turn on to Execute here. There's a full combo from the brand. Execute is in a bit of trouble, but he flashes in. Immediate flash out from Sylvie, but that just leaves Gugur to the Wolves. And yes, it is going to be Gugur picking up one kill, but he also gave a kill over to Henna's Kaisa. So that's not a good trade for him.
If Sylvie picks up that kill, I think you call it worth, because you get first blood and then you get the kill on that carry. But instead it's Gugur, and as you point out, Valdez, it's Henna. And you also trade favorably when it comes to summoners, because Sylvie flashed. Execute also flashed, but he has X-Flash, so his flash is not remotely as valuable. Already, BNK getting an early lead onto Henna with a composition that does so well at enabling this guy. So we already talked about the Draven. I always love Draven comps when you have either a great way to keep him safe.
Uh-oh. Okay, he's fine. He's Yone.
He's Yone. I don't know about that one. But Gugar's like, what's the champion, guys? Well, I interrupted him.
I haven't seen this in a long time. I haven't seen it at all.
I was about to say. We joke.
Yeah.
Getting some damage and
He's seen it at least
is
once.
still fine. Well,
He's watched some highlight videos.
Yeah.
Prepare for this play. But yeah, getting closer, Yone is always scary, which is one of the things I mentioned right when we first started this. It's like, it should be a good meta for him, as we're listening in to execute. It's basically just saying, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna go in. They knew they were there, so...
야, 알리킬 나이스 게이드.
It's a big win, he says.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think he's right. I love as well that he just... I'm pretty sure they knew that there might be people in that brush, and it's like, no, it's fine. If he procs Aftershock, he actually... Like, just his W was enough to keep him almost alive. If he procs Aftershock as well, they just use their entire combo and don't get the kill. It's only Hannah getting a kill. So I think that Nongshim actually got off a little bit scot-free there. Could have been much worse for them. Still going to be a win for BNK, as we do have the trade here. Raptor is just going to get the grubbies.
Yep. He'll pick up all three here, but it is the Chemtech Drake going in the way of Sylvie and his team. And he'll enjoy that for now. Singular Chemtech Drake, not the biggest steal, but we'll be able to stack those up. Raptor also going to put down a pretty deep ward in there, as we're zooming in onto all of the cat skins today.
He's also level 6.
Yeah. And, yeah, Fisher just going to hop away. He is Tristana. He's able to get out of there.
He's took Sylvie's crab! He's took Sylvie's crab! You don't take a man's crab! This is a farming jungler!
Yeah. It doesn't really... That's just not a good idea in general.
No,
I mean,
he gets at least he's not 6 now.
Yeah. Well, he's 6 now. Right as you said that.
Yeah, well...
yeah, that's... I don't know. Maybe he panicked and he auto-attacked a little bit, and it was a little bit awkward. Taking a look at our jungle lane proximity maps here.
I can only imagine as well that the comms were like, oh, I'm so sorry. And so it was like, it's fine. It's just a crab. It doesn't... It happens.
And then he puts up the B emote.
Yeah. Well, he knows we are seeing this as well.
Yeah. It's going to be a play early on here for Fisher. The Yone into the Tristana matchup, still going to take a lot of harass, and Fisher has been doing a good job of putting on that pressure. So, still going to enjoy about 11 CS ahead here for Fisher in this matchup. Cougar on the move again, this time towards the mid lane again. Into a Yone again. He picks up level 5. And he's just protecting Fisher, it looks like. I mean, the only other reason... I mean, that is the only reason for him to stand there, right? He's not even soaking XP. There's nothing to soak anymore. All the minions are gone. So he's just literally like, I am going to enable you to hit the turret.
I don't mind it, especially with a pre-6 Leona and Jiu being on Varus, which is a pick that can farm extremely safely. There's not that much innate risk, as we see Jiu fine here in 1v2.
Yeah, I'm like, why didn't he get that plate? They know that they own a backs. There were 2 question mark pings on the tower.
They missed it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like somebody was saying, hey, you should get the plate, and Fisher's like, no, I'm going to hop and back away.
I'm like trying to...
And the plate went down. I mean, you kind of want to like time your backs, and it makes sense in the competitive stuff, but it looked like a free plate.
Yeah, if there was an objective coming up, I wonder if it was because they were afraid of a TF and Maokai collapse. Because I do think it's important to know they didn't have vision to the top side of the map. And if TF is able to roam down, then obviously you're in deep trouble. I don't know if that's the reason. It might have also just been a mistake.
Yeah, and then someone else on the team is also question mark pinging it. So
yeah.
It's like a little bit of a disagreement there, potentially.
Yeah, as mentioned, might just be Fisher messing up. We'll see. Maybe once the comms are released, we will know all of this. Valdez.
Yeah.
We'll finally be in the know.
Potentially. In the future. Fisher still putting on the pressure, so he's still doing that. And Guer, basically he's just left his Varus down there and he's saying, okay, my job now is to hang around with the jungler, enable my mid laner, And I'm just here to support the whole team. As actually you're gonna get caught by this full combo once again. Leona having the shield up is going to help, and now Guger is just kind of left alone, and he dies. So they did the same thing again, except this time they didn't get a kill. And BNK Fearx say thank you very much for the free kill on Henna again.
I don't know about that one, Valdez. Well, I do. I know it's not good. As Fisher is jumping in.
Raptor's here. He's gonna flash on into this one, and now with the Yone follow-up, it should be enough. Oh! It should be enough. Wait, how did they not get the kill? As the cat's not gonna close the distance, and Fisher gets away. You gotta be kidding me.
Not even close, baby. I can't believe he didn't get the kill.
He was so dead.
Let it be known that building damage on Maokai is bait. Don't do it. Don't trust it.
I mean, that doesn't even have anything to do with the way to play.
No, but I just want to get it out there.
Okay.
9 HP.
Glad you aired your grievances.
On Fisher. This series is throwing me off. So we had them engage on the Leona, and I actually think they had Prio in at least mid.
9 HP, by the way.
Yeah.
Get the update. Did you say that?
I did, yeah. Okay. That's okay.
This series is throwing me off.
Yeah, but the series is throwing both of them.
Yeah.
I think this is really, you know what this is? This is a carpet space series.
Yeah.
They're gonna come in.
Carpet space, yeah.
And they're really gonna help us understand. Because right now, while we're in the midst of it, I'm having some issues. But by the end of it, Henna's currently up 2 kills, which is huge. Claire, based on the observing that's happening right now, might be in trouble, but
he knows.
Plays it very, very safe and should be completely fine. And it's a dragon, so we're even in Krebs. Even in dragons.
And it's Infernal Soul.
Oh boy.
And, you know, you're building damage on the Maokai. You've got 4 damage threats here on the side of BNK Fearx. So take a look at this. Hey, he just pops back, and it's just barely not enough.
Make sure he
please get him,
well.
is what he said. How did I not get this? Or like, oh man, I didn't get this. And well, he got it now in live. So they did it again, this time with Execute. And looks like Fisher wasn't ready for the nth time that they went in on the Tristan.
Got the kill there. Starting to accelerate closer. It's going to be huge. This Yone in a side lane is going to be extremely, extremely tough to deal with once he's skilled up. Because you're going to reach a point eventually where you can just kind of shrug off the damage that Fisher has. And Fisher needs to play very respectful not to get all in. And then Renekton into Yone obviously becomes a... Unless the Renekton is accelerated, a really rough time. And Dunan is also itemizing for his 1v1 against the TF, right? Went for the Mercs. Mercs also, in general, super high value into the Leona, the Maokai, and into the TF as well. As
second he hops in there with no reset, it's just over for him. He doesn't have flash.
Nice timing by Execute. Execute actually has been great thus far. Been very active on the map. And given how he played last split, I understand Nongshim being like, what is he doing? Is he running it?
Yeah.
You go in.
You never know.
And it turns out it's all part of Execute's plan. And Guger picks up another kill. Execute's able to keep up in gold nonetheless just by his impact on the map.
Yeah. And Guger has been trying to roam around a bit himself. Unfortunately, there have been some, you can call it communication issues or just, you know, bad calls to go in as a team. And he's kind of taken the brunt of the punishment for those plays. But he is level 6, and he's looking to be here once again in mid alongside of Jiu. We did see for a long time, because both supports were roaming around the map, that the 280 carries were going head-to-head in the 1v1, and Henna, although he does have the 2 kills, he did fall behind in CS to the Varus, Jiu, in that 1v1, so that's one thing that Jiu was able to pick up. Look at that damage chronicler, huge.
This is not bad.
20%.
Yeah.
Maybe like 15. And now we got this Maokai ultimate coming on in. Let's see how they can stack up for this one. Guger gonna block it for the team, and now he's gonna go into his ult, but they all just back away, so he can't get any further engage. And that's going to be the end of that play.
Particularly with that Maokai ult gone, I wouldn't have minded if you actually went in a bit more aggressively there. If you're going to pop your ult, if you're going to look for the re-engage, but the rest of the team maybe not quite ready. So it is going to be FearX. BNK picking up the Herald here without too much of a hitch. And this is starting to feel pretty reminiscent of what happened in game number 1, where the early game feels relatively even. But then the objectives start opening up, the movement around the map starts happening, and we're getting into these 5v5s. Or at least, in that case, you know, a posturing for a 4v4. Not a whole lot is going the way of Nongshim. We'll get the flash there from Raptor, so we'll be able to pick up the eye, but we'll pay for that with a flash. But I think you take that. I don't think you care that much.
Unless you're lucid on the Maokai, then you really want that flash for your engage. Sorry to bring up a...
Why would you? You know that hurts me. It's very valid. That man might have the worst Maokai in the LCK.
But it seems like he's got a lot of great picks besides it. Jiu's in a bit of trouble. He's going to flash over the wall here. Meanwhile, a bit of trouble up on the top side clear as well. Just burning down Sylvie. Nice angle. He is going to net this turret for the team as well. And that will be the first one to go down in favor of Nongshim. So they hop into the front as now Raptor, no flash and not a lot of health. He's just going to burn down as well. Here comes Closer and the gang, but they don't quite have the numbers advantage. And Nongshim just a bonus kill on top.
There is the BNK we saw in spring. Committing to a play they probably should have not. In isolation, you make a play in mid lane. Jiu plays it really nicely, ends up getting his summoners blown, right? Gets the Captain Jack so that he can just keep walking, but the plasma stacks are still active, so... And I can get in, force the flash out. That's great. Love that part. But then towards the top, Raptor, really, I think, showing some of his inexperience. Clears that. Sylvie sets that one up, but the damage between the two of them is simply too much. And here... Raptor is just, the idea is good, but he needs to wait like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Right, the TP's coming in, Closer is ready, and I think they can take that fight, because I think that they actually invested pretty heavily in making the top lane play work, and you know Jiu isn't going to be able to join. So, I think Raptor had the right idea there. Unfortunately, he goes in too early. Timing is everything, so he just kind of dies. And hopefully for Dundon...
Yeah, well, he's got Dominus and Flash, and Raptor's just not attacking him yet. He's going to go in for it now. Throws the ult into Dundon, but Dundon's pretty fast, actually. He's going to run that off and gets away. Zoning ultimate there, quite literally, as the turret is going to go down. Closer does pick that one up, and meanwhile, Fisher's just by himself down on the bot side. We did see Nongshim pick up that first Infernal Drake at the same time. Now Dominus comes in. Dundon maybe just still feeling the pressure, wants to clear the wave, and that he will.
Dundon thought that there was about to be an honorable battle, and Closer, you know, he's a mid laner, but he's got the vibes of a top laner. I understand why Dundon thought that they were going to be fighting.
Oh, they're just getting in there, as now we do have Sylvie caught out 100-0, no time to breathe at all. And
I swear to God, man, you see that flash from Execute, and you're like, Execute?
Jonestrong was very nicely
happening?
following the Leona Execute, rather than the rest of the play.
He just wants to make sure he's part of it. You know, he doesn't want FOMO. He sees the play happening. He's like, guys, did they need him?
He's so eager.
I don't know if they really needed him, but he makes it work. Let's take another look at this. I genuinely wonder. Okay, no, him flashing over was good. Otherwise, he doesn't have flash. No, you know what? I take it back. He definitely would have died regardless. I don't think Execute was needed. But he wants to be part of the experience.
You gotta make sure.
I respect
you
that.
Gotta be 100% sure that Sylvie dies. Sylvie's pretty fed.
He's cruising for a POG. He can't lose his 100% Q participation.
Of course, yeah. It's understandable. And now Hannah's 3-0. This Kai'Sa is pretty much unchecked, except for like the 3 minutes he had to lane 1v1 against Avaris. Other than that, he's now kind of caught up in CS as well, and he might just have the most gold in the game, even more than TF potentially. So we'll see what Henna's going to be able to do with this kind of a lead in this game. Still a pretty even gold state, you can see, up in the top there between BNK Fearex and Nongshim. And still no team yet to push out in the lead in a big way.
I'm waiting, Feldes. I'm waiting to see which team is going to throw themselves into the fight just a little bit too enthusiastically, because that's how this series is going to go.
Yeah,
that's what we're looking at.
Feels like that's generally BNK Fearex, though.
Yes,
like they're the team that does that,
but they haven't. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah,
they've been very deliberate. Closer and Fisher both keeping up the CS, and obviously had to drop a little bit. I think particularly in the 1v1 against Varus. At this point, if you ever get on top of Varus, he just straight up dies. But in lane earlier on, I do think you have to play respectful. If you ever get caught by a stray ultimate, you just end up dying very quickly. Dundon going for a bruiser build. We have Lockadon for Raptor. Will be able to keep the rest of his team alive and maybe protect a little bit against the burst coming out from that brand.
he protect, but also he attack.
He does both.
Boundaries. Yeah,
very true.
I mean, it's just a little bit of an extra threat in the bushes, you know, especially from ahead. If you can just drop down a bunch of saplings, you can do some chip damage. It gets very annoying when there's a lot of them. Execute is... He was looking for an angle, but Nongshim do respect it very nicely. They get the turret and they back away pretty much unscathed. They do gain about a 1,000 gold lead from this play. Closer still up on the top side. He just walked past a ward, but doesn't look like they're going to commit to all that much on the top side. Maybe just waiting for the next Drake to spawn, because it is Infernal Drake.
Imagine how much further Sylvie would be ahead if he didn't get his Krabby stolen, man.
Yeah, he'd be in a better spot. Yeah,
that 4 CS, it adds up, okay?
It does.
There's interest.
Snowballing.
So
you get that item quicker. You're hitting the camps quicker.
Yeah, I'm glad you get
it. More money quicker.
I know you've played.
You're hitting level 6. You're
enough
ganking
jungle
lane.
to get it. Oh, Fisher don't. No. Execute's always in the brush.
I see him.
They know. I actually think it was the Void Scuttle spotting him there, because the ward was also getting chipped down.
Yes.
Oh!
Nongshim! 22 minutes in, and
they have Tristana with 2 items, and they have Brand.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to go down so fast, and you see that BNK Fearex are totally out of position. Now, Closer might just try to send it in here, or maybe they look for a fight afterwards, but this Baron is 100% Nongshim's, and so the lineup, oh no, as he misses! How does he miss in a 4v1? Doesn't matter, though, as BNK Fearex still able to pick up a bunch after this one. They're going to pick up Cougar as well, make it Sylvie for a 3rd kill. The Baron does go the way of Nongshim, but at least a bunch of kills go to BNK Fearex.
Depending on whether or not they can find the dragon. Oh no. It's going to be so worth. Closer realizes that if he actually, without his ult, gets caught by Tristana, he does just die. So ends up piecing out. This is going to be 2-2 for Drakes. What a call!
That was really
from
crisp.
Nongshim. I'm wondering if that's the shot calling experience coming in.
I really hope so.
Well, we joke, but that is actually that's the reason that they've given, and particularly with Tristana and the Brand, hugely objective in seconds. The problem here is that so one person flashes at the end. I've seen this happen, you know, when there's too many targets, you just you lose track. But fortunately, the extended chase is great because you have a TF who can very easily find a point and can succeed. Also, Raptor able to use his ultimate to just make sure that by the end of it, it's a negative Red Bull Baron power play, at least for now. And Nongshim didn't actually get the dragon, which is huge, because getting soul points...
Okay, well, the knockout's going to miss, but the ult does land, and now the stun immediately comes in onto Closer, who is burning down, and Raptor's like, hey, man, let's send it. I love this. But he's not going to love going down, as that is going to be a kill here to Nongshim. Very...
Raptor was...
Interesting skirmish.
Raptor's soul Closer just kind of throw all of himself into multiple people, and it's like, Wait, that looks fun, but he was Yone.
We can't all be Yone, man. Like, there are Yones and then there's Maokai's. Like, you gotta know your spot.
I'm seriously
on the rift.
reconsidering my ranking of Lucid's Maokai, by the way. I was putting it out there.
Look at this. Henna just sending it into there, and he is going to pick up the kill, but immediately goes down. Clear looking for Dundun, who is getting chipped very, very low. The Q comes in, and now Clear is 1v4. And, ooh, that was close. But he is not going to get the kill, and he does get taken out. This game is well and truly gone off the rails. Yep.
Oh! After last series failed us, I thought it couldn't get sillier. As we have an issue with trying to dive Brand. Sylvie actually is able to get the stun, right? So I think he got the E into Q, meaning that Closure just gets stunned immediately. And then Raptor is quickly finding out why on Maokai positioning matters a lot more. And then here, I like the idea, because this is how you want to use the Kai'Sa. But if Sylvie's there, you just die. And then this is peak Dundun. You know, the global taunt.
Look at this Q. Oh,
he just walks it. Oh, yeah. You know what? He could have just walked it off. Jiro was there. He didn't need to go back in for that Q. But he does it anyway.
He does it.
Because he is the king of top lane aura.
And he's only died once in this game, which is really, that's like...
of course, it's
so far ahead of where Dundun usually is. For better or for worse.
Oh, what a series.
Now, this one, I mean, Nongshim, they've got a pretty good setup here to really push their advantage after that last play, after that weird skirmish in the jungle and mid lane. They get this mid inner, and they have moved about 3,000 gold into the lead. And yes, the Kai'Sa's big, the Ione's big, but you still gotta put 2 and 2 together when you're making these plays happen. You can't just have Closer jump in by himself, try to make the TikTok highlight, and then call it a day. You kind of have to be on the same page, you know?
From this position, for BNK, it's gonna be kind of tough. You're really looking to apply side lane pressure, normally with your 2 winning side lanes, Closer and Clear, both very threatening. But once you start falling behind, like this Tristana, bit of a menace. Fisher also picking up his Q as S. I do quite like. Sterek's done for Dundun. Sylvie, I imagine going towards the Shadow Flame next at least, looking at his items. The one thing that Nongshim needs to be very careful of is a pick, because if you ever overextend in the side lane and Clear gold cards you, Henna can show up. And in that case, Sylvie was there, and the target was, outside of Guga, the tankiest member on Nongshim, so it didn't end up working out, but I wonder if at some point BNK are just gonna fish, you know, and press an R button every now and then as, oh, look at that.
I love how we zoom in onto every sapling.
I don't know.
It's almost like Jonas Strong knows that you hate it as well. He's in on the show. We've told him.
Did Kisan tell him?
Hide on bush?
Dundun is not fooled by these games.
Yeah.
I think he did know, but it didn't really matter. Oh.
And, I mean, Fisher's coming on over here. You see that BNK Fearx is definitely trying to play the map a bit. You know, they've got some setups on top side. They've got split pushing coming in from Clear. They have, you know, excellent split push potential.
Wait, Uno Reverso? Are they just... Yeah!
No.
Yeah!
Really?
Yeah, just do the same thing! They will never see it coming!
Just do the Baron. I mean, there's already pings coming in, they know.
If Kai'Sa.
Look at the damage, this is insane.
If Kai'Sa!
Yeah, where's the jungler? Wait, Sylvie's like, oh, I did not get the memo. And Guger, he's gonna get the memo. He's getting on in there. They are able to lock down Clear. He is dead. Meanwhile, the turnaround, but Dundun just survives for so long. Finally does go down, and Sylvie, look at the damage he's getting in the backline. Immediately gets assassinated, though. Meanwhile, Closer trying to go in a 1v3, and he is not gonna win that one. And Nongshim will basically wipe the majority of this team. It's a very similar opposite situation that we had earlier on.
It's the same play. It's just
different teams.
They stole their whole flow. Word for word, bar for bar.
Bar for bar, man.
This series
How could they do that?
Oh, so now Nongshim should be able to get themselves a soul point. just like in the previous play, the timing's great. You have a very quick objective, but what's that? I know it was. Who was it that flashed away from that?
Execute.
It was Execute, right?
Yeah.
My man,
And he
it's
had-
your job to tank that. Come
He had
on.
his eclipse up. Like, he was so tanky and he would have never gone down.
Oh, Execute. I know
Nearly
you
as
love
fast.
pressing buttons, but that was not the one.
But also, I kind of do fault Clear for his positioning as well. I mean, you throw a gold card into an Alistar with ult right next to him.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna get ult comboed. Like, that's it's just gonna happen.
Not going to do a whole lot. Now, does any of this matter? Is what I'm asking.
Elder flip?
Well, Sylvie to me is really showing a peak brand performance here as well. I'm flashing over the wall and I know I'm dead.
Yeah.
But I will take as many people as I can with me. I think is a great way. And if you get an Infernal,
oh, they found him. He does have the arm guard, but still in a bit of trouble. He's doing insane damage here, though. His Henna's going to go down, and the overextension comes out from BNK Purex closer. Also trying to send it, also trying to take down Jiwoo. As Dundun comes in, Raptor trying to peel here to get closer away, but there's a giant crocodile on top of him, and he will take down closer. Nongshim, they fight the fight in their own jungle.
the negative Red Bull Baron power play might signal the end of this game as well, Veldas. As Nongshim run down the mid lane. Ferex. Oh, Death Timers. Oh, 40 seconds on closer. I don't think they're making it. We are going to a game number 3. And BNK, the first game clean, calculated. Game 2, they got messy.
They
and
got
Nongshim
real
comes
messy.
out on top.
It got so messy, and Nongshim, that is their comfort zone. From behind, they pull it back. They get an even game state, and immediately they are able to do so much with it. Fisher and Sylvie putting up some big farm numbers, and eventually they just got so big that you saw that BNK Ferex, they were a bit desperate to try to punish some of those squishy carries, and it did come back to bite them. And so the move over to red side does actually work for Nongshim in one way or another. And we'll have to wait and see what side BNK Ferex does select for game 3.
And Meppe, you highlighted the mid-jungle duo. For me, really the highlight here. Sylvie, even though his KDA didn't look that great, I think he was at the right place, right time, able to pump out some, I'm sure will be absolutely absurd damage numbers, as Brand often does.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of cheating with the way that his passive and Leandri's work, but still going to be happy for BNK. This is one where the coaches are going to go and go, guys, you were in a fine spot. Even when they lost, they were like 3k gold behind.
Yeah.
This was not a we need to flip the game or it's donezo situation, but they treat it like one anyway, and it ends up backfiring. Look, when they make the play, it's like 2k gold.
Yeah. It was a very close game. I mean, it was really anybody's game from there, but just felt like they felt a bit desperate. They felt like they had to kind of send it in order to get themselves back into the game, and it just backfired immediately, and Nongshim immediately capitalized on that one. So game number 2 in the series. Fisher having a big one on the Tristana, and we are going to be done here for this second game. We're going to have a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
한턴 밀자. 나도 사올게 그냥. 바텀 거 내가 갈게. 레오나 있어. 다 존나 있어. 빨렸다. 괜찮은데. 가라. 야, 요네 봐. 끝낼만해. 미드로 가. 나 W 없어. 요네. 천천히 나와. 미드라인. 미드라인 내가 할게. 끝낼 수 있지. 끝낼 수 있어.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. Degon here alongside Hooney and Oxen. How great of the LCK to give a 6-game a day to kick off the LCK Summer.
First day. Right away, we jump into the game with 6 days.
Right off the plane, let's do 6 games. We can do exactly that. Let's take a look at the draft in game number 2 here of Nongshim versus BNK Fear X. What jumps out at you? Maybe in the mid lane, the Yone, something. There was a lot of skirmishing in the mid lane, but how does this draft shake up?
Yeah, I mean, the Yone, obviously something closer, definitely a style of pick that you'd associate with him. I feel like there was like a lot of CC elements on both sides, a lot more engaged. It felt like in game 1, it was BNK Fear X who had the tools who could make the fights happen. Here, it was kind of mixed across the board, and we saw lots of scrappiness, lots of objectives started and then punished. And part of that is because, you know, when one side has an Alistar or Varus who can start the fight, and the other team has like the Leona Maokai, fights are going to start no matter what, and it was a very scrappy game as a result.
Yeah, I mean, for BNK, like, especially I think the draft, like, from the Yone, as soon as they pick, like, the answer of the Tristana, is like, I think the responsibility on the closer was kind of big, but I think it was like the performances wasn't at the level. Like, it should have been better. Like, it should have been the kill in the, especially at the mid lane early game. Like, that was a huge blunder started with off. And if you see that's just the compositions, like the Tristana will just outskill no matter what. It's just going level 18 if you're not actually ahead. And also they have a TF with the Kaisa. Like, it's just individually performances. The mechanic play has to be better than enemy, but otherwise it's enemy brand will just pay off. And also just automatically getting level 18, the Tristana will be able to pop in off.
Yeah, I think it's so key that BNK Fear X gets on top of this backline, whereas on the other side, you know, if the engage misses slightly, Brand just presses R, Varus can do his combo, and Tristana's the cleanup. So I think when the execution wasn't quite there, it's really the side of Nongshim who got the bigger benefit.
Well, you brought up at the top of the day, AP junglers would be in flavor and the brand paying off. Now, this one started off with a bunch of scraps in the mid lane between Fisher and Closer, a Baron sneak, and then a reverse Baron sneak.
I mean, especially the Baron sequences wasn't really clean, like, for both teams. Especially they were like, oh, you guys can have a free Baron, or you guys can kind of have a free Baron. But this time, it was the consequences was there. But the thing is, like, the wild, like, it's actually happening. It wasn't like actually free, but still, like, they kind of had 3 people alive with the Baron, the other side of the team, and then they were still be able to pressure the map and getting off, and they also got the Drake off with the payoff.
And I feel like, you know, T1 is a team who we see as like the Baron team in the LCK. They always start these Barons, I feel like, spur of the moment. But I think you actually look at the planning they do to set it off. I think both the times we saw Barons in this game, the teams were kind of just like, hey, we can Baron, and they just went for it and didn't have the setup, didn't have the right conditions, and so it ended up becoming very messy, and punishment was there.
And Hooney, to your point, we got to see Closer. Big whiff on the Yone ult. Maybe an opportunity there. Valdez was talking about it on the cast. There was lineup. Everyone was right next to the Baron pit. Misses. They lose that fight, and they start to fall behind, which then led to the very next fight, the decisive fight here at 31 minutes.
I mean, I feel like the game kind of falls up like kind of too easily, I would say, because like, I mean, the game is like isn't over. Like as we see, it wasn't even actually like 5,000 gold difference. I think this is only like probably 2,000, like maximum 3,000. But they were so in deep against the brand, and the brand actually paid off so well. Like the KD, like he was kind of Sylvie was throwing the body most of the time. That's why he had like 5 death and was like being answered like 357. But he did so much damage, and it was so impactful in the fight, every fight.
And it's such a bad spot to fight because we still have these towers up in the tier 2 in the top and mid. So you only have one escape route to get away. And they obviously got collapsed on by the Tristana, but also it was a great Zhonya's coming out from the Brand, allowed him to get his full combo off. And Brand is kind of in a similar pool with picks like Zyra, where if you die, it doesn't matter as long as you press all your buttons before you go down.
Well, Sylvie did do that. Will he get player of the game? Let's take a look. It's ready. It will go to Sylvie. So KDA, be damned. It's all right. Died 5 times, even though you got Fisher in the mid lane, 8-1-4. You had Jiwoo go deathless. Sylvie getting the props here in the POG.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually considering also voting for Sylvie, but instead of like I went to the Tristana, which is like the show, like really the consistent the performances. Like Sylvie did, as I said, did so much damage, and even the Baron, like even this play, like I think all the play, like he knew that he's gonna die because he's flashing in, pressing all the bottom before he die, and that impacts so much every single fight.
Yeah, I don't think there's any surprise. A pretty solid split between the two when it comes to those. Obviously, we saw one towards G in the bot lane. But I think the takeaway as well is that, KDA doesn't really necessarily mean something. You can't just look at that and make a judgment who had the most impact. And Sylvie really managing to make the brand do so much and bounce back in the series.
Well, a team effort here by Nongshim to tie it on up against BNK Fearex. Who will take the series and start off their season with a win? Let's find out as game number 3 will get underway with our casters.
Thank you, Spacers, for the breakdown as we are getting ready for the final game of the night, Game 6. We're keeping Degon here all night. As he just got off a plane, doesn't matter. He's got to work the whole day as we will get the maximum amount of League of Legends possible. And these games have been really delivering. They've been back and forth. We've had some close ones. We've had some comebacks.
We've had some silly ones.
We have had a lot of silly ones, and BNK Fearex will select red as well. This is something I was curious about at the end of the last game. Would they do the same thing that Nongshim did, essentially, after their loss in Game 1? And that they do.
I do think that since both of these teams have somehow figured out that banning Skarner is the way to go, blue side,
How did they figure that out?
Not nearly as
really
strong.
Smart.
I don't know how they figured that one out, because Humble Life and DK were not able to do so.
Yeah. Well,
it's okay. It's okay. We live and learn as the Rumble remains strictly on the ban list. Skarner on red side also a must ban, and BNK say, we got you.
They got us. That they do. And what is the rest of this going to look like? We did see a lot of Kalista bans going out, Senna bans, pretty stable. We also did see the Yone ban from Nongshim, their first time out on blue side, but that was the first ban. They haven't banned it just yet. Tristana going to be taken off the board here. Probably a good idea after that last game. And it will be Yone as well at the end of these bans.
Despite the fact that the Yone was not enough to actually get the win, still felt like a tough ask to play into it. Don't want to risk it. What will be the first pick here? The Corki, again, I don't think really hit the mark. Varus can be the pick. I think it worked out very, very nicely. Slots rather into basically every single comp that you could want. Picking it up early doesn't really push you into a specific direction in the draft, so that will be the pickup here. I love seeing Jiwoo on hyper carries. It's one of my favorite things. I think he's incredibly strong on things like the Zeri. His smolder comes to mind as well. But realistically, we're not in the hyper carry meta right now.
Yeah.
More about these bursty 80 carries. Lethality still really, really strong at the moment.
Something's never changed. Jin is going to be selected here. And the Taliyah, I mean, still an opportunity to try to look for that Taliyah Vi angle once again. And I would hope that this time around, Nongshim recognize this, especially if Taliyah gets picked here and they try to maybe take the Vi away. Because that combo is just so strong.
Hear me out. You lock in Vi here, but then you rotate it to top because Dundun has been taking lessons from Addy in how to play Vi top.
How about you give Vi to Cougar?
It was banned. It was banned against him. They banned Vi top, Veldas. I don't make the rules.
They said it was Galio top.
They also banned that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Dundun liked his Renekton.
Ooh.
And it's Kuei.
I think Kuei right now, extremely strong. Again though, Vi is the no-brainer here. Alternatively, you can go for Leona or Nautilus, something that can set up the Jhin. Jhin, I think, are the strongest when you can follow up on the teammate CC, but this should come as a no-brainer. Realistically, the Vi is alone insanely strong. The combination with Taliyah is just as impressive as it was with Vi or Lee LeBlanc. Right, we've had Vi Ari, which I think was the most oppressive one that I can think of in recent times. But this one will get the job done as well for sure.
Yeah, it does make your job pretty easy when you just press R and the guy is locked down. The Nidalee is still going to be banned away, this time with the Renekton kind of hanging out there. I don't mind this ban. And we have seen a lot of Nidalee bans recently today. So that is going to be taken off the board as well. And Let's see what we see from the side of Nongshim here. You gotta look to potentially deny some big supports away from a strong Jin lane, or do you want to try to close the door on clear and make your Renekton a little bit safer? But first it'll be the Nautilus.
I actually wouldn't have minded if they ended up going, which they're not going to, because I think it'll be a lot easier to just play with an engaged support of your own. But I wouldn't have minded if they left up like the Nautilus and then end up picking the Renata. Renata Varus is a really strong lane. And one of the downsides of the BNK comp thus far is that it is relatively short range. Outside of the Wild, there is a lot of incentive for you to go in, try and make it happen close to your opponents. And Renata Way as well is a combo that I think is really obnoxious to play into, because you want to engage, you have to engage, otherwise you get poked down, but
they deny it.
Yeah, exactly.
All the time. And they have a very annoying Croc that just sits in the front as well and absorbs quite a lot of pressure.
But it's instead, this is signaling, please go for the Leona. And if you don't, we'll be able to get it ourselves. Leona Varus, obviously a solid combo.
Yeah.
Imagine the Leona is the most obvious lock in here. Combines really well with the Vi, and it's Aaliyah. Provides the setup. Jin Leona combo that we've seen a million times, and it will get picked up here. What is Nongshim gonna play? Don't have to go AP here for Sylvie, but that is the flavor of the month at the moment. You know what?
Varus.
You know what?
Morgana?
So it can be that. Can also be Morgana jungle. But Black Shield?
Or you just pick Alistar.
Well,
I mean, you still can pick Morgana in the jungle.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate it.
Alistar and Morgana.
Morgana?
Such an annoying comp to play in.
Yeah.
Like, imagine playing
Morgana Hui?
Morgana Hui and
Varus?
Alistar, who just sits there.
No! No! It was so good. I got so excited. Black Shield into Leona into Vi? Why would you put that idea in our heads, Sylvie?
Or after Sylvie picking up POG on his AP jungler.
No,
I mean, they have a way, so.
No, it's good, right? Like Alistar and Leona, or Alistar Sejuani is a great combo. Sejuani Renekton is a really strong combo. You have the auto reset on the, like.
Yeah, but it's not as fun.
Well, no, I know that, Valdez.
Cassante. Speaking of fun, it is going to be Cassante in the top lane against this Renekton.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be, I'm gonna need like, I don't know, 5 minutes of sulking time.
Yeah, you know, that's fair. I'm okay with it.
Just a bit.
We all need our sulking time from time to time. I'm
Also,
excited to see Fisher playing Hui, though.
I had a great joke about it's also Solka time in the LCS because Quad got promoted.
Yeah.
So he's there now. It's not topical, but
yeah. Also, it's not Sulka, it's Solka, so.
Yeah, well, it sounds. I know it's not what you're saying, Albus. My English might fail me at times, but I hope I haven't sung.
I was just making fun.
You were making. Okay, yeah. I should have.
No, it was fine. This is you.
It's getting late.
Carry, super carry, hyper carry.
It's 11:15 in Korea, and the kids still out and about, living their best life.
Look at that Hecarim. Said right after I finished finals, I ran here like Hecarim. Also, that was a very good cat meme that I'm sure you guys recognize.
Maybe he has the glaive as well. He's just running through the streets of Seoul, swinging.
That sounds illegal.
It's like a bag.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
More
yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, but she has a flail, which is also probably illegal. It's getting late here. Let's jump into game number 3 between Nongshim and BNK.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 상승까지
I noticed the fan chant is still just FearX fighting. I gotta put the BNK in.
Let's not delve into this. Valdez. I don't have the energy. It's BNK. if you're just tuning in.
Yeah, it's the new sponsor.
If you're just wondering.
And
I think that
BNK FearX
/ BNK, right? BNK is the new sponsor. I actually really like the fact that they are so focused on being an organization from Busan, right? Like esports in Korea is so centered around Seoul that it kind of feels like the default. So seeing a team really lean into by getting sponsorship deals with like they're a actual Busan organization as well, right? The headquarters is, although they have a facility here, as far as I know, is in Busan, and they have now BNK, Bank from Busan, that also sponsors them. So that part is all great. I'm just still sad because I love the Fearless Foxes, and I really
the BNK Fearless Foxes.
Well, no, that's the thing. We have to call. I respect. You know, I think it's great. I think it's super cool to see these new organizations come into esports. It's very essential for the longevity of the sport. But I just love foxes. I love animals, and I wish we could just call them fox. But
yeah, not meant to be. Little trade coming in. Execute, just utilizing that health bar as a resource. Try to pressure the enemy AD carry. Always going to feel good. You have the lane pushing into them, so you're going to hit level 2 first, which they do now. And that will always happen against the Alistar. You guys probably know this. But yeah, Jin Leona, this is going to be pretty fun to watch. We did see Hannah was playing the Varus.
Chiu actually getting zoned out of some XP there. We'll head level 2 a little bit later than Guger. Should be able to catch him over this wave. My main question is, does Raptor want to adjust his pathing? The answer is no. Not going to run the risk. They did get a little bit of damage down, but don't want to go too ham here. Instead, just both junglers clear into opposite sides of the map. Nothing too crazy happening here early on. Closer though, taking a really early back here. Let's get his tier, but wonder if the trading was less than favorable for him. And then Fisher might be for this.
Hiding on bush, they're going to try to set this up, but unfortunately they engage onto the Alistar, which doesn't end up doing too much. Alistar into Leona just kind of loves when she engages right in, and you just press Q right as she goes for the combo, so Guger's totally fine. Ju still a little bit behind on health, though. So kind of a awkward spot for him, also low on mana, so.
Yeah, does have a cookie. And it's also important to know
that's actually a biscuit.
Okay, I want to ask you about this. Actually, this is something I don't think this third game is going to be as high.
I feel like we've had this conversation though. I think it looks like a cinnamon roll.
It's flat though.
I mean, I think that's just the 2D nature of like the picture. Like I haven't seen a high def picture of the biscuit.
Jason is telling us a total biscuit of everlasting, which obviously is a
biscuit.
Is a really cool reference as well. But so we know that, but I think we can, you know, Canic Rookern exists, and nobody knows what that is, so we can still talk about it.
Hey, we looked it up.
What, Canic Rookern?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's it's not a thing.
Yeah, but it was like kind of based on things.
Well, yeah, in a way, but they're still made up their own words, which is how all words, you know, are created generally. But
generally, you feel like you have to come up with a word for something, you know, in your environment, and then you kind of
exactly.
Yeah, but they just kind of made something, and so I guess it required a word, so they made it. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, Ju went back. He picked up his tier, and the lane's gonna kind of just reset, so not gonna miss all too much. While Fisher has been doing pretty well here in the mid lane, but it's still an even situation. But level 6 hit for the way, so Closer is going to have to respect that. He's kind of low on mana here as well, but we'll back on the cannon wave. Shouldn't miss too much.
I can only imagine that Dundun is so happy that he doesn't just get to play Cassante only anymore. He now also gets to play Renekton again. Crocs.
He doesn't get to
so
play
back.
Skarner though.
Yeah, well, nobody.
I want to see Dundun playing Skarner.
I don't know if he should have that much power.
I feel like he would feel so powerful that he would just always go for the crazy plays, and it would be really enjoyable to watch. Like, they might lose and he might not play well, but I think it would be fun to watch.
It would be. Yeah. He's always fun to watch. We all know. Sylvie going to be starting up. Trade coming through here. Grubs for Nongshim. do have the Renekton. Outside of that, I don't think their turret pushing power is necessarily what they're going to be playing for. Gotta say though, the Nongshim composition to me feels so well-rounded. I do think you can get into trouble if you lose control in mid-game because the the BNK rather composition does completely take over if you ever lose control, because if you get CC'd, you die, right? There's so much follow-up, there's so much ways to lock you down, and there's so much burst available as well that can't ever really lose control. But if Nongshim get into mid-game on even footing, you have a comp that's really hard to engage on with really good poke. Alistair by himself.
Level 6 Vi.
Oh, Fisher.
Oh, he's in so much trouble. That's the combo, and that is a dead way on your screen. Doesn't even bother to flash. It's just first blood here for Closer. He was putting so much pressure on, and Raptor, he just waited, hit level 6, shows up, and it's a kill.
Sylvie, I think, was doing red at the time, and crucially there, Raptor as well also hits the Q. I think if he doesn't hit the Q and it's just the ult, Fisher might be able to maybe get out, right, if he survives these servers, but not only does he hit the Q, he also takes a turret shot, so definitely the right call to not use your summoner there, but it is another reminder as to why this combination of Vi and Taliyah is so highly valued. Player has gone for the very early Bramble Vest, which is okay. Renekton doesn't really need to auto you before he ends up queuing you, so value doesn't necessarily need to be that crazy. Then he's going to be looking to get as many Demolish procs as he can. He has some vision, but needs to be a little careful. So do have some people in his general vicinity.
Yeah, Raptor now feeling pretty good about his situation. He already got a nice gank off. He's getting into the enemy jungle now, actually picking up the blue buff, stealing it away from Sylvie. He also got that early Hextech Drake on top of it all, so he's been power farming pretty well. He's ahead of his top laner in terms of CS right now, which is a bit of him farming well, but also Clear falling behind a bit. But might be a pretty significant Vi on the map here, especially if he can finish that first item very quickly. It is going to be Sylvie coming in here with this team, but Guger's going to get knocked over the wall. Nice flash here from Closer as Dude tries to set that one up. Execute, meanwhile, he's like, 1v4, no problem. I'm getting in there. And he is going to go on to Guger, but now Closer, no flash, and they're just trying to turn onto him. And now Guger's going to be in a rough spot himself, but Closer does go down first, and Execute on the flash away, and he's taking so much damage. They're tanking the turret. Please get the kill. That they will, and Sylvie just barely survives. Meanwhile, Dindin's watching all that, and he's like, I gotta fight too. Doesn't amount to too much, but Nongshim, nice little trade in the jungle.
Nongshim coming up big there. I don't fully understand the decision of FearX to re-engage there, besides the fact that they're being FearX. That's what they do. They look for fights. They try and make the big plays. Realistically, in that situation, by a bit of a little bit more than they could chew. As we take another look, this, no notes. Perfectly done. Gets the flash Q. From that point on, Fisher knows that he is very, very dead. Turret shot didn't even end up being necessary realistically. And in theory, I do think that this can work. Because you have Jhin, you have Great CC, but they're going in too early. Like, Raptor isn't here. So you're down a member. Jiwoo actually ends up tanking for Guger, which means that Hannah just doesn't do anything with his ultimate. And by the time Raptor arrives, not a whole lot going on. This is very reminiscent of what we saw earlier on, right? Where the idea behind the play can be good, but just like Nongshim found out themselves, if you're a little bit too early, it doesn't work. You have to pay pretty heavily for that. Because Dundun doesn't have ult right now, so is actually diveable, but he has been in this situation before, Valdez.
He's a grizzled veteran at this point in terms of dealing with top lane situations. Fisher just being Hui, pushing really fast. Meanwhile, Raptor is going to go for the... the lockdown's going to come in here. Closer in a bit of trouble, although they turn it onto Fisher as an ult is going to be thrown into Closer, and he gets sniped from downtown. They throw in the damage, and now tanking up the turn again here is Sylvie. And Nongshim, man, they're making these plays happen.
Execute and Closer dying again here in mid lane. It's the CC chain from Nongshim. coming up huge. Fisher in particular on the way, together with Sylvie, looking like a very consistent duo this time around. And as we were being told by G-Sun apparently in the interview, Fisher has mentioned as well, he was very confident playing Akali, Tristana, and Hui. I remember as Akali from Challengers, and Tristan and Hui have looked good so far as maybe a bit of caster curse here.
Yeah, this is a bit of, I'm really fed, I want to, you know, push my lead as much as possible, and he's just a bit too far. Although, I mean, he is delaying this pretty nicely, but eventually he will be taken down. Gives that money over to the Cassante. It is Ocean Soul again.
How did BNK also get the dragon there? Huh.
They just got it.
Well, yeah, but they were making a play to the top side of the map. Generally, you don't really get to do both. Very funny here, as I'm pretty sure Sylvie did not know about Execute. It's Jiwoo that starts off this play, and crucially here, Fisher isn't actually in turret range. Because if he is, and that Zenith Blade lands, that's the end of the play, but instead, it's not the case. Execute, not level 6 yet. So just ends up going down. The rest of the team not in a place to respond, and this is... Fisher feels really safe because his team is taking the... I'm pretty sure it's the grubs.
Yeah.
Is taking the grubs, but I don't know that about the timer. Yeah, the grubs. And on the other
rest
end of
of
the
the
map,
grubs. Yeah.
Raptor was doing dragon, so he feels very safe. Unfortunately for him, ends up paying, giving over the shutdown, which is a pretty nice gold swing. BNK gonna be feeling good about that one, but not enough in of itself to put Nongshim on the back foot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, yes, BNK Fearx, they have been able to pick up 2 Drakes, but little Nongshim lead at the moment, and you know, it's a champ that Fisher is pretty confident on. We've seen that he has played it so far very well. And we've seen this matchup in the past into the Taliyah, so it seemed like a pretty perfect situation for him to pick it in this game. So excited to see what else he can do on this pick. So far, pretty much anybody's game. We saw in game 2 especially, like game 1 was very clean from BNK Fearx. They kind of got an early lead, they got some very nice skirmishes, they punished some mistakes from Nongshim, and then they kind of just shut the door and didn't make many mistakes. Game 2, BNK Fearx easily could have won that game. Nongshim won it in the end. It went back and forth a lot. This game seems in a pretty similar spot. I wouldn't be surprised if BNK Fearx makes some more waves in this one, as we still have some shenanigans over the blue buff. Sylvie still going to take it down once again.
The Warlocks first build back on Sejuani. Sejuani was always a big lover of the Warlocks, specifically because she gets a lot of free resistances from her passive with Frost Armor, so getting a big health bar is always going to feel really, really good. And unsurprisingly, with Warmox being as strong as it is right now, we haven't really talked about it just yet, but you've seen, if you've been paying attention as well, a lot of supports just consistently go it as a first item as well. Feels quite strong. Forced to cleanse there.
They got a cleanse too, also going to be cleansed though, and he gets rooted up to follow up. Execute he once more, but it is Guger on the Alistair, who is burning down quite a bit, but with the Unbreakable Will and no vision in the river at all, they will not continue to chase that.
That's 2 ultimates gone. I think that might mean that they won't be able to contest. Because yeah, Nongshim throw a bunch of ultimates into that fight, or I don't even know if it was a fight, but that skirmish themselves as well.
Scuffle.
It was really just Guger taking the beat down. But it's fine. It doesn't end up being a problem. As you see, Claire has gone for a very aggressive build as we're diving Cassante.
Diving Cassante. I mean, it is 3 guys, and they have ults to come in, and they are able to put 2 and 2 together. The CC chain is great, and they take down Clear. And it will make quick work of them. Very decisive play from Nongshim. Don't see that all the time.
We're starting to see some of the cracks here for BNK. It feels like when they're the team, and we talked about this coming into the series, when they're the team making the plays, they look wonderful. When they're proactive, when they're in control, but both these teams just don't look good. If they ever get to a deficit as a Chiwu, that doesn't mean that much, but it feels like it does, right? Like getting these moments when you're pushing and taking down an inner on top side, that's huge.
Yeah. It feels good. Taking whatever you can away from your opponents while getting huge value yourselves. As you can see, some of the difference here on the gold board in kills and turrets mostly is where you'll see the lead going in favor of Nongshim.
Really?
To the other things.
What's most interesting to me is how much of gold is passive gold.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
It's a lot. Yeah, no, it takes the whole game, so, 16
it makes
minutes
sense,
in.
But
yeah. That's pretty cool. The turret is going to go down here in mid. And that's going to set up Nongshim for a very nice position here in the mid lane and going for these Ocean Drakes. It's going to be interesting if they can stack up a bunch of these Ocean Drakes here, especially with Renekton, Sejuani, and Alistair. But trying to set up for this one, it does look like BNK Phoenix do not want to back away from this fight as Jiwoo. He has to flash away, and he doesn't have much help here, and the Pity's going to be taken down immediately. And that is the AD carry gone already. Raptor is taking a huge beating in the pit himself, but he's pretty far ahead here on this Vi, and now Dundun surviving for so long. And the Cassante just gonna thrive in positions like this. Execute, you are an absolute madman, but it is beautiful behind the pit here. He sets up the extra kills onto everybody else on the side of Nongshim. Even the kill going on to Sejuani. Lots of low health bars, but a massive win for BNK Phoenix.
Because that means they get the Ocean Soul point. And they are not ready. Dundun starts off with his ultimate early on because he was afraid that he would get collapsed on. But what happens instead is Execute, even with them knowing he's there, it doesn't change the equation. Player gets on top of the back line. And gets the fire down from range, and Execute zoning away Fisher there. And without Jiwoo there, Fisher is the one who needs to do all the damage. But he can't. He's being zoned away. Execute going in there is peak Execute. Ends up being the difference maker. The fact that Sylvie goes down as well to the W there. Deadly flourish indeed for Hannah.
Yeah. And that's just a massive turnaround. I mean,
look at that.
So points. Look at the huge dip in the goal difference. That does go in favor of BNK Phoenix. Now, again, it's still a very close game, but in terms of the current mental state, the map control, you can see that it is a big step forward for the side of BNK as Execute once again. Oh, that's gonna feel nice. They're gonna get this lockdown now onto the Wei, who has no way to get out of this one. Massive knockup comes in from the Talia, but is anybody actually gonna die in this fight? Okay, finally it happens, but the Jin goes down. Fisher and Guga are so low, and the rest of the team is just not able to follow up on that either. Continuous knockups coming out from the Talia, the Cassante, over and over again, and it's another fight win here for BNK Phoenix.
It's a 2-4-3 trade here for BNK. Clear, going unending despair second. He is getting a ton of value out of that item. And the really big problem here is that the only person that can actually kill Clear is Fisher. So if Execute's on top of Fisher, they don't have the damage. And this starts off with Jiwoo kind of styling on Execute. But the ultimate hits, and crucially Fisher gets hit with the Deadly Flourish. And if Clear's on top of him, the only one that can kill Clear is Fisher. Fisher somehow ends up making it out with the shielding that Hui has. But because Clear has dragged Jiwoo again out of the fight, damage simply isn't there. It'll be a big win. Now 2k gold lead here for BNK. And crucially, we're also seeing, again, the value of that Talia. With the amount of CC that they have, if anyone ever gets CC'd, you get Talia flicked, you're dead.
Yeah.
There's just not a whole lot that you can do. And Nongshim really need to find a way to keep the space. Because if they can sit there, take pot shots with Jiwoo and Fisher, they can still win fights. Like, yeah, they're behind, but it's like 1.5k gold at 20 minutes.
Yeah. No, it's still anybody's game for sure. I keep saying this, but based on what we've seen in the series and the current level of this matchup has definitely flipped from side to side at times. Has been a bit of a heart rate monitor in terms of the goal difference. And yes, BNK is going to be in the lead right now, but Fisher's still very fed. Do not half bad himself, not very fed, but at least serviceable. Are we going to have any crazy Baron moments in this game, I do wonder. Raptor looking for the Hui. Fisher not going to find him.
I'm letting the tension build on us. I'm just making sure everyone knows.
Yeah. Just
this is day one, Valdez.
This is day one.
It's currently 10 past 11 in Korea.
Yeah.
We've been treated to
getting our values worth today.
A lot of ups and downs. LCK's back, and we're just showing that we can go the distance.
Just showing that anybody can win on any given day. We saw earlier today, spoilers, that D+ Keo was able to take down Humble Life Esports. And in some pretty impressive fashion as well. I think that Lucid is on his game, Showmaker's on his game. There was a lot of Skarner, which was interesting to see, but not a lot of Skarner in this series, banned every game. And in this one, it really does feel like, you know, there have been some big ups and downs. I think Nongshim looked great at the beginning of this game, but now BNK are in total control of this one as now trying to set up the play. Raptor is in so much trouble. Gonna try to lock down Jiu, but there's no follow-up to take down the Varus. Finally, the Kasante does get in there and pulls him back, but still is going to be a lead currently to the side of Nongshim. But not so much in terms of health bars as Closer looking for more. He wants Cougar, gets the knockup, gets the stun, and there's the fourth shot to take down the Alistair, making it an even trade right before this Ocean Drake comes up. But BNK in a pretty good spot to take it down. Let's see if Nongshim want to fight for it.
It doesn't get to play the game.
Uh-oh. Ooh, that was close. Oh, he's just going to get flash seismic shoved, and that's going to be the end of the way in the mid lane. Oh my god, Closer is taking names here in this game.
Him and Clear are the consistency that's needed. Raptor starts off with him getting engaged on him. That's probably going to be the soul. That's going to be such a big win here. These fights are so messy, and for BNK, a Kasante with unending despair and an Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
That might be too much to deal with, and it's Nongshim like still looking a little bit all over the place. As this starts off well, yeah, they kill Raptor. But Jiwoo, Clear gets on top of him, and Dundun, by the time he joins in this fight, he isn't able to do a whole lot. And really, realistically, I think they have to try to fight here. Because if you, against Jin Talia in particular, if you try to disengage, it's not happening. Like between the wall and the ultimate, and I don't think that looked like a great fight. But if Dundun can get on top of someone, maybe that's enough. But
this is like the kind of play you make in solo queue when you're playing Talia.
Yeah.
But it just pays off in huge dividends if you hit it, and it's risky, but it works. Everybody's grouped up here against the Hui damage, but there's not many members of Nongshim besides this. Execute might die, but to be honest, that happens a decent amount regardless. And yeah, they're just going to get that pick onto Sylvie, who does finish his Spawn Mail maybe just a little bit too late. And yeah, Execute's going to get low, but he's got an Ocean Soul, so maybe they could set up some vision control around the Baron and get something going here.
Despite all this, the gold is still relatively even for Nongshim, so they're going to be holding on to that. Going to desperately try and keep the poke. The one downside is that for BNK, it can be a little tough as we take a look at what happened here. So he didn't have Smite, so Jiu just walks it off, which is quite funny, but Sylvie has to flash and ends up not making it out of the wall. We are seeing, though, this is pre-Crypt Bloom, that Fisher does have a ton of damage, so we're in a position where Fisher can rain down, and Jiwoo gets to maybe hit a Q. It can still be an angle, but realistically, these fights have gone so insanely favored towards BNK, because what happens is someone gets CC'd, Closer flicks them back, and then Clear has all the time in the world.
Yeah, and if you give a Kasante a lot of time, it's not going to go well for you.
No.
He just gets better and better and better as the fight goes on. It doesn't feel very good if you are up against that and you can't take him down. At least, you know, nowadays, not a lot of Ghost Kasante. We saw some nerfs.
I also love that BNK is like, we're not starting Nash.
We learned after game 2. That's not a thing anymore, not in this series.
Nash is fake. Nash is bait. 2-spot Raptor, but collapsing onto him. Not happening right now. Close level 16. The range of that ultimate.
I love the way that Raptor plays this. He's not like farming his jungler or doing anything. He's always in position to support whoever needs it in terms of kill pressure. just hiding around, lack of vision. Now, the rest of the team is getting engaged upon. As I say this, Cougar is getting on in there. This is a 5v3 right now, as Execute is in a lot of trouble. They can't get the kill onto him anyway, as in goes Raptor. Way into that backline. Fisher in a bit of trouble, but the peel does come through from Dundun, trying his best to flash over the wall. And now the Jhin ultimate is going to be pulled out. And Sylvie going to threaten him as Raptor goes back in. Dundun is solo and finally does get taken down. Not the cleanest fight, but still BNK will be happy with the way that this one is going. As they take out the top laner, they're looking for more. Cougar is all by himself, and I think he's just dead.
Oh no, Jiwoo.
Oh, he knows. Clear tried to sell it, but it's not gonna happen. Oh, yeah, unfortunately there's still a ward in there, so. Okay, but is he just trying to wait and just wait until... Nah, he's just gonna wait until he walks away so he can't blast over the wall. That's gonna be the end of Jiwoo, and now they feel safe to take the Baron.
Sylvie, this is your moment. All or nothing, no vision, just instinct.
The eye of the tiger.
You have to. It's the only way you
just send
team
it
in this game.
He doesn't have any. Okay. It's gonna be a little bit of vision, but that might just be that Fisher does go down, and Sylvie's like, I've gotta try. I gotta get into the pit. I gotta do something. But he's just dead, and they're gonna stop all DPS. He is surviving for quite a long time, but yeah, nice stoppage of DPS there from the side of BNK. That could have gotten a little bit dicey, but it is still a clean play that lasted about 2 minutes.
I like this from Nongshim. This is the Hail Mary, right? You gotta go for this. It's not looking good. You're engaging on the front line, but it's all or nothing at this point in time. Execute ends up going down, but you waste so much. And crucially, even though Fisher is able to get out, the back line is very low. So Sylvie and Dundun have very little space. But crucially, the arrows just aren't hitting the way that you need to. And this Jhin, again, gets the shots off. Yeah, Dundun sidesteps a few, but still gets on top of him. And with that, that was your Hail Mary. That was your opportunity. It's so hard to play into champions like the Taliyah when they do get a sizable lead. We're seeing here now, and I think FairX, BNK, they've done it. Well, that's Baron's taken, Elder's on the cards as well, but this one does feel done and dusted.
Do you believe now?
Back and forth.
Yeah, I believe as well. I think they've done enough damage at this point. You know, the Ocean Soul is paying off in dividends. Very long fights where they're catching people off guard, and it looks like Execute is caught, but actually he's just baiting them into a fight. And now with the Baron buff trying to chip away at these structures, 10,000 gold ahead. And we do have this Elder spawning, so it looks like they are going to back off for now. But still a chance potentially for Nongshim to challenge here on the Elder. Could turn into a pretty interesting flip scenario if they can get in there. Let's see if they can, but the wave clear is pretty good right now from the side of BNK Firax. Closer also just holding the door here, gonna force that ult out of Cougar. Meanwhile, Clear has found the backline himself onto Fisher, and he is gonna all out into that one, and Fisher just has no help, nobody to peel this Cassante off of him. Same for Jiwoo as he is going to go down, Dundun as well, and that might just do it. Big smile on the face of Execute as BNK take another big fight and look to push to end.
Don't even need that Elder. Well, that's Ocean Soul, the health bars. Still full. It was a back and forth. But BNK, VRX with some of their sponsor CEOs here going to be feeling great about this victory. Big win for them. Big grin.
Yeah, there they are.
Closer.
Stayed until the very end, until the wee hours of the night, but it will be BNK Firax to take the victory 2-1 over Nongshim. It's easier said than done. I think that Nongshim put up a nice fight, but at the end of the day, BNK just a bit stronger, just a little bit cleaner, I'd say there. Nongshim had a really nice thing going early on in that game, but they just were a bit too over-aggressive at the wrong time. And the amount of CC that was there to punish from the side of BNK's comp in Game 3 was enough to get them ahead and eventually take down the win.
Feels to me like Nongshim, they're basically the same team. I'm not seeing any huge changes. I think there's some moments, the Baron call comes to mind, where they were able to make it work. But and you can see as well, obviously got it. That was a tough loss. But BNK are looking more like the version of themselves that I think a lot of people, including me, enjoyed back in the day, right? Back when they were Lift Sandbox, back when they were even regular Sandbox. Very aggressive, always playing the same style. And was this a clean series? No. But I think they still look better than they did last split. I think last split was really kind of a breaking point for them. And come on, they gotta love these characters.
That is the third celebration we have seen. She's from Canada. Not sure how that's related, but came down to support these guys in the victory. And yeah, it was a fun first day. Had 6 full games. We had some one-sided games. We had some comeback victories. We got a bow here from the side of BNK. So many fans coming down here to support the LCK here for Summer 2024. And yeah, it's going to be, you know, I feel like in the interview we had both of these teams highlighting just how important this matchup is, because at the end of the day, are one of these teams going to beat a Gen G, a T1? It's going to be difficult, right? A T1 even, or rather a HLE Esports even, a DK can be difficult. So getting the wins here against some of the other Eastern teams can be, you know, split making. That could be the reason why they make it into playoffs by the end of it all.
These matches early on, we had a great time, but they're often going to be forgotten as we get deeper and deeper into the split. Human memory only goes so far. This one might end up being a big difference maker way down the line when we, as you're saying, talking about the playoff chances for either of these teams. That is really, and we've seen this with Brian in the past, what so many of these Eastern teams fight for, right? It's just a 6th spot. Just the opportunity. And you know, when you get to playoffs, realistically, you're going to end up playing a team that's going to crush you in the best of 5. That's not what it's about. You want that sense of progression. You just want to keep going a little bit further.
That's about.
That's what they want to. They want to get to that 7th place, but
yeah,
BNK, they were there last split, and I think they're looking to make playoffs this time around.
It's just about the small iterations, you know. Ju said in the interview, he didn't say, we're going to win LCK. It's a bit unrealistic at this point. He's like, we want to make playoffs. We want to be on top of the Eastern side. We want to get to 6th place because, you know, you get some extra practice. You get some more confidence in your players. You begin to develop even faster. It all becomes a snowball of positive reinforcement. So, yeah, definitely a very important win for BNK FearX to potentially get things going. I feel like Raptor, you know, the one big change for this roster that we did see was overall pretty good. I thought his vibe positioning was great. As we're just listening into the last moments of this team fight.
Some of these mid-game calls, I'm sure, are still going to give Ryu a bit of a headache when talking to his players. But the important thing is they didn't let it get to them, because there were parts of the game where it felt like Nongshim was taking back control. BNK, keep it together, keep their heads on, and utilize that Vi to Leah combo with great effect.
That they do. I feel like, especially for some of the teams that are, you know, struggling for those playoff spots, compositions like this are, I feel like, a bit easier to execute, right?
Yeah.
You get Vi presses are, Leona goes in, Talia's getting stuff done, the Casante's very hard to kill. He's getting a lot of value, building off of all of that crowd control. And they get it done. So it took a while. Nongshim put up a good fight, but it was a bit too much in the end. So we are done here on the cast for today. It was quite the long day, and we're going to have even more in the rest of this week. But let's throw it over to the space to break down this series now.
Thank you very much. Great cast on the day, gentlemen. As you said, it was an easier composition to execute, and Execute did just that. It is BNK FearX getting themselves on the board with a 2-1. Digon here alongside Huni and Ox to break things down in that last series. Y'all, easier to execute was the draft. You know, we started the day with Skarner as the big bad final boss, and then we got reminded of the Cassante.
Yeah, and I feel like the composition for B&K Fear X, you know, you have all your dive threats, you have the Vi Talia, which is really strong, the Cassante Leona to back that up, and then the Jhin can just kind of sit on the back line and open up. And it felt like, even though we actually saw Nongshim have a strong early game, and the way Fisher was actually really good on this pick, he got pretty fed, they couldn't find a way to set up the team fights where the backline was protected, and it really started to fall apart. And then it came to Fear X, B&K Fear X just setting the pace of the game, finding these engages, and getting the win.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nongshim was trying to pick as much as the disengaging tool, but I don't think it was like really enough, especially when they have a double immobile carry, which is the Hui and the Varus. Against that, there is a Jhin, you can actually just shot it from the miles away, screens away, and there's a Talia Vi, as you mentioned, and Leona, even Cassante, like on the 4-5, I think just adding more CC and adding more engaging tools, I think it was really helpful for later on the game. And I think the when there's a team fight, I think the clutch moment, I think the just B&K was just better today, or at the game 3.
Yeah, let's take a look at those highlights. So starting with the first Drake over at 17 minutes down the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I mean when I was saying the setups just weren't really working. Once again, B&K Fear X able to approach from various angles, and Jiwa gets deleted almost instantly. He's in the pit, he has nowhere really to go, and as soon as you lose your AD carry, you're in a big deficit. The General is just free hitting from miles away, contributing to the team fight, and then this up-close melee, you can see Fisher has to flash away, but the fight is already won here by B&K Fear X.
I mean, this is the thing that like I highlighted. The Talia, the combo was really great. It's just the flashing in. It's just like, as I said, it's from the draft. Like when you're playing the double immobile carry, the both carry has to be like be ready. Like the if other carries get engaged on, but the other carry should be just ready to just disengage or put DPS as much as he can. But this positioning was really in favor for B&K.
And honestly, I think this is kind of the biggest strength for me for B&K is when both their solo laners are looking for flank angles around a team fight. I feel like they're so in sync with each other. They engage at the same time, and it's really hard to defend against, especially with a mobile backline.
Yeah, closer being, I guess, zoned off there a little bit by Guger, but then making it count behind the Drake pit. Let's take a look at the next Drake fight where really B&K pulled away.
I mean, it's just pretty much the same thing. Like the Drake, it's actually happening every single time around the Drake, but this was even more important for B&K. It's a solo point, and I think the clear today and with the closer, the solo laners, the both of them, just it's so clutch. Like especially I think clear, even mid, we didn't show the highlight, but at the mid lane as well, just bringing dragging the always the GU and also the 2-man the knockups turn. It's just setting up all the fight. It's really crazy.
And you know, Jhin is a pick that's been very controversial in the LCK. You know, a lot of times it's been picked, it hasn't really worked out. We haven't been fans of it. But I think this is a time where Jhin did actually work pretty well. He could sit far away and follow up on the engage. Or in that situation, we saw the fight ends, they're escaping. He pops the ult just to get another pick on the back end. So still working out there.
Yeah, Clear made a lot of space for Closer to step on in along with Henna. So let's take a look at the POG. This one going to the man in the mid lane. It's Closer on the Talia.
Yeah, and I think both the solo laners really stood out in this one for me. Closer had some really clutch plays on the Talia, and I feel like this pick has kind of been the pick of the day. You know, it started off looking at the Skarner, but the Talia has just been so impactful. Huge seismic shoves constantly, and the damage and pick potential has been massive.
Yeah, I mean, both of them play really, really well. I mean, it's not only like actually the clear, it's not only like Closer, as I said it, I think the clear setting up, like this type of the play, I think is really crazy. Maybe I should just bought a clear too. I would like to shout out the clear even more than this.
As you could tell, the 6-vote Pog win here. You had 4 going to the jungle, and as you said, 2 to the top over to clear. So overall, a team effort here for B&K, which is a squad that's stuck together for a while. Obviously, the change in the jungle, good, as Raptor won one of the POGs today. This is a team that kind of needs to start winning these types of games here, Ox, if they want to grow and start making their way to the western side of the
I think that's the thing, is this team has always been pretty good at beating like the other eastern teams, but struggled against the western ones. So, you know, this win is solid, but it was still a 2-1, and I really want to see if Raptor makes a difference when they match up against those western teams, and hopefully can take some names.
Yeah, I mean, speaking off of the Western, I think if they want to be like actually more challengeable, it has to be more clean, like as a macro play. Like right now, it's still like we did see like from the losing game, I think it wasn't really clean that they were kind of losing themselves. Like they didn't know like what to do. Like middle of the plan, it's just like I think they kind of it was like really easy to see they easily lost the track like middle of the game.
Yeah, Ox, like obviously 3 changes for this Nongshim roster. They did get a game win, but not the overall series win. What is the takeaway here from Nongshim?
I think they still need more time. You know, differences in the roster is going to take some time. I think the big standout for me was Jiwoo didn't really look good, which is so rare because he's normally the reliable one on the roster. So I think we can kind of boil this down to first day jitters, and next time we see them, hopefully they'll look more whole.
All right. Well, speaking of whole, we have a whole interview waiting for us right now. Let's send it on over to our interviewer, Dear.
Thank you very much. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Raptor and Closer on the side of BNK, FearX, who are the second victors of 2024 LCK Summer. Raptor, how do you feel?
저희 팀에서 주전되고 첫 경기라 좀 떨릴 줄 알았는데
This is my first match as a starting lineup, and I was very nervous, and I thought I would be a lot more nervous and jittery on stage, but I feel like I did a lot better, so I'm really glad that we're able to secure today's victory. And Closer, how do you feel?
같이 이게 이겨서 좋고 인터뷰하는 모습이
Now this is our first victory together, and I feel like Raptor is so cute being up here with me in the interview. So Closer, you got the chance to play alongside Raptor for the first time this summer. How's that going? I feel like he's very aggressive, which really works well with me, and it's actually really good in terms of our synergy. Yeah, so BNK FearX has the image of a feisty dinosaur, and you, the real dinosaur, joined Raptor. So how are you adapting to the team's color? Yeah, my teammates are doing really well, actually helping me melt into the team a lot better. And so Closer, you're looking a lot stronger than in spring. So what did you try to reinforce during the off-season? I feel like I'm really good at duelist champions, and I feel like I had to really work on my mage champion, so I feel like all that practice definitely paid off. Raptor, with the Talia Vi comp, you won 2 out of 2 games. So is this a viable comp in the current meta? Yeah, it's only the start of the season, so we'll have to wait and see, but I feel like it really comes down to which team will play better. And Closer, what are your thoughts? Yeah, I feel like we're really competent when it comes to using Talia Vi, and I think that's why we were just good with this comp, and that's how we were able to win today. And after the defeat in Game 2, you guys picked red side for Game 3. So what was the strategy here? So with the red side pick, we decided that we were able to take the 2 good picks, and we really wanted to go ahead and get those, secure those 2 picks, just lock that in, and then proceed from there. And in Game 3, it looked like you guys flipped the game around through just a few team fights. And so what's the idea that you would have to win? You have a winning team comp if you team fight, or were you just simply confident in the brawl? I feel like it was just such a winnable fight, so that's probably why we were able to just go ahead, collide on with the team fight and win. And Closer, how would you rate your Talia play? Like, aside from dying in the early game, I think I did pretty well, so I feel like as long as I'm able to hone my skills and minimize those mistakes, it would be a lot better. I would rate myself maybe about 95 out of 100, just minus the points from dying so early. And it looks like your 2 CEOs attended Low Park today. Did you get the CEO buff? Did you feel it? Yeah, I think so. I felt that. Anything you'd like to say to them? Thank you so much for your support and your faith in us. And I feel like I want to make sure that we continue displaying what we showed you today. And closer. Yeah, so we were told that our CEOs would be coming and we told ourselves, oh my gosh, we need to win today. And I'm just glad that we were able to win. And Raptor, looking ahead, what kind of jungler do you want to be in the LCK? I want to be a good player that plays aggressively. I think that's my goal. I feel like a team-wide goal would be to make it to the playoffs. And closer. And it's a new start this summer for you under the BNK FearX brand. So what are your goals? I'm so happy that we're able to get our first victory under the name BNK FearX. I really hope that we can make it to Worlds. And we'll have to work so hard to get to that point, but I think that would be my main goal. And thank you so much for all the support, especially towards our CEO, and I hope that we can keep it up. And that's the end of the interview from Raptor and Closer from BNK FearX, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that translation. The CEO buff for BNK Fear X to get it done here in the first day. A great job by them, and it was cool to hear the insights from Raptor and from Closers. We take a look at the standings. Stats don't lie. Fox on top.
BNK, first time they've been called BNK, and then number one. Is it a coincidence? I think not.
They said they are the Western team. They are proving right now, and let's see how that proof will last.
Yep.
95% rating on the Talia for Closer. Gonna have to close up that 5% more as we take a look at the matches for tomorrow. Get to see the first look at KT Rolster versus the Guangdong Freaks, and then it's bro time. Okay, Mambrion taking on DRX.
Honestly, it's kind of a banger day. That second matchup's going to be close, and the first one, I mean, KT can lose to anyone, so...
Yeah, especially it's a week one. We've definitely seen worse a lot of time.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun, just like today was an absolute dream to kick off the LCK Summer Split. On behalf of myself and everyone here, we thank you so much for spending your night with us. Make sure you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
진격의 오케이 전투군은 진짜 완벽 부활 광동을 두 번에 잡아요.
최근에 오케이 브리온한테 많이 패배를 했는데 다른 모습을 보여주고 싶고 2대0으로 꼭 이기겠습니다.
선전 포고는 상대방이 저희한테 해야 될 것 같고요. 저희는 이제 항상 이겨왔던 팀이니까 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.